saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. Grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make you grow, yeah. Grab cost is the way to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you grow, yeah. Grab saver is the one you choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. Grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make you grow, yeah. Grab cost is the way to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you grow, yeah. Grab saver is the one you choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make you grow, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you grow, yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab cost saver won't make you grow, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah. All my friends will grab food saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab food saver won't make you grow, yeah. Grab food saver is the one to choose, yeah. Grab food saver meals 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, saver meals won't make you go, yeah. All my friends will grab cost saver. The grab cost saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Saver is the one to choose. Grab Food Saver meals 99 plus. Grab Food Saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you broke. All my friends will grab Cost Saver. The Grab Cost Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Cost Saver. Grab Cost Saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. All my friends will Grab Food Saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab Food Saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab Food Saver is the one to choose. Grab Food Saver meals 99 plus. Grab Food Saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you broke. All my friends will Grab Cost Saver. The Grab Cost Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Cost Saver. Grab Cost Saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book. All my friends will Grab Food Saver. Delivery fee is a lot cheaper. Grab Food Saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Oh yeah. Grab Food Saver is the one to choose. Grab Food Saver meals 99 plus. Grab Food Saver 99 plus. Diving meals, if it's a bill, Saver meals won't make you broke. All my friends will Grab Cost Saver. The Grab Cost Saver is a lot cheaper. Grab Cost Saver. Grab Cost Saver won't make you broke. Yeah. Grab car is the one to book.
bago ako magsalita, i-game ko muna tong beat na to. It drops hard. Anyway, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Pilipinas. Ako nga pala si Juicy Brucey and welcome to VCTPH regular season, week number 1, day number 2. Kasama ko ngayon, si Raph and Osiris. Hello, gentlemen. Kumusta?
Antok pa din, pero at least kasama tayo, bro. Kasama tayo, Osiris, di ba? Medyo exciting yung yung beat kanina. Akala ko magra-rap na si Bruce eh. Pero don't actually do it. I've heard you rap. It's too nice. You should get a record label to sign you.
Bukas na.
Bukas na meron na.
Ikaw naman, Osiris, kumusta ka naman so far in this beautiful week?
I'm still waiting for you to spit some bars or lines because the beat keeps going on. It feels like it's waiting for you. Kaya pwede mo na napagan. But then again, napakaganda ng mga games natin either from yesterday, ever since from open qualifiers. Kaya I'm more excited today.
Alright, exactly. So ito na yung bars ko. 3. Neski Global is the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
Also, thanks to our official super app Grabs for Grab's most prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver, delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver, delivery and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meal.
Last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Break it down. So yun, ganda ng bars nating tatlo. Prepared yan ha. Pinaghandaan natin yun for 2 years in the making. Pero eto na nga, kahapon, sobrang bilis ng labanan. 2-0 lahat if you think about it. And what a way to start yesterday as well with like top 2 teams actually in the Philippines, Oasis and MEOW starting it off. And then we had Valhalla versus the Vice and of course Geek Fam and Zol Esports. Sobrang kakaiba. You know, bago natin pag-usapan yung mga laro today, ano ba yung mga favorite highlights nyo from yesterday's matches? Simulan natin sa'yo, Osiris.
Well, syempre, El Clasico pa rin talaga, especially na nakita nga natin yung mga new roster. And Oasis and Nakas always has been a favorite. Alam naman natin na in-expect talaga natin kung sino mangingibaw this time. And the running, storing would be is this Oasis redemption arc. But then again, Naos, lagi nilang pinapatunayan na they are the team to beat.
That's true. I mean, I agree with a lot of what Osiris has said, but I think I've always liked looking at that roster on Geek Fam specifically because we followed them since they were rookies and they've developed well. I think their biggest takeaway, or for really all the teams yesterday, yung especially natatalo, they have the data, and at least they can shake that day one jitters off. The season's still long. I feel like people keep forgetting that kasi medyo, you know how passionate fans are. It's like, oh no, this is already a hard start. But you know what, guys, it's only day 1. Now it's day 2. Another day.
Yep, another day, another victory siguro. Pero this time, for this day actually, meron tayong dalawang teams na who's gonna be making their debut match on the regular season. Na dito na sa group stages natin, it's going to be Carti Esports versus Just Us, which is going to be our first match for today. Sige, simulan natin ito sa Carti Esports. This team crawled their way from the lower brackets in qualifier to be qualified to today. Ano bang meron sa Carti Esports, Raph?
I mean, the thing about Carti is that if you kind of look at the individual names, you've already seen some of them compete in previous challengers and obviously outside tournaments as well. So definitely experience as individuals is there. And I would say some have had their tours on the top tier 2 scene as well. And I think they have coaching staff. Correct me if I'm wrong. Actually, let me just open my notes so I don't, spread misinformation on the internet again.
Andyan,
They
si
do have a
Laraj.
coach. So, with that being said, I feel like this is similar to maybe the Vice and Valhalla yesterday, where it's a bit of a mixed team and they're still kind of trying to find their structure. But no doubt, you can't really underestimate any of the teams playing today.
And then Osiris, anything to add with Carti Esports?
Carti Esports, I believe they qualified around second yata. Correct me if I'm wrong. Second open qualifiers, while their enemy, Just Us, is a open qualifiers 1 proceed.
Yep.
So it means that Carti mas naging madugo yung way nila papunta dito sa ating regular season, and it's really time for them to show yung ganong klaseng resilience in terms of playing long games.
All right, so since we're talking about Carti Esports, tingnan natin yung player lineups ng Carti Esports mismo. Kasi these players, they have a decent amount of experience from the tier 2 scene. And among the players here, sino ba sa inyo yung parang pinaka-highlight kumbaga sa limang to?
I think Eugene S might be a good pick because I feel like we've seen Eugene S lead the charge as a duelist many times in the past, and perhaps maybe this is his return to form. Kasi yun nga yung may malaking break, syempre Rust is gonna settle in, and especially away from the official circuit where competition is that much harder and that much higher, diba?
Exactly.
And for me, I think Gabo is someone to watch out. Since recently nga ang dami rin yung mga clutch moments or getting those important frags. His name is still out there. So I'm expecting for him to perform, lalo pat isa rin siya sa mga ine-expect talaga na lumebel sa regular season with the veterans that we are seeing right now.
Exactly, and to remember, since you talked about Gabo and their final match against BNB on the qualifiers nga ika nga, Gabo was top fragging on his Killjoy on the first round against BNB. Pero ito na nga, we're talking about their adversary, big word, for this game number 1, it's going to be Just Us. Now, tingnan rin natin yung lineup ng Just Us. Raf, with the players in here, who do you think kailangan, the Carti Esports should be worried about? Sino ba dito?
Grabe, si Pars Scofield naka-eye talaga. Parang attending a funeral for their opposing team. Jokes aside, Second Love I think is a very, very stable player. I think we've been following him since his appearance on Puggers. And despite being really young and maybe not as experienced at the time, he was still really stable. I think he played a lot of backline. He was a Sentinel player. I think he still plays Sentinel now. So, to kind of glue Just Us, I think that's a big responsibility on his end.
Yep, exactly. So, it's all up to him in this round na parang, to bring up the rest of Just Us. How about you naman, Osiris? Players from Just Us na parang Carti Esports should be worried about?
I'm just going to add up nga yung kay Raf with Second Love dahil nga as ex-Poggers and ex-SR na kage, napakalaki nung binibigay na experience coming into this new team. But then again, yung story kasi natin for this takeover, napakadaming chapsoy na team. And it's not a bad chapsoy, it's a good one. Kasi we are checking the diversity or flexibility ng mga teams ngayon na na-partner on different new players, and at the same time, Just As is one. Because Lloyd Dream is from G-Lab, Pars Caulfield is an ex-Kadiliman. So it means na ang daming sabihin nating status na pro player status na pumapasok dito sa isang team na to.
Exactly. And one of the players then from Just Us, on my end, Lloyd Dream, he's been joining like yung mga open tournaments everywhere in the internet na parang Lloyd Dream is just there. Sobrang dami niyang highlight clips sa Facebook niya, and a lot of people actually follow this guy as well. Now, since we're talking about the teams, let's let them rest for now. Kahapon, I have noticed na there is a resurgence of Guardian users sa mga barilan. So what is there something with the meta, Raf, now with the Guardian? Why is it like para siya nagpa-pop off aside from the Outlaw?
I think the only time you really buy an Outlaw is on second round. And it scales decently kasi kahit anong mangyari, one hit naman sa Outlaw. There's no way you're buying full armor on second round and getting a decent weapon with you. So you're probably gonna half armor if you're forced with a Spectre or whatever, and then the Outlaw's gonna hit you. You're dead, right? No matter what. The Guardian, I think, has always been a staple because at this level, everybody's gonna aim for the head anyway. So eco or not, force buy or not, the Guardian's gonna hit you. The Guardian has a bigger magazine size, and plus it scales really well into gun rounds. It's just a little difficult in close range, but I think that's the reason why people are playing it again. It's reliable, it's not as expensive as the Outlaw, and it scales really well.
All right, anything you want to add there, Osiris, with the gun plays yesterday?
Guardian and Outlaw, you're just gonna add up yung syempre yung range nga rin na hawak ng isang Guardian, because teams are mostly they are playing it patiently, and then if you don't really want it to pick up yung mga ganong klaseng long range guns, you're going for a stinger for a quick push. But then again, Guardian has been one of the staple there kasi mostly default, mostly they're just waiting for another route of rotation or the flank to do his own thing.
All right, eto excited ako later, pero our casters are gonna be the one talking about this. It's going to be the map vetoes. Now with the map vetoes, kahapon we've seen like sobrang daming si Phil, narinig ko. Sobrang daming Oy Phil, kumusta ka dyan? Hello sa'yo. Ito si Phil, feeling ko si Phil nandun sa nagre-ready lang siya at pumapasok siya sa Sunset, which I was about to talk to. Sunset, it was a surprisingly narrow map, not surprising na narrow, pero like the way teams approach Sunset, which is one of the new maps now, is there a way na dapat yung teams mag-adjust to this, or is there like a default play style? How do you play Sunset? Kumbaga, Raf.
I mean, Sunset, like you mentioned, there's definitely a lot of choke points that can be contested. So I think the
Mhm.
most popular way to do it, or at least there's two schools of thought. Na you take the choke fight early, like what we saw. I think it was the Baizu. They had a lot of early presence and a lot of flashes being invested towards A mainly. And then you have a different playstyle, which I think is a bit more common, where the sites on Sunset, they're really wide. There's a lot of ground to cover. People just play super passive and, leave the choke alone because it's a dangerous investment in itself. But Sunset, I still feel like there's no stable meta here for us specifically because we employ so many lineups that there's not really one to pick. And it also kind of hinges off the fact that the initiators, they're all good on that map. It's really just pick your poison.
Yeah. It's mostly about your comfortability or preference because we saw rin naman from international stage of PRX and DRX. PRX ran a Yoru and we saw it yesterday sa kamay ni Georgie, but then again, hindi sila naging successful to close the game. So it would still depend kung ano yung talagang go-to ng mga teams na to, and there's not much of a standard to follow sa Sunset.
All right. So eto na nga, going into this match, Carti Esports versus Just Us. Ano ba yung parang mafe-feeling nyo dito when it comes to like the overall winner? Tingnan natin, is it Carti Esports versus Just Us? Just talking about the raw stats from open qualifier. Sino bang mas lamang dito? Not yet your final predictions, pero Raf, sino ba paningin mo ang mas lamang to Carti and Just Us?
Grabe, no? Yung team ko dito, iba. Tapos yung prediction ko
Iba.
maiba din para thrilling.
Para trailing naman. Kalabanin mo sarili mo.
Oo. Hindi, kasi pero I'm honestly not sure. I'm looking at the stats and I'm looking at their previous matchup. It's like both these teams, parang lang yung Valhalla at Bay yesterday, they beat their fair share of strong teams. A bit of a coin toss, again, in all honesty, because you look at the strengths of, let's say, Just Us, I think they've had a lot more repetition in terms of recent tournaments. I mean, like you mentioned, right? Medyo malaki yung following sa some of their players. And they've been really active on some of the off-season stuff too. So definitely they're gonna be coming into this a little warmed up. Meanwhile, on Carti Esports, yes, they're really, really seasoned players. Yes, I think they have the coaching staff. But yun nga, you kind of need to warm up. You need those repetitions just to kind of get things going. So, kita mo, Bruce, I didn't pick one team. I talked about both teams.
Yeah, talked about both teams.
Mix up talaga.
Oh, mix up talaga. Ikaw naman, Osiris, what are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I think yun nga, in terms of by being active, by paper, by how they did their thing, open qualifiers, Just Us qualified 1 day earlier, so it means that Carti needs to do it twice. It speaks a lot of volume because yun nga, no, nagawa ng Just Us in a day. So from that experience alone pa lang, alam natin na they have that experience para maipagsabayan sa mga teams na nandito ngayon. But then again, Carti Esports, having the let's say that experience then pero not as solid pa tulad nitong Just Us was 3 former pro players na ngayon nakapagbalik sa regular season. I think Just Us got the edge, but then again Carti, they can surprise us anytime.
All right. So now talking about maps, Filipino staple Haven. Now that it's gone, Lotus so far most played map natin dito in a regular season. Is this parang sinasabi ng mga Pinoy going into that special 3-site home base specialty natin? Is it the reason why Lotus is mostly one of the played maps in our season? What do you think about this, Raf?
I think that there's definitely a similar approach. Kasi like yung process sa default ng Haven, it's usually to take a main and kind of leverage off if you see they're investing too much utility or if they're taking any early fights, and you can get the pick off and then kind of reset. I think it's the same vein for Lotus, where you really have to invest a lot towards that A side just so you can loosen up every other area on the map. So yes, I think I agree with you. That maybe our specialty as a region, the three site maps. My God, that's a tongue twister.
3-site maps. Ayun. So
Yeah.
with that being said, all right, on your end naman, Osiris, we've seen a resurgence of Gecko as well dahil nga talaga sa Lotus. Is it the year of Gecko na lalabas na siya? He's being picked more than KO in this season.
Yeah, having the Phantom 6-man as in the hands of Wingman, napakalaking bagay talaga as a 2-man swing with Wingman diffusing. Extra hand talaga siya to help and the utilities that it offer. Alam naman natin na nagkaroon siya ng buff on how quick she pick up his friends. Kaya napakalaking bagay and Thrash, hindi pa rin talaga nawawala yung caliber ng threat na yon. Playing on a Lotus, you can control the orbs, especially sa C-mount that you can just another point to take and then wingman planting. That's 2 orbs or 2 skill points or ultimate points in one go. And then definitely as you scale up, a good entry with Trash is indeed a good weapon.
All right, so there you have it. Lotus, Gecko, a lot of new things that we're gonna look forward to on day number 2. But again, from yesterday, isa sa mga highlights na nangyari kahapon was Oasis and Naos. Sila yung debut match natin. 2-0. Let's talk about that for a bit. Kasi kahit mostly every one of us, we were thinking Oasis, it could be their time for this time around.
Panel
But
curse.
then, panel curse again. You think Oasis first day jitters lang? What do you think about that, Raf?
Oh man.
Oh man.
I've had a lot of thought put into Oasis. I mean, many times we've said that this could be Oasis year. I think it's been God knows how long since we've been saying that. But yesterday specifically, I feel like there's just so much discomfort in the roles and just kind of like the basics need to be brushed up on. Or at least that's just how it was casting the game. Kasi parang, bakit nagda-dry pick kayo na dalawa yung controller nyo, tapos may initiator, tapos may flash? Ang dami yung pwedeng gawin to make the situation a lot safer. But then again, you kind of have to play with confidence also. And I understand the opposite school of thought. But at the same time, I thought they really would do better. I generally thought Oasis would have won that matchup. But, it is what it is. It's day 1. Anything can happen still.
Yeah. And of course, having yun nga, one of the new players, then Dubstep, maganda yung momentum nila when the map started and they are in control. It's just that the firepower coming in from Naos, tulad nga ng sinabi ni Raf, the confidence coming in, Ja has been consistently performing pa rin at doon pa mismo sa Icebox na kung saan marami ng career ang nawala dahil nga lagi silang nananalo eh. Kumbaga, that's their hometown, that's their home base. They are in comfort and Ja is a loose cannon. Pagkasama niya itong mga to, adding another power which is sila Mojer. It's already a Naos-sided nung panahon nung Icebox. But of course, Oasis, tulad nga sinabi natin, day 1 pa lang naman, they still have those space or days to work on themselves and under the supervision, of course, of Dubstep. I know na pwede silang may panalo against Naos and this might be the last 2-0 that we're going to see with the El Clasico.
Wow, last 2-0. Wow, I'd love to see a 2-1 from both of them. Baka magiging Game 5 pa yan. Let's say if both of them are going to the grand finals, which is medyo sanay na tayo in that happening.
Yeah.
But maybe this year, we could see Carti Esports, Just Us, or the other teams take away that spotlight from both of these teams. Now, going back lang then to that match, I remember Javi 8K yesterday starting off with like 4Ks right away in his Killjoy. Sobrang bilis lang. Now, we've seen a lot of players as well in this season na parang, they're innately duelists when they started to go into this and now transitioning to Sentinels. Bakit ba ganun yung parang approach ng players?
Well, I've always said this, especially in the past. Duelist and Sentinel are essentially the same roles. You control a lot of the space by, virtue of just being there. It's just a little more far forward on the Duelist, and the Sentinel, obviously, you're going to play defense a lot. But at the same time, I feel like it's super transferable, right? Because you're still playing off your... what would be a really easy example here, right? Let's say Killjoy. Because Killjoy is probably the easiest Sentinel to play. That's why she's being played a lot. She's very effective in what she does. Just kind of wait for your turret, and you swing off of it, and your real job is just kind of, hit your shots. And I feel like that's already step 1 of being a duelist, or what being a duelist is about. And like I said, you control a lot of space, you pull a lot of gravity towards you, whether it be offense or defense. So I feel like the transition is just super natural and super easy.
All right.
Yeah, I strongly agree with Raf. Considering that a duelist should have a good prior knowledge kung saan siya magsiswing, ano yung dapat yung targetin, saan siya dapat pumwesto just to be defensive. I think transferring it to Sentinels, napakalaking bagay yun to identify yung pag-anchor.
All right, so here you have it. Sobrang dami natin pag-usapan, and to close things off and to finally start our day number 2 in week number 1, let's head on over to our final predictions. Kung sino tingin natin. Kahapon, walang tumugma sa panel. Tingnan natin ngayon kung papasok na ba. Alright, sige, simulan natin sa'yo, Osiris. Who do you think will take this series?
Just us on a slight edge.
Just Us on a slight edge. Raf, ikaw naman.
I was gonna say just us,
Ako
right?
rin eh.
Because if you look at stats again, okay, you guys can go just us. I'll put Carti because I still think Carti have a good chance anyway, especially with coaching staff. And that was the big X factor between two other mixed teams yesterday, which was the Bies and Valhalla, right? The team with the coaching staff won. So I'm gonna go with Carti.
All right, you're going with Carti. Ako, I'm a Lloyd Dream fan. I'm a Lloyd Dream enjoyer. I want him to live on his dream. So I'll take on Just Us, I think, for this series. So, ayun na nga, it's me and Osiris against Raph. Carti Esports para kay Raph, kami kay Osiris. Just Us now. Natapos na natin ang ating panel discussions. Ibibigay na natin to sa ating mga casters. Casters, kayo nang bahala dyan.
Hello. Hi. It is I, with Fluffy this time around, and we are right back at it with some teams we haven't seen for, well, for some of these, quite a while. Looking at this here, though, Fluffy, as he can't hear me for a second, but now he can. I was just talking to them about how wonderful your main looks today, but more importantly, we got a game on our hands with two teams who have kind of been unproven yet so far, at least in this kind of level of play.
Exactly. I mean, these two teams, they came from that open qualifiers, and they are kind of similar, in my opinion, in terms of like that firepower and strategy. Both of these teams, though, they have a couple of members that have some of that VCT veterancy, but a lot of them we haven't seen in a very long time. Like, you look at Carti Esports, you see these players like Hems and Trix and Eugene S. Maybe Eugene S you've seen more recently, but the rest of them have relatively taken a while for them to come back into the circuit.
Well, you look at the other side of things, right? When Just Us, you have a team that has only specifically kind of lost against Valhalla, right? 0-2 throughout their run so far, and they've done really impressive. They fought and beat BNB, not me, the BNB team, right? Just to qualify into it. Same results as well for Cardi, both of them taking them down, and so similarly, they have at least that history, but I think on the map veto side of things, as we move on into it, it might tell a different tale.
So first and foremost, Nodo's going to be removed from the pool almost instantly. This is a map that we saw on the previous day, and it was kind of popular with a lot of these slower and more strategic methods. And Breeze, similar large maps are going to be taken out from the pool.
I mean, what other maps can we see come up here from these two teams? You look at what they did play as of the most recent side of things, with Breeze being taken away, especially here as CE. That was one of the best maps that Just Us have, and so Just Us, they pick now into Split, which we have seen them go 50-50 on. They almost were able to bring it in overtime versus Valhalla, but that obviously ended in regulation. And looking the opposing side of things here for Carti on how their Split woes have gone, well, the thing is, they don't have any experience on Split in the past. It's Bind they're going to be swapping into, another map that we've only rarely seen half and half here really for Carti, but I mean, they don't really give much stats to really talk about. I just have to wonder, playstyle wise, which ones would kind of configure better into these maps.
I mean, it makes sense, the bind pick for Carti, because we have players like Hems and Trix who are known for their race play, which is one of the more popular agents on this map. I'm more surprised that they're going for it in the first place, because it was one of those maps that was very... I think most teams are kind of avoiding on day one. But speaking of this game, Ascent can be taken out as well. Surprisingly too, most of the teams this split have been removing this map. I don't know if it's just because it's been overplayed so much because it's so old, or maybe they're just tired of seeing it because they have better shots elsewhere. But with that being said, Split and Bind gonna be our first two maps. This either is still yet to come.
Oh no, I see you every day. I'm still not tired, so I wouldn't be too proposed to accepting that they're tired of Ascent, but who knows, maybe. I think it's just a map that teams want to avoid because they want an edge on playing on some of these maps that might be a bit less, I guess, comfortable for the opposing side. But they take out Sunset and they put in Icebox, a map we haven't seen for quite a while in the professional scene. But Just Us, they think now is the time to bring it out. We have seen them play it once against Old Stinky Cat in the open qualifiers, and so perhaps this just may be where we're going to end on up, especially seeing as how SR and Akage have also struggled against that same very team, Old Stinky Cat, here in Icebox into OQ. So who knows? 3-map series, what you think?
I feel like the map itself has really been affected by the fact that with this new VCT season, we don't have that Haven anymore. We don't have Pearl, and a lot of these teams that were really good, and honestly, most of the PH teams are really good in those two maps, have just had to default to other things. So they're removing a lot of the maps that kind of overcomplicate a lot of situations. So there's no more Lotus, there's no more Sunset. These maps where if you can, or even Breeze, like when you lose any of these duels, it's just like a throwable map, you know. So they're sticking to their guns where they can play more close together, which makes sense for these newer open qualifier teams.
Well, the teams that we're talking about here, especially, while they might be kind of newer guys, especially on Just Us, it's looking at the opposing side, Cardi, who have a bit more T2 experience. We know players like Trix, players like UGNS from that GR squad in the past. Some of them have also come from other teams like the infamous SP Empire back in the day, or maybe SR Nakage. Hemsix as well also has experience on some of those rosters, and so there are quite a few names here that we have seen some potency in the past from when playing on VCT caliber teams. And while that might be the case, it's interesting to note that a lot of the talent, especially on the panel a while ago, were mentioning that they might even favor Just Us, and that's unique considering they are the team with arguably fresher faces to the professional scene.
That's true. I mean, they have more of that new generation in them. We've seen Second Love before. He was ex-Puggers, SR Nakage. Lloyd Dream, who filled in, I think, for the second half of the split for Glab. And Par Schofield has been one of those ranked demons in the last, I would say, couple months if you look at the normal C ladder. But before his name, I think it used to be Sovano, which used to be one of those high-rated players as well. And honestly, during the offseason, he's been grinding a lot of those community tournaments and such. And of course, they have Narpim leading the big brain of the operation as he's in the coaching slot. So that's also a big name for you.
All right, well, speaking of names, let's see which ones will be attached to which agent. Gabo staying here on his actual kind of signature raise at some point. He's going to swap back into it now. They got the double controller here to start things off on Split. That Viper making a resurgence, it seems, in this series. But the Cypher is a curious pick here from Just Us, because it's kind of become the standard now on Split, and that is lacking from Carti. A double controller plus double duelist setup.
I find it such a big difference when you don't have that Cypher on your team, because with the changes with those trips, you really need to clear them out, and not having any utility to really break that. Because yeah, you have the Trailblazer that might get it, but most players at this level will just put the trip a bit higher. So the Sky is kind of irrelevant there. You might have to use the nade or pray that your satchel hits it on Carti Esports. And we've seen in the Naos and Oasis game that playing this double controller, if you're not able to really flash through and get those picks after, the whole strategy can kind of crumble on itself as well.
High risk, but high rewards here for Cardi. Let's see if it's going to work out against the bit more traditional composition being thrown out here by Just Us. As we move on over to Split, our opening map, you already talked about some kind of intricacies of how this composition could go for Cardi. I want to see Just Us though. There's been a lot of talk about this team with some new faces to the scene. We've seen some of them in maybe the community side of things, but and maybe, you know, to an extent as well on some professional tournaments, but this is a different stage for them as a whole, as a unit, and it's going to be a big proving ground. Open qualifiers, that's one thing, but coming into the big leagues here, into the group stages to qualify for the playoffs and potentially even more, this is where it all truly starts. This is where they finally make a name for themselves. And Just Us, for a team where title alone is enough to say what these guys are going through, it's just them, no real big sponsor behind them. They've got a big target on their backs, I think, here, if they're able to show up for this opening series of theirs and start swinging and make noise.
I mean, that is what they really have to prove on this first map. They might be Just Us, but there's a couple more in the panel that really believe in them. I think 2 out of 3, which honestly is a nice thing to see, because yesterday, every time that the panel just agreed on one team, they just kind of lost. So maybe that's a panel curse thing. But regardless of what you believe in, I'm sure that they believe in their strategy and that they can make this work, because they are playing a more traditional comp that you mentioned earlier. It is a bit more fundamentally easy to play around you. It's a lot safer for them to really move around the map in the ways they want to, is as in comparison, or like rather in contrast to how the other teams playing with the double controller.
Well, let's go right into it here. Map number 1. between Just Us and Cardi, as Cardi start on the defensive side. It might just benefit them with that double controller. You can see the Viper wall placed already here to contest A main.
Very interesting that this is the defense Viper wall, because isn't this normally the wall you see to lurk up into screens? Or maybe it's a counter that they're thinking of, but regardless, early shots gonna come in already.
Okay, opening picks up here for Cardi, and it's a double pickoff with no response coming from Just Us just yet. Got every advantage for them now as the wall goes down. The smoke replaces it. Even further contesting control and space here against Just Us, who are looking to try and aggress. Trix gets the one. A trade out from Repulsive, but he is the last to fall. A double to his name, but it won't be much more. Opening round here for Cardi.
Very clean so far, just a basic defense. I was questioning the wall earlier because it seemed like one of those lurk walls, but for the attack rather, but when you keep looking at it and you look a bit more deeper, it really just shuts off the ability for the enemy to push up because they know they don't have a Viper and they can just close all these angles, which allow them to isolate this heaven position. This time around, they're going to set up the same wall. It looks like a very standard defense coming from them. Without the Cypher, they have to spread out a bit, so just to make sure Omen going to be on that B side.
You have to be a bit more careful here of potential flanks as well. Eugene S just shuts down Second Love. Start off the round, and Hemzix spraying on through his own smoke. Somehow a third he's able to collect.
I feel like this round just started, but it's almost over. It's only in the hands of Repulsive right now. Only with the Sheriff tries to lurk through B. At least he knows that there's no Cypher, which can probably make contracts, but Trix is going to quickly eliminate that far with the Spectre. A quick trade.
Hey, you'd be surprised, brother. Sometimes even the Stinger can knock you from downrange. But hey, they make it work. I want to see this perspective here from Hemzix. Okay, sprays on through. A bit of luck sees him before the cloud actually pops up, so knows where to put his shots. And Cardi, unsurprisingly to be honest here, starting off this half, have come off strong, but it's a bonus I think that's going to be a real telltale sign of if they understand how to play their comp.
They have a decent amount of weaponry though. They have 2 rifles in hand, they have the Spectres. Lloyd Dream only going to come up with a Guardian here in the attack, posturing themselves to take more of that mid control. Maybe get a pick here, but the Viper smoke as well as the Boombot can give them a bit more reprieve as the defense is able to hold the positions.
Hemzix is taking some damage actually there. Trying to aggress in the mid. I can see 2 perspectives. Madame Web, it is I. But now we're back into it.
So many superpowers from my idol Black and Blue.
It's not just me, right? Who saw that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Bar Schofield on the other side of things. He's gonna use the spidey senses of his own, maybe spray through that smoke and get something. But looks like Hemzix is just gonna hold this middle position, and they've been moving, through A and B main, but not really getting any space for the attackers. Finally, though, looks like positioning forward that mid push, and Gabo just gonna back away.
Yeah, that mid push is going to be what's going to have to save them in this round. Realizing 40 seconds after the clock, they have to press the issue. They have to step on the pedal here. Gets the one on the trade, but Eugene S somehow cleans up as they were distracted, not looking his way. Gets tapped away by Psycho. 2v2 right now. Hemzix on the push. Takes down Psycho as well. Leaves all alone here Repulsive, who tries to force him away from the angle, try and isolate them, but a wide swing is all it's going to ring. Hemzix with another, and CE get their third here for Cardi.
I'm surprised that they were able to do that cleanly. Those Sheriff shots, especially towards that B main side, just landing where they needed to go. They win the bonus, and they're going to be able to move on with a better economy moving forward. That's a 3-0 currently, and it's a good sign for them to get 4-0, even bringing up the operator now for Eugene S.
Well, that allows them to build further economy here in this half, and I mean, Just Us having a difficult time to really wrestle control of the map early. You can see in that utility shuffle here, Cardi are just bleeding Just Us dry. They're burning so much time off the clock that it makes it so difficult for Just Us with a more traditional composition to break through. And here comes on the push. Hemzix with an immediate shutdown, some bad manners as well to cap it off. And Trix looking for more. A bit of greed, but he gets what he's searching for here. Spamming on through. I mean, Schofield with a revolver. What's new? Cardi with the
Oh,
fourth.
man. It's just going all Cardi's way right now on this defense. I feel like every time that they aggress, the rounds are just so quick. I don't even think they last like 30 seconds. They know how to be active enough on this defense to really make the moves to just punish Just Us movements. And Just Us, they really need, I think, to find their own momentum. This time around, though, they have a full buy, full util, full armor. This is the best chance that they got. So they cannot afford to lose this round.
Well, we went over to another round here, Fluff, as a buy from Just Us. Not the buys, but a buy. Gabo shut down here in the catch from Second Love, who, waiting by the sewers, finds himself a bit more. Trix is out in the open. He's absolutely dead. Lloyd Dream shuts him down. Not much of a chance there for Trix as a guiding light kind of popped in the way. And look at the flank here coming from Second Love. Eugenius finds him.
The neural theft coming into play as well to get more info as Psycho gets taken out. Second Love trying to go for more.
All right, Second Love. Maybe his first, as they get their first on the board here for Just Us. Clean round, all things considered, but more importantly, that flank coming from Just Us is exactly what they needed to try and break apart this more rigid defense that Cardi Esports bring.
Yeah, this time they're able to pick apart the places that they need to go. I think that opening pick as well on Gabo was one of the more important things because that's the player holding the mid round. But still, Cardi Esports, at least economy-wise, not that affected. Still going to be able to buy up that operator. Maybe find a few more picks here. There's a standard attack towards mid so far, but there goes the operator taking out Repulsive on the side.
Big shot by Eugene S to start things off. Repulsive going down. That's their only smoking option here. Second Love's got a cage, but that's only a momentary point of concealment. Syph as well. All he has to do here is continue to gather info. No real risks should be taken here by Cardi. The cross from Just Us right on time as well as they're posturing for an A hit.
Even that little play that they had for that mid was just so aggressive. It really shows that they're going to fight for this space. And now they have two players on that A side ready for the hit. Second Love going to be spotted out. Some shots traded back and forth, but not enough to push them away.
That cage didn't connect, definitely not. But at least it'll let them kind of crawl up a bit further. They get the site control. The retake, though, is a bigger question. They do have the Viper's bit, but that's not really a great initiating tool here. Trying to get the early pickoff. Pars Schofield kind of dissuaded from further progressing that way. Trailblazer catches Second Love. No cage, but he still lands a shot! Eugene S with a triple here on the blades. Connects for a fourth! Will he get the ace? Lloyd Dream, a double for him. Playing by the elbow. He knows he's right here. The right click doesn't connect! But Hemzix is there to save his rear. And Cardi get the fifth.
Wow, what a retake there. Eugene S just being a superhero on his own, able to get 4K. Honestly, that could have been the ace. It was so close, but thankfully Hems was just behind him to get that trade instead. Regardless, they do keep that operator. They make the best use on those blades, but I feel like these small post-plant errors is just costing them so much. The positioning not there for them. They don't have the timing because they were able to save enough players on that 5v4 retake. So this time around, Just Us with a mixed buy. Maybe possible to get one more. I think Lloyd Dreams is going to stick with the blades instead.
Yeah, that seems to be the option here. They do have the showstopper potentially to just send Pars Schofield and Lloyd Dream in. No trips, no traps for them to be worried about anyways, but you can see a bit more of that experience that Cardi Esports possess into the fold. Gabo anti-air shutting him down with the judge. And look at this mid-control they've established. Psycho on the one. That's a great trade offering from Pars Schofield. They might be just able to do this, and they do. Shutting down Hemzix as well. And Just Us might have just saved themselves here if they can take this round.
Bit of over-aggression there on the mid side. They already had it, but the control now left alone. Trix, the only person on that B site, will get spotted out by the blinding light, but will reposition towards that B site. They're going to commit the showstopper. Oh, but the Team Flash is going to stop him. Thankfully, there's no one on site with Trix's reposition.
All right. Pars Schofield, where does he chuck it?
Oh my.
Right on target. He still finds Trix, even after the reposition. Unfortunate there for Trix, but hey, what a way to do it. All on the safe. Wouldn't be a bad idea to save here, but Let's see, he's gonna try and go for it anyways.
Not much util to work with though. You can't really use a Trailblazer in this situation. No Guiding Knights available. Oh, gets spotted up on the drop, gets the first, tries to go for the spray, but it's not going to be enough. Repulsive gets it instead. Second round now for Just Us, and they're slowly catching up. Surely is the question.
It's one of those rounds where it's kind of hard to quantify the win. I mean, Just Us, yes, they went there towards mid, but was there anything specific that they did to necessarily counteract what they did here? Yeah, just, it was one of those moments where you have to outgun your opponent and you have to do it smartly, and that's what they did. Maybe more of that can gain them a few rounds, but I'm still not too convinced just yet that this comeback is imminent.
Yeah, I gotta agree there. I feel like in that previous round, it was more of the over-aggression from the defense, but the aggression now turned up for the attackers, but Safe is actually the first one to get the frag.
Well, Safe, good shot here to get the one, but being on the push out here. Another 5v4. The peek out from Gabot, and he gets away scot-free. No way! Showstopper as well, and dipped for a double! Gabot, how does he do it? He gets taken down eventually, but so aggressive! Eugene S following his command! And Safe as well continues on here with a shoddy buy. They came out with a round.
I love how in the past like 2 retakes, the defense are just doing the retake before the plant goes down. So during that commotion, they're able to get a lot of these picks that otherwise they would not be able to get if they post plant position correctly. And we were talking about it like really early, how even with a stinger at that range, you might be able to get a frag. I think they're even pinging it on the map to show that I killed this guy with the stinger, guys, to get my showstopper.
Yeah, from here to here.
Yeah.
You can see them picking out on the map, looking for kind of a heaven control situation here. I'm not sure if they're going to smoke off the mid part of that, but they do smoke off screens.
Oh,
Walking
wow.
on up, Par Schofield. Just not supported in those endeavors, and that's been, I think, the main crux of the problem, isn't it, Fluff? They have these individual plays that initially might be supported, but lack the follow-up from the rest of the team.
Yeah, if they're not able to really punish the mistakes that the defense is showing them, there's really nothing that they can do. Hemzix falls though. At least they get something for their troubles. They go 1 for 1. But there's still another controller in Tricks though, so it's not that big of a deal, to be honest.
Just Us. Still fighting for control. Finally break through into the A site itself. Eugene, they have to be careful here, but they shut him down. Immediate shot connects from Lloyd Dream when they needed to. Dips in for a bit too much. That's their only good gun. But Second Love is able to connect. The double for him with the Bulldog. Gabot cleans up house. 1v1. Gabot versus Second Love, but it's Gabot all day. Cardi get their 7th, and my goodness, the seeds they planted early have certainly sprouted.
It's like everything is just going their way, even though you can see those flashes of brilliance coming in from Just Us as they get a couple frags here and there. And they do it not just this round, but in most rounds they're able to find these important pickoffs. But being able rather to convert the actual round has been one of their biggest struggles, because they always get interrupted somehow. You'd think that they'd have the momentum for it, but for some reason they're just not ready at times like this. Their guns are not even out when Gabo gets these kills. They only has to fight at 1v1 with a low player.
The timing certainly a bit off here from Just Us, but it has to change at some point. They got the Seekers right now. The problem has been kind of dealing with the pressure this op might have, and it's not necessarily the op finding picks, but the threat of that. And that's why they slow down entirely. The composition exactly as well. Not able to break through, and their comp should be all about that sometimes. Let's see how they deal with this mid pressure. Good shutdown. Hemzix a bit wayward on that swing. Shrek's able to get the trade off, but it's just a complete gun battle here in mid. One that Just Us has to win.
They're trying their best though. 3v3 now, but one's running away and doesn't get that far. Lloyd Dream gets taken down, and they're on the hunt for the other 2 players. They know it's not B, so they're gonna run past for that A site.
Yeah, the Cloudburst a bit too wide there. Should have been right on his position to back off. But they do get the plant down here. Use that ult to reposition. Look at Second Love. He has to go aggressive. 3v2. You definitely know in this case someone's going to be there. Trailblazer gives him away. Cannot connect, and somehow got
He gets the second?
Yeah, I guess Repulsive was behind him and swung, and they line up perfectly.
Oh, that's another unfortunate. The star is really not aligning here for Just Us, and they need more justice in their team because their strategies are just not working out. I'm really surprised, honestly, that the defense has this much map control, considering the fact that since they're playing that double controller, they really have to mark every angle. It's just that everything's working out for them, and a beautiful transfer there was what we missed out on to get that double in the end.
Well, 8-2. Not the most comforting scoreline for a Just Us fan, but one that isn't entirely out of question and out of the reach just yet. Let's see how the latter stage of this first opening half goes. Operator rings out, doesn't necessarily anybody just yet, but it does gather information on where that big gun would be.
Chooses to stay, though. Might not be something that they expect, but they are ready for marking it.
Good shot by
Just
Psycho.
gonna fall back. Yeah, Hemsix gets taken out instantly.
Gets a pick off here in mid. They kind of needed that pick to alleviate some of the pressure, but Eugene S he doesn't care. Now, normally, after that mid pick, you know, the op there might fall back, but just continuing on. Hart Schofield able to break through, but it's not gonna let them necessarily find their way on in. Psycho and Lloyd Dream landing shots they needed to, though. And Par Schofield really doing a great job here of keeping up the pressure to allow the rest of his team to follow up.
Yeah, getting the space control, pulling their attention, getting those shots to land, and it's all up to Gabo with his flank. He's gonna get the timing here. He hears a spike, and there is a frag. It's only a 1v2, but it's not gonna be enough, as Par Schofield just has too many angles to cover and has to pick a fight. Unfortunately, though, he loses, and that's 9-2 already, with CE in the massive lead for this half.
Yeah, it's a nice try for sure, but man, rough start here for Just Us. It was an eco, and they did do good, actually, considering it was an eco, but you have to be able to try and close out some of these rounds. A 9-3, how superstitious you may be. But Just Us, they need that to go their way now.
Well, thankfully for them, they do have the Seekers, which they're going to pop instantly. They're going to go fast this time around, go for a different tempo to take side. Just going to be given away by the defenders as they reposition for this retake. But one kill before he gets away, and there goes Par Schofield.
Wow. Gabot just dipping into the fight. What a way to do it. There's a word for that. Sao, and that's what he's super good at right now. Just dipping into it, man. Back and forth. They never expect him. Hemsix gets a catch on Second Love. Exactly what they needed to mount this retake here. Gabot charging his way, clearing that backside. That's a great smoke to isolate that backside. And there's no chance in hell for Lloyd Dream. He pulls out the blade, doesn't connect. No way! He dashes into it, but Gabot's there ready. I thought he could maybe kind of line things up if they come out the smoke, but while that was a precarious moment, Cardi just keep it in check.
Everything's just lining up for him. You know, Gabo is so aggressive, low HP, still going for those frags. He might be dipping in here and there, but he already has the sauce. And it looks like this lead is an easy game. Hopefully they get enough attacking rounds to close it out, because I'm sure that they don't want this momentum to stop, even though the sides did swap.
Can't stop, won't stop either here. For Cardi, who just keep the track playing, keep the ball bouncing. Hemsix at 13, Safe and Gabo as well. We've actually having kind of a quiet game from Trix. He's been mostly just along for the ride that his teammates have been taking us on. But look at CE here, the patience to try and wait out a push, which they had the right idea, just towards the wrong site.
Yeah. Gonna go for that gamble on that B, push out a bit. They know that they have control for this A site, but that Viper wall is in front of that camera. I believe this camera sees over the wall a bit, but it still is a lot of pressure for them to maintain. Viper still towards that mid side, gonna lurk up as Eugene S leads the charge here. A couple of shots from downrange, not gonna connect though, and slowly gonna creep their way as there's no one playing this more forward position here for the defense side.
They fortunately do have the cam though. Should be able to see their feet right now.
He's not on the cam though.
He's on the cam. He went off of it just when they needed him to. No trip here as well. And they take heaven control. They have the option now to maybe pivot, but at this point, it might be better to try and overrun the site with two defenders in it.
All the dogs need to charge a good stun, but the right click is still gonna land.
Whoa, repulsive! A double for him. somehow still able to stay alive here on the elbow. No TP out, gets a third. Tricks finally shuts him down, but the damage has been done. 3v2, Heaven control. Lloyd Dream waiting here. Can he connect the shot? He has to. Hemsix goes down. Tricks as well follows. And Just Us, a crucial pistol round to take.
Oh, you thought that everything was just gonna explode in their faces. The defense, their B side didn't push far enough to get a quick rotate. Their A side was off the cam at the wrong time, but still, to their heroics of Repulsive, was able to hold that elbow corner. Like the warrior he is, able to get that right click, even when he was stunned. I don't know how you feel about that, but you know, that's the game.
Well, impressive hold by Repulsive for sure. If he had a TP, maybe he could have escaped there, but he gets the 3, and it's arguably more value than anything else. So, Cardi now, another position where they want to play this default game. Just completely denying info is the idea. They do have the cam, though. Try and gather that up close, but the spray down is just way too much of a problem. The ace for second love against the eco. And while it might be against an eco, hey, that's one way to bolster up your spirits and get back into the game.
An easy ace, and that's the Neural Theft unlocked at the perfect time as well. They're gonna get that after this amazing spray down. He's just mowing them in this cemetery, making sure that no one can enter this. It shows, though, at least a bit more info for the attackers, knowing that there's normally 2 players on A and 3 might be pushing out on B. So adjusting their strategy this time, posturing for more of a default hit with a lot taking mid. Surprisingly, not a lot of players actually holding this B heaven site. So if they spot this out, which I believe they are with the pings, they might go through vents this time around.
Yeah, it's entirely open here. A lot more focus in holding B main, which, to be fair, in a bonus like this, might not be a bad idea. Never mind, it's not a bonus. They have an op, for goodness sakes. What the hell?
Yeah, on the back of that ace, just a lot of money. A lot of credits for them.
Don't want to give up anything here. No rounds to be given. I mean, they don't have much of a cushion anyways. Second love, dipping in. Can you get the timing?
Oh, no. Oh, what a great bait with the cage.
Okay.
Just the sound cue. Baiting him out. Get some shots
damage
as well.
Takes down Eugene S potentially. No, Gabot flying in his face. Shuts him down. Did good damage towards Eugene S though. Safe has a heal. But Repulsive is trapped within the site. Easy kill and cleanup for Eugene S. Flash confirms one close. Gabot shutting them down here against the bonus, but Par Schofield good for the second. They needed that one to try and get themselves into it, but the 2v3, both duelists with a big task up ahead. They have main control. They have to get Eugene S here, and that they do. Clean shots connecting. Safe all alone. 1v2 brings it to the 1v1. Par Schofield up close, but he connects. No. Safe keeps him right in check. And against the bonus, able to convert.
Oh, that last second crouch turned out to be the end of his life. What a great start though for the defense, able to hold off a bit of that early pressure, and because they were able to get their rifles as well, that small bonus turned to a massive lead, but this operator was lost in the process, and that could hurt them now that they're on their proper buy round. Just Us though, at least they're getting some momentum for their troubles, and slowly that gap is closing.
Time out for Carti of all people. I thought this would have been from Just Us.
Maybe they don't want to stop that momentum, or maybe it's one of those pauses where they're like, okay guys, we're gonna pause because they're getting momentum, and let's just slow them down. You know, it's the mental game.
It could be also that maybe he has to go take a wee.
True.
You know, number 1.
Not unheard of.
Especially the VCT. We've seen many breaks for many bathroom reasons. This one could be one of them. We can only speculate at this point.
Well, Just Us, though, at least they get some time before they get flushed themselves. Not a lot of rounds that they can afford to lose at this point. Only 2. 1 to separate them from match point. And CE, they still have enough money to go for a semi-proper buy here with enough utility to help them out. I do feel like it's going to be very difficult for them to push through without bringing a lot of these Cypher chips. But looking at how they're being placed, they realize that mid is pretty open. The attacker is going to pause here for that weak spot.
Oh, they're looking at grass here. They did this play 3 times now, which should be an easy read here for C, and that's exactly what Trix does. Gets the one, can back off, but he's chiming for more. Doesn't matter though, he gets a double, and that's fine. By all means, Eugene S shuts down Loitering, trying to escape as well. Second Love can't find his first here in the round as he's being way too pressured. They're marking his position. They have enough manpower. Second Love, great shot. Follow-up from Eugene S. So is going to shut him down. And Repulsive coming from this the rotate just isn't there in time to try and do much. They have the mid lurk as well, and the Hemzix, who could come and close in after the fact, but doesn't even come to that. Match point for Carty here. And this game has been quick.
Very, very quick indeed. Just Us not being able to pivot off their strategy. They're so comfy leaving those 3 players onto that B site, but then it's like you mentioned, an easy read, and Trix is able to find not 1 but 2 kills off of this. The initiator gone so early forces them to this awkward position, and realizing that this gap is towards that B heaven side, the flood in, able to get the last member pushing out of B main as well. Just a complete collapse here coming in from C as Just Us slept helpless.
Oh man, it's painful to watch here for CE, rather for Just Us. Trip, but nobody's there to spam it. Nobody waiting inside the smoke. Nobody just ready to play off of the utility. What's the point of it then? Just for information? These are problems that are plaguing Just Us. And Par Schofield somehow able to get the kill towards safe. I guess the Trailblazer kind of gave him away. But this Judge, it's going to be a menace up close. What? The shutdown from Repulsive! He's looking the wrong way! They go towards B. With a 5v3, who knows how this will turn out?
Well, the position's though so advanced now for the defense, and the showstopper going to be popped.
Oh, he's dead. He's absolutely dead. Trix, what are you doing? He tried to give him the mental, but he's the one going crazy right now. 1v3 though, somehow Just Us making this work. Oh, the lineup lord Hemzix has another snake bite as well that lands, keeps him off, but cannot connect the shot. Should be able to get the stick. No! Do they have time? That's a big question. Do they have time? Barely enough! 0.3! A fraction of it! And somehow Just Us hold on.
Wow, that's honestly too close to call there. A great fake, though, by the offense, making sure that they tank the trips. Like you mentioned, surprisingly, no one's there to swing off it. I think it's just because they're so comfy with that B stack that they just want the info. They just want to know we're going to flood in, but it's not the plan that has been working for them because they get so disjointed on the retake that it's been so difficult for them to coordinate a proper retake. Instead, though, CE, at least they're trying something different and adjusting here and there. It keeps the defense on their toes.
Yeah,
Slowly but surely gotta move, though.
Being a problem right now for sure. But hey, Just Us, they came in big when they needed to against match point. Still going to be very difficult to even get within reaching distance of this lead. Look at the flank, though, coming from Just Us. All of them aggressing into Ramen from B main. They might have just circumvented here this attack. They see him, immediate shutdown, and now the jig is up. They know where this defense is pushed out.
Yeah, they got a quicker response time this time. Changing up the tempo a bit here, but it's on the CT side where Repulsive has to be wary of this push. Multiple players going to be in front of him. Huh?
Okay, Repulsive gets the one. Not anymore, though. Thought he could have lined up another there, but it doesn't come to pass. Second Love as well, a double for him. And somehow Just Us, their very inquisitive defense, has given them another round.
It's kind of weird to see, though, to be honest, because I feel like every time that you have a Cypher on your team and the opponents don't, you generally have more map control. But because they're choosing to use their duelist instead to get that by pushing out from B multiple times, they have the traps just for info, and they leave a lot of gaps that they kind of... Like, if they don't land the shots, the map is just open. So thankfully, they do land the shots for Just Us, but it's such a, in my opinion, a risky strategy for them to keep running. This time around, they're going to swap it up. Defenders going to posture for that mid. They realize, okay, maybe we do have to def mid, and they're going to be a bit more aggressive this time around.
It is a bit awkward, to say the very least, but hey, look at these shots connecting. Gabo and Eugene S respond to the opening 2 from Just Us. Brings it now to a 2v2, rather 3v3. But, importantly enough, those trips have never necessarily been changed up here from Just Us. Always towards vents and always on A main.
True, but this time around though, at least the camera is there to spot out the B main. But will they expect it to come so quickly? Eugene S leading charge, but so low. There's the spike down. Oh, gets the second as well.
We do it. Tricks 1v2 TPs. He might have just fine timing here, but
Oh
that
no.
gives him away. The ping as well off of the ult. It's gonna be huge. Tricks can reposition, and that he does. Has the option here to back off all the way towards A.
At least he can run at full speed. Not going to be hurt, but the trips are towards that A side, and he has no more TPs to go through, so he will get spotted out the moment that he just cast to tank one of these trips. Wait, did he not tank the trip?
He phased through it because Omen is Spectre
I see.
being. Yeah. Now.
Oh, but he tanked that trip. Okay.
He tanked that trip. Okay. No TP to reposition into heaven as well, so you have to do it the old-fashioned way. Paranoia though available. They got the cam as well on the second love to check the corner.
Yeah, they're playing together. Smart play as well. They don't spot him out though. It's spotted towards the right side. They'll be one at a time.
Oh, second love, just in time. Good swing from him. Actually, good response time to immediately react to that. Otherwise, if Trix was able to back off there into the corner, back into the pillar, it could have been it. He could have been able to clutch that, just burn enough time. Just Us holding on where they need to the most once more.
Well, at least a bunch of these more proactive plays on the defense has been working out for them, regardless of the Cypher or not. Still, though, all the rounds have been kind of close towards the end. It really matters of who's going to land those shots, because the overall strategy doesn't put them in that position to really secure the round safely. I mean, they tried the mollies like a couple rounds ago, but they only need one round left, and they do have a low buy, but we have seen what they can do with these stingers.
Low buy. The buy. They push on in. Paranoia will only momentarily keep him at bay. Doesn't necessarily connect. A bit too early there from Repulsive. Sight is there. No real contest coming out from CE, who want to play this full retake instead. Eugene S, great dip into the fight. Backs off and no punish from screens. Never mind. Second love is luckily there. He has been coming in big throughout this entire game. Showstopper doesn't even kill him, but that will. Follow-up frags bring it to a 2v2. Viper's bit here on the site. It's all on the second love, who has been going huge this entire game, but he just doesn't know, isn't aware where the rest of CE could be. Time is ticking. Not much left to work with here. Second love doesn't even know where Hemzix is. The swing from Hemzix connects, and that's what they needed to finally cap it all off. Good effort at the end, but Cardi take the opening map.
What a game to start, and what a round to really end this map number 1. Cardi Esports really showing their mettle here, and regardless if they did lose a bit of momentum towards the end, they still had enough of it to win with that eco round. And we were saying how strong these stingers can be at times, and with that Viper spit up, just give them all the space that they needed to play close.
I think too at the end of things, it was just way too out of reach for them to come back into it. The fact that the unsurmountable lead proved to be unsurmountable at the end was it's difficult for a team like Just Us, who just doesn't have that experience yet in really digging down and fighting those long fought battles to try and come back from a comeback like that. But hey, it's opening map number 1. Who knows how the second could go when we do move on over to Bind, I believe is our second map if I'm not mistaken. Then potentially Icebox for the third, but it's a big telltale sign that, hey, experience, sometimes it really does truly matter, as you saw that happen here between Cardi.
Yeah, I mean, like, between both of these teams, I think Carti really showed that they are a bit more put together in terms of what they want to do and how they want to execute things. And Just Us, on the other hand, they have a bunch of good ideas here and there and good moments from some of them, even the ace from Second Love. But it's not enough to really get them over that line. It really shows the difference between both of these teams. Even though they've both come from that open qualifier, it really does kind of tell where their strengths lie moving forward.
Well, moving forward, I think a bigger problem we're going to have to deal with this is immediate map number 2. I'm looking at how as we talked about, they have this composition, but they truly understand how to use it. There were moments there where you even talked about, like, hey, when you're the Cypher, you typically have a bit more map control, especially on the defensive side, but that just wasn't coming. And then even on the attacking side of theirs here, Just Us, they weren't able to necessarily use it in a way where they were able to use, you know, his utility to take that space aggressively, cam plus cage kind of trips and stuff like that. We just weren't seeing. And then you look on over to what they were trying to do with their comp, pushing out all the time towards B main, when you'd expect that more from a team without maybe the Sentinel.
Yeah.
But they played the shuffle really well, I think, for a double controller setup on the opposing side here from Cardi.
Yeah, I mean, we can even see here in the match highlights how it feels like when Just Us is playing to win, they really do get the frags that they need. But it felt like most of the game they're just playing not to lose because they were just so faced by how big the deficit they had because of those rounds. And like you mentioned, the utility that they had a bit more passive and less proactive, which really hurt them in the long run.
I mean, isn't that the crux of the problem here? The fact that they had these options but never really used them to their full potential. I think it's a big telltale sign of lack of experience, really. They don't necessarily also have too many different kind of variations of what they provide against the opposition, both on the attacking and defensive side. We're seeing a lot of the same plans trying to be done over and over. And you know what they say about trying it over and over and expecting a different result?
You're insane? Isn't that the quote?
You would know. You would know how it turns out.
Well, you know, you gotta try until you die, and unfortunately for Just Us, it is the fall for them for map number 1, but hopefully they can get a resurgence here on map number 2 later on. But yeah, I gotta say, a lot of resilience, and if we take a look at the post-match, we can see the exact statistics of how this game went down, eventually ending up to that 7-13 here on Split.
Big performance from Second Love, though, on Just Us, especially in the second half of things where you'd really see him stepping up. I remember, too, the first round that Just Us were able to gain after the 4 from Cardi were off of his triple kill, or even quad kill lurk, rather, there towards mid. So he was definitely chiming in much more than I think was expected of him. But if they can keep up and follow his lead in the map number 2, perhaps, hey, that's a performance they can rally behind.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about experience here, and on the side of Just Us, we have Bar Schofield. I feel like as a player, he's a lot better than how this map 1 really showed. Maybe it's because he is that ranked demon and he's not used to how quick the trades can be, which is why there's so many more deaths on his part compared to his kills. And C, on the other hand, Safe being the stable initiator that he is, able to clutch out a couple of rounds. But for me, it's more of Gabbo's aggression in tandem with Eugene's ability to pick off people very early that really swung a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, Gabbo was such a menace. He was breaking through the line so effortlessly at times that you could just feel so bad for the defense here of Just Us. There are many moments as well where Eugene S was right on time with that help, and I think as a whole you can absolutely see that Cardi Esports here are a bit more well defined in who is supposed to do what and not really mixing up those roles. And perhaps it's the, once again, experience backing that decision making.
Yeah, I mean, Cardi Esports, you see they already have also the more first kills, which really swings that momentum early on. But also, they converted a lot of their retakes. Actually, I think out of all the games that I've casted so far for day 1 and today, like, most of the post plants are like 7 out of 8, 6 out of 7. Like, most of the people who plant, they get away with it. But this game specifically, it's anyone's game after the plant goes down.
Well, it's proven to be a bit more reliable for one over the other, but we're going to have to move on over to a break, and when we come back, we are going to have our second map of the day of this series. Don't go anywhere, the VCTPH will be back in a hair. And we're back with the second map of this game. The first one, maybe not as quick. The second, hopefully a bit more competitive on both ends. But Fluff, after seeing how that went, I think it's safe to say there's definitely a favorite here for the second follow-up.
Grabe, dami kong energy dahil sa game na yun. Dala ko ngayon Bio Jessica kasi baka overhype yung game eh. Pero we're here now in game number 2 and it's gonna be an interesting one because we're now on Bind, which is one of those maps where the things can really just change.
What language are you speaking, brother? I only understand
the proud
English.
Language. The proud language of our VCTPH, you know?
Okay. We'll move on over to that after we get done with our sponsor spiels, especially here with our friends and partners at Grab, who Fluffy will read out.
And Fluffy will be reading this right now because you can score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver, delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals for as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals.
Thank you very much for reading that out, especially so you guys make sure you check out the Grab Food Saver meals. If not, then, well, you might just be hungry. Hopefully not, because we got a long day up on ahead. We got lots in store. It's only the first series of our 3-series day. It's crazy. We're doing 3 series now.
In fairness,
we used
map
to.
number 1 did go kind of quick. So
yeah, but I don't know, I'm just not used to it again. It's been a while, guys. Last time we saw y'all was half a year ago, so it's been a while. So, I mean, moving on to this, let's go on over. We talked about Bind being the second opener. Obviously, the first one didn't go too well for Just Us, but the second map here on Bind is one that Just Us don't have any recorded history at. And Carti, they do actually have a moment where they were able to beat, Adamant Celestials in the open qualifier on this map, but I don't know, man. We're looking now at the comps here, and a bit more of the same, I think we're seeing from Just Us.
Yeah, this time around, though, they're going to be the ones with the double controllers set up, only running that Raze as their duelist. Or on the other side of things, we have Cardi Esports and Par Schofield now. They have that Reyna. They're still playing that double duelist, and it's really something that's going to be very different.
Double controller with a Sentinel. Not something you always see. A lot of times, teams want to forgo, those Sentinels when they run the double controller, but hey, I mean, it's not like we've never seen it in the past. I'm just curious to how necessarily they're going to change up their play. Carti a while ago were getting away with so much that they shouldn't have. There wasn't kind of an emphasis here from Just Us to play that punish game, especially knowing they had the Cypher on their side. It should be their, or at least his, utmost priority to enable the rest of the team to do that, but we just never saw it coming. Some ideas as well, a bit wayward, and allowed Carti to get away scot-free in moments that they shouldn't. So, will that have been rectified coming into map 2?
Hopefully, it's something that they really need to adjust this time around, and we can really see that these small changes can prove to be the defining factors, especially if they get that impact that they were looking for in that first map. But here on Bind, a bit of a different pace. There's the TPs available, so anything could just happen. Like the moment you lose one side, it's over. So you can't really do that kind of default strategy they were proving on the defense for Just Us in the previous map, where they just have one strategy that they run over and over again, because it's so hard to adjust on the fly, because anything can just happen on this map on Bind.
Well, on one side here, they got the Reyna on Just Us, potentially using that leer to aid, right, the dive in on the Raze. And on Cardi, they have that Viper once more, playing the double controller, flipping things around. With Cardi Esports now, as we've kind of reset here, it's them running the double controller, not Just Us. Will this, once more, to their playstyle a while ago, give them the same benefits where just the utility shuffle, especially in the defensive half, becomes too insurmountable for Just Us to break through?
I mean, personally, I do feel like the double controller meta on Bind specifically is a big help, because there's such a limited space for you to actually move safely on the defense. Pushing out is always risky, and the moment that you just fall on one side, they just collapse and TP to the other. So having the ability to just shuffle the util that you mentioned and being able to cycle through and not take any risks, that's too much. It can be the defining factor. But of course, as we move on to the game, we can see that the defense already starting up strong. Cypher setting up all the trips, actually both of the trips on that A short, making sure that no one can cross, because that lurk Viper wall is present.
Well, that Viper Wall is going to be crucial moving on forward here, knowing that that can always be a fake out. Just us have to be a bit more careful. Luckily, their trips do kind of catch out anybody pushing on up. Doesn't catch the Trailblazer, at least initially. The Boombots can confirm their presence, and Hardy, are they going to commit? Flank here. Trick's not able to land anything, and they're bringing good for a pincer here on towards this A short. Hemsix opens up though on Repulsive when they needed to, but it's just a complete scramble on the darn site now, with everybody just trading blows. A Dink here coming and connecting from Psycho. They have triple control for the most part. They're rotating towards B. All they're trying to do here is buy some time, get the one maybe, Hemsix, but no! Psycho gets the double, or rather the triple, and now it's on to Scythe in the 1v2.
That heal not going to do much for himself there. 31 HP. He's stuck with that, and only the Classic in hand, no armor against two players with those ghosts. Not much util though, but Psycho does have the nade to maybe flush him out. Doesn't land though. Bar Schofield kind of low.
See what he can do. Scythe, doesn't even connect the right click on the Par Schofield. And Psycho a fourth. Great pincer. But just us. Obviously here in our perspective, as the audience, we can see it more clearly than Cardi can. But they have been consistently pushing out of the sites on the defense, even a while ago in Split, and now just same idea from Just Us. So if you're Cardi, at some point you might see them start to expect that push out.
Yeah, it's something that they got the adjustment for in the previous map, and I'm sure that'll get down to that conclusion eventually. But you're right, they are stacking a lot of the duelists with that Sky yet again on B, and it's still the controller plus that Cypher on A. Similar strategies here to Split, but like you mentioned, if this B stack does fall, it is a very hard rotate from A, rather than if they went A instead. But that Viper Lurk gonna keep the pressure up as a more default start from the attacker is gonna posture for this hookah hit.
Alright, Psycho. Trying to crawl on up here. Eugene S gets a shutdown on Par Schofield. He's trying to get some damage in, which obviously doesn't really bear much fruit. Camera finds Hemsix off. Or rather out. What's the point of that smoke?
The wall?
Won't fake anything.
It saves him at least from the crossfire. See, this is the wall I was telling you about.
That was the wall I was doing. What do you mean?
Well, it's doing work for them as well, because now they're able to rotate safely onto showers. The trip though gonna stop them once they do make contact. And very hassle, because nowadays you gotta break this ship. There's no way to go under it.
Yep. No way to jump, no way to hump. Let's see how they do it through though. Lloyd Dream spraying down only a double, able to close the gap. Molly's obviously not going to connect. Spray on through. Not on point enough to even break through that thick. So 3v3 now comes on in the retake.
A lot of util going back and forth. They spot him out of the Trailblazer as well.
Oh, good Molly there to force him off. But the half, they got the half actually. This is very doable. Tricks, great shot from him. Burning time has to be the main idea here. You can see Gabo trying to dip on in, but just can't find what he was searching for. Just Us take the two. But it almost went awkward or wayward for them.
Yeah, I mean, that smoke kind of dissipated at the wrong time. Exact time for the defenders, though. Able to isolate an angle off of that Showers player, then reposition. They're already pre-aiming it as well, but a couple of these shots make the rounds a little expensive for them. They get the plant as well, so for an eco like this, it's not the worst thing in the world. Still, though, they do have a good buy coming into this round, because Cardi Esports, they have a lot of util to work with.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the double controller should speak for itself. Push out again here from Just Us. But once more, they're trying to get aggressive on the beast, on the defense. I mean, the idea is not necessarily wrong. You're on the bonus. You want to get a bit more proactive, right? Try and find early pickoffs instead of getting outgunned on the push. The Repulsive, perfect check and perfect catch here in the Hemsix, who I guess it was trying to play anti-flash there. They find some picks on the back line as well here for Cardi, but Just Us are a bit more focused on trying to retake from short over anything else.
Interesting plant though, getting so much control on that backside. They kind of funneled them. Had to take this fight onto Hookah. Gets spotted out at an off angle, and Eugene S lands the frag.
Repulsive. 1v2 now as he collects Eugene S. Timing a bit difficult here. 5 bullets in the mag. Just waiting it out. This round should be done. No way in hell Repulsive comes out of this on top. He's going to get knifed in the back. Gilboa's going to stab him in the rear. And there it is. Welcome to your Taunt in the Moment, Repulsive, and welcome to the VCT. You just got clipped.
That's a clip right there, and spamming that Inspeckle already. Still swinging that knife, drawing first blood for end this round to get their first round for Cardi Esports, and they still have their bye. Just us, they gotta readjust their strategies, kind of faltering there. I feel like whenever they get kind of overwhelmed on site too quickly, that's when they have a hard time going for the retake. But a lot of their proactive plays, in fairness, has been working.
Well, I mean, just us. They did good damage early on, but ultimately enough, outgunned in a lot of those engagements midway throughout. And their untimely demise is a bit appropriate. But look at how once more Psycho and your par Schofield just love to push out. It does squeeze out map control though, but that's map control that Cardi are willing to give on up, hence these tripwires.
Yeah, a lot of space for them now, but they still slowly managed to get into this. Good molly to delay that. It burns all the gas as well, but this cage gonna kind of keep them alive here on the side of Cardi Esports to still keep that timing. The flank though has to be something that they're gonna be careful of.
Cardi have to be careful here because Lloyd Dream and the rest of the defense is ready, but Scythe somehow cuts him apart. Psycho going insane! He's delusional!
Whoa.
Psycho, how does he do it? But Gabal shuts him down once more! He's constantly been a thorn in their side, stopping these insane rounds from going Justice's way, even on split here, Gabal. And now continues it on over to Bind.
Yeah, I feel like he just cuts their momentum so hard. You've seen them do these amazing plays, then suddenly it all just goes down the drain. One person just swings, and normally that's Gabor going for those frags. And here on the Sentinel, he's still doing the same amount of work.
Yeah, I mean, Gabo is a veteran of the competitive scene. In the very first VCT eras, he is one household name. Certainly has shined away from the light as of recent times, but Par Schofield in a difficult spot. Not for long as he's taken down. Eugene S simply opening up the site, but hey, Gabo, to your point, not the first time we've seen him on the big stage.
True. Good molly though. Stop a lot of this aggression, but Eugene S is playing very close, deadly range for this judge in hand. Against these players with not that much armor, it's almost a one-shot for everyone who just passes through this. They will have a flash to go through this. The util does come out, but Second Love can land the first frag.
This is prime range for Eugene S. They even ult that. No way. No way. The greed is huge. They get some kills here. The 2v2 would be doable, but a snakebite is there to further delay time, even without hearing the tap of the spike. They have the ult as well if it ever does come down to it, but they're not going to even have to use it. They pop the cage, but there's no time in hell. Let's take that, and Hemzix takes him down, knows his fate. The job's done. Cardi take a third, and they take the lead.
True, but like, what did that cost them? Such an expensive round for both teams there. The ultimate on one hand, and the other side.
What cost?
Exactly, and that cost might be too high as this game does progress. They need that economy to build their momentum back up, and it seems like Cardi Esports, even though it's one round away, they are starting to get that momentum that really carried them through that first map. And now with all these ultimates available, any pickoff could just trigger that neural theft.
Have to be extra weary of these next few rounds. It could make or break their half economically, as we saw a while ago on Split for Just Us. Lloyd Dream a bit more varied in his approach here with the tripwires. It's a good cam actually. He's very deep into that B-long. And he connects the opening shot on Eugene S as well, so definitely in this round, his presence has been felt, Lloyd Dream.
Very true. And Eugene S gonna have to sit this one out. But still a minute remains, and they have a bunch of positionings up onto A side. It's pretty clear that it should be a B hit right now. They have the info where they need it. And looks like this hookah flood will start once the smoke from Trix does land.
Push on in here. Park Schofield, nice connection. Dismiss out for information, and that trip is going to absolutely seal his fate. Isn't entirely aware where Gabot could be. But hey, just us. B-site defense as Cardi finally try for the first time an attempt to take it away. Unsuccessful, it is proving to be.
What a great bait by Pardo. Leaving Gabot now left alone. It's an easy frag for second love, but I like how we got the first kill onto Hookah on that Reyna and is able to dismiss out, jumping down, which made them kind of jump into those traps. One of them will look kind of awkward here, but after the shot, they just were so focused on him, on the dismiss. He was also very safe as well. Good moves in the small pocket plays.
Yeah, just heads-up plays, really, to try and just further establish uncomfortability on the attacking side. Great stuff here from Just Us to bounce back, and as we hoped for, already looking like a tighter game than the opener showed us to be. Good angle from Psycho to see both ends of the wall, but he's been given away, and Cardi have options here to potentially spread their attacking default out a bit wider.
The problem that they have on the defense is, although they're being active, the moment that CE does get that plant down, it's very difficult for them to shift if both of these controllers are alive. There's so many mollies, and as I say that, Gabot gets taken out, and that's the Sentinel gone. They have to be wary of their flanks now for the attacking side.
Yeah, those mollies are going to be a nuisance in the post plant, but I'm wondering too on the defense. That's going to be difficult later to hold up against. Psycho gets a spam on through, and yeah, they're just fish in the barrel here towards the say short position. Don't even have to really be too accurate. Accuracy, but volume of fire down that hall. And Just Us respond to take the lead again.
Just holding down the line there on that narrow choke, making sure that none of them can pass. It's a funnel for all of them, but also is the ultimate funnel on Just Us. They have every ult available right now, as well as a very, very good buy. I think it's a full buy. And Cardi Esports, we were saying that if they get the plan down, it's very difficult, but nowadays it seems like they have trouble getting onto site in the first place.
Launching smoke.
Immediate smoke here by the defense. Towards that A site. Showstopper out for Eugene S to try and buy them some space. They know one's in showers, but can't really flush him on out. Repulsive, good hold here as well. Counter ult from Psycho is perfect. Gonna pop the orbital and still safe gets the one on the bail. Lloyd Dream with his ult. Gather information where exactly Cardi are residing in within this site. There's no way in hell that Trix is able to shoot his way out of this one. Just Us. Looking pretty sharp so far.
They're using those double controller walls against them. They know that every time this Viper wall comes up, they're going to creep ever so close, so they're ready for those positions already. They've learned that all they have to do is make sure that they can mark these walls, and with util like this, being able to pop that showstopper, it doesn't really matter because they can just flush them out of these positions and force them to play in these awkward angles. It's an open field for them, and so far they're able to capitalize on these small mistakes coming from CE.
Well, CE unable as well to really establish much control there. They took neither lamps nor the showers, and when you pop a showstopper, you kind of want either one of those, right? Yet none of it was able to be taken away. Just made things so much more difficult for that attacking side, but now they're going to try their luck towards the B site once more. The cam here is going to confirm their presence. They know one's in hookah as well. As Gabot put his down. Look at Park Schofield. Oh, it doesn't even get to one!
Not able to dismiss out there. The flood now going to come on that B side. They readjust the wall in A, but that's not going to matter as they just push themselves onto it. And maybe this is the round when they get that post plant in that they can use those mollies even on this eco.
Well, they use the molly actually to deny the push out from CT. Plant will only go down
Good
just
nade.
now. Nade's going to be thrown on out. Will that get the catch? Does some damage, but Hemzix and Eugene S just outgun the opposition here somehow. Picking up what they've got. Second Love all alone. This round might be done.
Seems to be so. They even have the one-way already set up for this side. Second Love does remove that Viper from the equation, but it's not going to be enough as Gabo eventually gets the trade on his teammate. Hemsix falls, but the round still going to CE, and that gap is slowly closing. A bit of disrespect at the end, but they have to respect the resiliency to really adjust their strategy. I like how they kind of focus more on that B hit and just go for the hard commit, because once they get off the site, it's no problem. They'd rather fight the site where they get to fight the people and can just shoot them rather than try to make their way past all the util on the A side.
That's very true, Fluffy. In the words of the great Fluffy02 guys, before you hit, commit.
When have I ever said that?
Just now. What do you mean? Everybody heard it.
All right.
Proof. Live from the Philippines.
From the Philippines, and these two have gone through that open qualifiers in the Philippines to make it all the way to this stage, and they're trying their best to equalize this game for the side of CE. They've gotten some momentum back, and I'm sure that Just Us is aware that this B-side hit can be very wary. There goes the camera already. Par Schofield has to back away, but not going to be enough to push him completely out of the position.
Oh, wow. He fights for that angle and just flushes it out dry as well. Good challenge here by Gabo.
The spam!
He gets a spam somehow, Lloyd Dream as well. That's a good counteracting movement here. But they're just able to clean up house off of the neural theft, giving them the advantage. 4v2, and with a heal as well, the regrowth from safe to get them back up to fighting capacity.
Whoa, a difficult one-way to push here. Even though they have the rifles, they don't have the angles, but the timing does allow them to kind of squeak by. Not sure if they're aware of this though. Gabo eventually spots them out, but that one-way is going to push them back.
Let's see if they're able to isolate some of these fights. An early pick-off would be certainly welcome. We got the Trailblazer as well to gather info in this corner. They have to expect a swing there. There's no reason to shoot it out from that close as well. Is here really going big in these games, I think.
I like the difference and impact that you can tell with this Cypher pick. I felt like during map number 1, it was so passive, but nowadays, it seems in this current map that it really shows how active these strips can be and can be a big hindrance for this attacking side and really help out the defense. I think we're going to a pause, not sure if tech or tech, but regardless, the momentum has kind of equalized for both teams. Going to be able to both buy up on this next round, and will be an important one to break the stalemate.
Yeah, it's been a back and forth. No team really pulling away, but this is kind of what we were hoping for, right? To open up kind of the day, considering yesterday was a 2-0 all the way through.
True.
Not a single series went to the final map. The day started off with, to be honest, kind of a stomp.
Very dominant game.
And so we want a bit more of a, to put it in Filipino terms, boxing. You know, you say the word, but with a Filipino accent, they know what it means. Because when you say boxing,
spirit,
the fighting spirit. Yep, the Pacquiao punches, the back and forth. That's what they want. That's what we want to see. That's what we're finally getting here for kind of the first time this season.
True. It's not about how hard you hit, it's how hard you can get hit. And so far, Just Us trying to recover from that map number 1 and striking back with these insane punches coming from the defense. This time around, though, attackers very aggressive to take quick control here. A flash to get info, maybe get a swing off, but no, it's going to be an A hit. There comes the dog, here comes the swing.
Second Love's in a very precarious spot here. If they push out towards A short, he's going to get pincered. But look at the defense holding on. Only momentarily, though, as Eugene S is able to break through. And Hemsix follows suit, boosted on up. Par Schofield should have heard it. Does get the kill off of it. Has an orb to play with momentarily. He's got the Empress as well. I wouldn't be surprised if he pops it here. It's a good idea, I think.
Yeah, on this arena, you got to make those big plays count. He gets
now you
as well. He has to ult here, you know?
No! No, what are you doing? He could have ulted and then used the dismiss to get both of what he needs, but he doesn't even need it. It doesn't even need it. He's too good. Shut up, casters. You don't know what you're talking about. Just us take A6.
Faith in the team instead. Crossfires from Lloyd Dream. Both teammates Gonna save that ult for a rainier day because it seems like they can brace this storm on this defensive round. I thought that actually Cardi already had this in the bag the moment they got that post-plant position, but those Brim smokes actually gave him the opportunity to get a lot of these 1v1 angles. And these isolations proved to be the fall of CE. Something that they can maybe learn for the next game, as there's only one round remaining for this first half.
Probably saving it for this round. I mean, to be fair, when you think of it, 3v2 means you can only use the orb twice anyways, because there's no point in
True,
using
but that's
the
like
last
if
one,
your teammate's
so.
alive, you know, what happens if he dies? Then you might need to pop it at an awkward time.
Yeah. Well, he won, so what do we know?
Yeah, what do we know, actually?
They continue on forward towards this A site with the brunt of the push coming from Showers once more. He actually was pretty successful last time, but Hemzik's in a difficult spot. Swings wide against the double, not able to get much going his way. Repulsive as well, they completely shut down this A attempt, at least from short, but the plant has still been stuck. Par Schofield here finally on the ult, not even looking his way, gets the one, easy dismiss out. He is dead to rights, but still somehow Trix is able to get the one. No way in hell Cypher's able to shoot himself out of this position. And just us. Who would have thunk? And the half. 7-5 in their favor.
In the driver's seat now, I like their idea. They realize that the shower push is normally the brunt of the enemy team when they go for that A hit. Instead, they fight for short, and with some supportive flashes here and there, they're able to take this out, forcing them into this pincer. Now they have to care about both the flank with multiple players as well as the retake coming in. They're just looking every which way, and that small discombobulation from the team just breaks their coordination and brings CE to that deficit that now Just Us has.
Wow. A big word from a big man. Combobulation. Hubba. Welcome to the VCT. 7-5. We are here. Second half. We're Just Us somehow. What did I hear? Second half. Somehow Just Us have taken the lead. Aggressive push from CE, kind of taking notes out of the Just Us playbook, I see.
Cute little flash there. Maybe get some space, but this Viper wall just going to close that door of opportunity for them. They have the Trailblazer, but this is an expensive piece of util to actually go for that commit. The nade not going to land, but does stop that Trailblazer from getting more info.
Seekers confirms that presence. It's the B site though, they're looking to commit to, on which a tripwire is in their way. The bypass has to be big here. Who could control? If they're able to hold on to this for the rest of the hole, that's going to be big, but they fall back instead. Luckily a cage there to aid their disengage, but are they in the right positions now to stop this from happening? They have to connect some shots. Safe is a very difficult spot. He's going to get naded out. Gabal only good for the one in the committed corner. They overrun the site as well. UG Ness actually does a pretty good job of getting to there. It's all in the Hemsix walking on out, who connects as well with a classic, and Hemsix picks up the ghost and sends Repulsive to the Shadow Realm.
Oh man, I thought it was over there, especially because Par got the overheal. I noticed, and maybe this is a me side comment, but Par always goes for the crouch in these 1v1s, and I feel like it makes him an easy frag against a lot of these top aimers. And Hamzik's the experience really showing how to handle that situation. Might be looking for a better gun as well, instead looking for another enemy, but it's over as we move on to the next round after this defuse.
Well, congrats, Hemzix. On the clutch. Wow. I don't think anybody
never seen that
saw
one.
that one happening in that situation. I mean, it's not impossible for sure, but was highly improbable. Picks up the ghost. Smooth like butter as well.
In fairness, he did get a great
6 to 7.
timing with that
He did
1v1
good
as the
timing.
other player was planting the spike. I didn't catch that the first time around, but now we can see the full perspective here. And Just Us has to reframe their mind of thinking as the Sheriffs do come out for this one. Guardi Esports have a slightly better buy, but we know how deadly they can be on the Sheriffs as well.
I mean, good basics too. As soon as he gets a kill, he sidesteps, right? Moves. Just in case the swing comes. Hemzix springing through. Yep. A quick 2. Luckily, Second Love is out of the threshold there. Otherwise, he would have been taken down with the rest of his team.
I feel like Hems is just a Spectre god. even on split, he just decides to mow them down every time that they get this.
Through the smoke
Something-
always, too.
Yeah, just good game sense, showing a bit of that experience right there. But the quick swing from him, he's able to get even more.
Is he dead? Make sure. Make sure, Hemsix. Yeah, use your secondary as well. Switching to your pistol is always faster than reloading, they say.
Great tip.
Yeah, shoot him, you know, Zombieland, double tap, make sure they're extra dead. We'll never know.
I think that was more than a double right there, but you know, just to make
in
sure,
case.
because they need to
Just in
secure
case.
this round. It is an important round for them to win this, but now they are on that bonus. Eugene S does get the Guardian, so some one-tap potential there. Hemsix gonna give a Spectre to his teammate. Maybe gonna play for that ultimate if he does get enough time to at least farm it, but no Poison Orb as well. Lacking the util here on the defense, gonna rely on this wall instead, as the enemies for the attacking positions gotta play a bit more default here and spot out their tricks.
Precarious snake bite. Just to not let him get a bit closer, but a good shot from Hemsix there. It's a great shutdown to at least get a trade.
His kill count is racking up. I feel like this guy, after he got that clutch, hasn't even died. He's just going and going, keeping that streak alive, and the defense finding some moments where they can get a bit of breath and catch. Oh, the timing. I thought I would actually spot them up playing on that boosted position far away, but it seems like you're going to back off and reposition off this 4v5 right now, or 4v4 rather. Second Love going to be gone as well. Can mate go for an A hit here? They do have the timing, but this Viper wall could prove to be difficult.
They're crawling their way up here towards the site now. But look, they think it's towards B. They're rotating away. Trix was, at least. And site is going to come here towards his A site. Hemsix all alone. Let's see if he can find another. He's been playing pretty good so far in the second half. Can keep it on up with Psycho knocking at his door. Nope. Immediate shutdown. They take the lamps away, and now this retake is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, that was their chance. If he's able to get that frag, Hemsix could have repositioned towards that A side, but instead all the defense have to flood in through this U-Haul section.
Last player standing.
Yep. That's what we're talking about here. Difficult position for him to be in. Doesn't even get the kill on the repulsive. The frag. Just us. Hold on to their lead so far. Bonus though by CE, so there's one to give away.
It's a pretty good buy for them though. They get the plant, most of them are alive, so it will mean that it's a pretty even round coming through. They just want to spray that guy down, make sure the round is over, and looking at the snap, hoping to make a wish here, because it feels like just us is slowly pulling away from the pack here, as C's having a difficult time here on that defense, dealing with this much pressure.
Yes. Actually does some damage, but takes more than he can give. Look at this Viper wall, actually. The defensive one. Kind of cutting off the default plant and towards that showers.
Yeah, it means that if you hold that lamp side, that in case you get flooded from showers, you can rotate and create a pincer by fighting for short instead. And the opposite is if you give lamps, you can fight on site. So it really does help them take either or, but that only really matters if you have a player there. But this time around, they're focusing their attention towards showers. They have a camera to spot out this B side, so they're playing very passive. And because the Viper wall can be left alone, they do have a bunch of mollies as well to slow them down, aside from just the cages and traps.
I'm not too sure where the orb is placed down here by Hemsix. I would assume somewhere within the site itself, in plantable positions. Actually, no.
Yeah.
Is it towards
30 seconds
Suka?
left.
Unknown.
Yeah,
We're gonna have to find out. But lots of damage being done. He's just running through it here. Gabot
Strike down B.
chimes in for one. Hemsix trying to look for his moment as well, trying to look for an opportunity. But the Seekers is going to confirm his presence. Nobody on the flank. They now know that. And a retake here once more. Difficult.
Ooh, they can focus their attention towards one side, but that is an interesting Viper as well coming in from Hemsix to create even more pressure. Space created. They know that they have to get the timing here to get their players out.
That's good space bot though here towards that elbow. Allows Hemsix to potentially push on out, but even with that, he gets the one. You can see him. He wasn't even pushing too far into the smoke. Just the pressure, as you said, of that coming out there through the elbow, forcing the hold from Just Us to compile themselves within the site itself. It just did dividends here for the end result of Cardi.
It's honestly really smart. Also, just saying that first nade that he threw was really good for clearing the traps, but this Viper's Pit really created so many awkward angles that you have to be wary of where the Viper can come out. And him dropping the ultimate to create even more pressure, because now you have to look back and be like, okay, he might peek me from elbow. Just buying time for his CT players to go out without actually risking his own life. Just a couple smart pocket plays coming in from Hemsix. And I think you were talking about the Viper's orb a while ago, and I think it's on a short. Like on the box.
I'm reading Twitch chat right now. And they're all saying we want Lechon.
Interesting.
Interesting. Must be some inside moniker we don't know about, but I too would
kind of
like
want Lechon now.
I
Yeah.
want Lechon in the food sense. Hemsix gets the one, gets the second, unless they're talking about a specific player being Lechon himself.
Interesting facts and decisions here, but the spike does eventually goes down through all the commotion. Similar post-plant situation, but they're able to squeeze one player out. Sif gets on site safely, but here comes a showstopper. Not gonna connect though, actually false.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, but he doesn't connect as well. Parse Schofield on the Reyna. Doesn't falter in those situations.
What do you need?
See, done by Just Us, but man, no team really pulling out here, huh? It's been a back and forth completely. Nobody able to kind of stabilize their economy. It's win after loss into eco, back and forth.
Interesting. I really feel like these rounds are getting closer and closer, because I feel like if Bard didn't get that 3K, it would have been so difficult too. It means that these positions still aren't as clean as they could be, but at least they are getting the rounds that do matter, and still the advantage towards the attacking side. They have one Spectre on hand against this eco round, but like we mentioned a couple times already, this eco squad from CE have won these Sheriff rounds. They've gambled onto that A side, but B seems to be the hit from the attack.
Some trips here though to stop that from happening. Hookah, nobody in that to really hold on to it. Gabol smoked, mollied out as well. Kept out of the fight by force. So it's going to be a full 5v5 retake here. We come on in from both sides. Not too sure if he's going to work out. Those repulsive! That is disgusting from him. Repelling the push. A quadruple spray down through the smoke and through some bodies. They know where he is. How don't they, when there was this tripwire there? Oh, he repositioned it, that's why.
Yeah, he repositioned it. Well, that is a very dominant round. They're able to keep their buys, able to keep themselves alive, creating even more ult economy. But speaking of ults, it's Cardi Esports on that other side. But this 4K from Repulsor, really shooting that Repulsor blast, making sure that no one can pass through that narrow choke through the cage. And good teamwork coming in from that very convincing round from Just Us. Now further pulling away 2 rounds away from CE.
I mean, it was an eco from CE, but still, just the farm here by Repulsive. That was actually like almost half of his kills in a single round.
That's true. It also brings up his ultimate as well, which can be very big, because now the timing is they both have the Brim ults on both teams. There is a neural theft available for Gabo, and Eugene S has an explosive power on his own with that showstopper. But now that they're on that better buy, it is equal footing for both of these teams. So Carti going to take some time to make sure that they have a good plan of how they want to readjust this defense to close out this series.
I mean, look at the ults. A lot to throw, but it's about when they do it. I think it's more important, obviously. Just Us have been able to consistently, I think, here play with a weird timing that Cardi aren't necessarily able to read just yet. They have been pushing kind of like just random committing mid-round. It's been throwing off guard here the defense, who, like here, smoke there towards that hookah, a lot of information being thrown and utility being used, pulls the defense to one side, and now, little do they know, they're actually poised for an A take very soon.
It's a good read, or a good bait rather, from Just Us. They commit the double satchel, which kind of sells the fact that they're going hard, but it doesn't really matter because no more additional pressure coming them forces Brimstone to stay, and Trick is going to be very vigilant, but this dog might sell this fake.
Yeah, this is actually really good. Having utility this late into the push, when the other side is already crawling on up, it's going to keep the defense where they want it, but it's a very quiet approach here from Just Us towards his showers. If that flash, it sees Psycho, and so that's going to keep the defense here even more so still. This is great right now from Just Us.
Yeah, but they have to make a move really quick because eventually this will be figured out. 30 seconds remaining. They know there's no more signs, but that Brimstone ultimate is going to force the rotation out. Trick's going to fall back. It's a free side for them. The post plant's going to be the big question here. They have, how much util do they have? I think that Molly just whiffed a little.
They actually use a lot
too. Yeah.
Quite a bit. They use that Brim ult, for the initial lamp stake, but they also burn the molly for towards that CT position. So here comes out the counter ult. They both know that should be clear. Eugene S gets the one, Tricks as well in the follow-up. Psycho is going to get naded out here towards the bench, and look at this. The rest of Cardi Esports all chiming in on the fight. Just Us simply do not have the lines to hold. And this round is done. Lloyd Dream's going to bail from this. And Cardi Esports respond with a round in swift fashion. As soon as they knew where the fight was, they answered.
I mean, to their credit, knowing that they did have that showstopper, and because Trix played a non-committal angle there on Heaven, making sure that he kept himself alive so that he can use that orbital strike, made sure that they can instantly clear at least 2 out of like 4 important areas on this side for the retake. This simple ultimate from Lamps just clears out this entire area, the showstopper, the front side, the nade as well to help. It's honestly a textbook retake when you have this much utility on your team.
Cardi now, once again keeping the game close. Stark contrast as well into how map number 1 turned out to be. Trailblazer again is gonna try and pull some information here, keep some of the defense towards that side of the pond. Gabo doesn't actually take much. It's second love in that skirmish who
takes the spam. Gonna even send even more util. This time, trying to sell this fake even harder, but I feel like their fall from the last round was not hitting the site quick enough to really capitalize on the time.
There you go.
Not gonna be able to play safe this time around. Gets taken out really quickly. That's their controller gone.
The only thing that sent them into go mode was getting that kill early on too here. Good shots to connect. Much more difficult post plant, I'd wager here for CE. Now that Just Us know they can play towards his lamps, as the orbital strike was burnt in the previous round. Psycho gets the one. Both raises actually doing in some work here. Eugene S trying to buy them some space as well. The lamps position is what Just Us are trying to hold. That molly to try and keep him at bay. He's burning, he's melting. They're going to double swing him. He doesn't get either. Lord Dream finds a one. Hemzix on the swing as well, but Repulsive is able to get one of his own against Hemzix. 11-9 and Just Us. Do not let CE build momentum. Are we going to a third?
Possibly, because it seems like this lead is not going to stop anytime soon. They are adjusting a lot quicker than they did it on those earlier opening rounds, and Just Us is proving of why they did make it out of that open qualifiers and why they are part of this great league that we have here. It seems like their momentum not going to be stopped anytime soon. Full buys again. Bar Schofield has an ultimate, and then Neural Theft, another key ingredient here to their success if they do get an opening pick. Oh.
Okay.
Interesting
Psycho.
camera.
Well, that's for sure. Not the best buy for Cardi by any means. Psycho. He gets Gabo. That's what feels bad for Gabo because he wasn't even the one being targeted at that point. Just walked into a shot. Looking for a pincer here through the TP, and Hemzix, what a swing. One and done.
Awkward fight here. Just gonna get that one bail. They get the neural theft off, which is a big hit for them. It forces Safe to have to hold this on his own as his team is slowly flooding in. The Raze is with him now, but the plant is going to end up going down.
They have a double stack here. Look at this. Just Us looking to aggress, looking to push out, looking to actually take a fight early on. Instead, Schofield has a dismiss that he takes his time to use. 2v3, triple is held by them. Oh, Safe cannot connect. They needed that one. And that's going to be match point now as Schofield, a triple in his name. Cardi Esports. Is this where they mount their comeback?
Quite possibly. I feel like Schofield is awakened towards this latter half of the game, getting a lot of 2 and 3Ks every single round on this raid, and not even investing his ultimate quite yet, just waiting for that perfect time to unleash Fury. But Cardi Esports, they have brought out the operator this time around. Maybe they realize this slower paced gameplay will suit it the most, and Eugene S gonna be the one on the trigger for that one. They have the Viper Spit available yet again. We've known how strong that can be on the hands of Hem6, so this early info camera will spot out that the pressure might be towards Showers, thinking that they're going to hold this with a smoke.
Well, certainly a case to be made that Cardi could make this happen still. Operator out for Eugene S, and we saw that be maybe not necessarily a problem, but a challenge for Just Us. A while ago on Split, I think there were bigger problems they were dealing with, but the ops certainly added to that.
Oh, trying to carefully make
the
their way
noise.
through the trip. Info gone though. Early nades and Showstopper already in play. Not gonna find one yet though.
He doesn't see him in the smoke. Eventually does, but the trade out happens anyways here. Cardi should be around for them unless things start to go awry. Snake bite out for the close angle. Hemsix doesn't expect him. Lloyd Dream, that's a great shot from him, as he said. How it actually brings things into much more manageable
30 seconds left.
probabilities here. They get the plant down as well. They're all coming in through CT. This could be deadly, disastrous potentially for CE. But luckily UGNS is able to get the shot to blast packs in with an op.
I know, I was surprised. I was about to say it might be difficult because it's so hard to retake with this operator. You have to push through these smokes as well. But instead, he chooses to go in as the bait, but actually survives long enough to get that shot off. Enough to win that 2v3 with that man advantage. And that's another round that might delay the dreams of Just Us to get into that map 3 because CE not going to go out without any fight.
Crazy stuff from CE. Second Love, a sheriff to his name, but they're not actually committing all their economy into this round. A bunch of half buys for the most part, but potentially enough to win a round off of this limited economic stance that they've taken in this round.
I mean, it's quite possibly, but it looks like they're going to be playing for that round 13. Not going to save up for overtime at all. Eugene S going to get spotted out, though. The operator known in position, already figured out. A players on the defensive side must be a bit weary, but it looks like this is going to send a big signal that the hit is committed towards that B side.
Here it comes on in as well. The judge from a distance able to find the one. They have that garden control, which is going to be difficult now for Just Us because they're going to get it instantly pincered as soon as these smokes go down. But if they can isolate these fights, it could be big. Showstopper connects on a Repulsive. 4v3 right now. Look at the angle here by Lord Dream. He has to get the one. He's been given away, but he finds Gabo anyways. Has to know there has to be another in here, and that he does. 2v2. Still in the hands of Tricks and Safe to try and bring this one back. It's a 1v2 now as Schofield connects. It's all on a Safe who has no say in the matter. And Just Us, they take their opening map.
Oh, gotta reposition the camera there as Just Us make it and push to our first map number 3 here in 2024 for VCTPH, and it's gonna be a map. I think it's Split. Oh no, is it Split?
Icebox.
Icebox, yes. Map that's kind of similar to Split, where we have a lot of chokes, and this one it looks like Cardi Esports were the chokers and didn't actually were able to convert any of those rounds.
You
Yes.
seem to have a fascination about chokes, Fluff. But I think in this case, the only choke that was a problem was the actual chokes of the map itself breaking on through. proved to be a problem for Cardi more than it was for Just Us, both on the actual takes on their attacking side and on their retakes on the defensive side, where some of those holds were just a bit too ironclad for them to break through the armor.
Exactly, and I feel like just these small adjustments from Just Us as well really give them a bunch of those couple round streaks that really built that momentum back up. They didn't really give up, even though they were down a bit on that first half. Or not really first half, but like first part of the game. And Cardi Esports, they had those moments as well, but they weren't really able to convert as much, because once the pressure kind of stepped up from Just Us, they started to crumble, especially on the defensive side.
Well, I think Just Us have also done a good job here of really kind of catching off guard many times on over the Cardi Esports squad, where you'd see them try and play these positions which are, you'd think, suicidal because they're one and done, and yet it's exactly what they needed in that moment to get more than what you would ask for, maybe a double kill in playing these awkward spots. And just rather Cardi just weren't prepared for that happening multiple times over throughout this map.
Yeah, I mean, they did run that double controller, and of course the MVP for them will be Hemsix, proving how pivotal and impactful a Viper can be on Bind. But for Just Us, it was Psycho and Bar Schofield that really led the charge in a lot of these fights, getting those important frags out, the showstoppers, as well as, I don't even think that he popped Empress, it wasn't even needed. Just the raw aim was able to win a couple of these rounds, converting those 2 and 3 Ks later on into the game as well to push them for this map number 3. And a good job for them showing their resilience, especially for a newer put together team in comparison to a lot of the ones on the league.
I mean, you can see the opening kills here definitely in the favor of Just Us throughout that opening map, rather that second map of the game. Only one thrifty one, really. But in the end of things, I think once more, Just Us were able to kind of reset themselves from that split now in the bind, and even more importantly, just able to actually make good decisions on their both attacking and defensive side, kind of fighting for power positions on bind, which are a bit more well defined, I guess, than compared to split, so it is a bit easier for them to try and put their sights into a specific position and contest that, because there's just a bit more, rather a much less for you to have to deal with sometimes on bind in terms of taking that control away. So good here for Just Us to find a map that truly fits their playstyle, I think.
Yeah, it's a match made in heaven for this one, being able to really play to their strengths rather than a map like Split where they had such a hard time making sure that their plans worked out. But with the access to the TPs and being able to rotate so quickly, the pressure that they do provide when the heat does turn up has been one of the keys to their success. But not just Us, I think that CE does have their times where they've really proven their strengths here. You can even see here as they do mop up a couple of kills here and there, but it's not enough. So sadly for them on this day number 1, or day number 2 rather, to get through this map number 2.
And Hemsix had a few clutches of his own as well. Some big moments from some of the players here on CE. Gabot had some opportunities, but ultimately enough, I don't think they came often enough for it to really make too much of a difference, at least in the favor of Cardi. Just a bit more reliable in this one. But Icebox, I think, is a very curious map because it's vastly different. Stark contrast, really, to how Bind played out. As if we're talking about Bind being the perfect type of playing ground for a team here, like Just Us, how Icebox proved to be then.
That's going to be the question when we move on to our third map. Personally, I feel like that leans a little towards the Just Us playstyle. It's very similar to Split. You need that mid control. A or B is a hard hit as well. Maybe they'll run that double controller because it seems to have been working out for them. They weren't able to close out this map number 2, but they had a good ideas of what they wanted to do with a util. And I think that mindset is something that they will be bringing on, but we will see as we move on to game number 3 later on.
That was supposed to be a break. So I think Fluffy's calling for a break. So we will go to a break. Bye-bye.
Oh.
Nope. No. We're not doing a break. We're joking here. The only thing that's broken is us. Our wallets, at least, broke. We'll see you guys in a bit. Don't go anywhere. Yeah. And we're back with another game here, our first 3-map series fully all the way that we've seen in the VCT this season, at least in the regular season so far, the one that counts. We're here now with just us and Cardi, and of course our star of the show, Fluffy02.
The stars of the players, because they've proven that their mental fortitude has been so high, especially for the side of Just Us, making their comeback on map number 2 and pushing themselves here to map number 3, which is going to be Icebox. An exciting time, but also a bit worrisome because it felt like they were a match made in heaven for Bind, but the playstyle that kind of lends itself to these narrow chokes have proven to be their downfall on Split, which is kind of a similar story when you look at Icebox.
Well, I think a bigger problem that we've seen from really Just Us and Cardi sometimes are just decisions that can be questionable, and also a bit of the lack of proactivity, I think, in the defense a while ago of Cardi, but they're pulling out a comp here, which I would wager you're a big fan of.
Yes, sir. Trix is running that Deadlock. I am a big fan of this agent, especially on this map. There's so many ways that you can use the utility. It stops a lot of the pushes. Fun fact, if you use the sonic sensors, you can actually cover both 410 and below 410 if you put it in the right place, and even wall off mid. But that being said, they're pairing that up with Gabo, running that Sentinel on the KJ, showing how flexible of a player he really is, because he played Sentinel twice, I believe, but first he was on that raise. On the other side of things, a more standard looking comp here. They have the Cypher, but the double controller now on their side. They have the Harbor and Viper to maybe pull some perceived pressure things around the map.
So it's double controller versus double sentinel, double wall versus double stall. Let's see which one's gonna be a bit more proficient here in the final map of this series. And Fluffy, I know you're a big nerd in general, but even bigger for Deadlock. Tell us how this could potentially change the game, because I don't believe we've seen Deadlock be played at all till now here in the VCTPH.
I'm honestly surprised with a couple things. One is that Deadlock, but two, it's not in this game, but just generally people picking a lot of Sky even after the nerfs. I think that's kind of but you know, teams are all adjusting, everyone's learning here. And for this best of 3, they are pulling out all the tricks. Deadlock gonna be an impactful Sentinel here, especially because normally the weakness is you have nothing to really mark those trips, because you can just walk over these sonic sensors. But having that Killjoy to play contact as well can really bolster their defenses and move their manpower to those important sites, making sure that they don't give something like A for free.
Well, they still have the Sova classically, but I think the double wall here could pose a problem on both ends of the floor. That Harbor, especially with his ultimate, that can be a great way to flush out the maze that is the A side sometimes on these retakes, and then obviously you have the Viper's bit to secure it, so a lot of potential here on either side. But we move on over to the final map of this game, Just Us versus Cardi Esports, where Cardi started on the attack, and it seems like the A side is a prime opening target.
An interesting buy from the defense already to start things off. The Ghosty Gang gonna be brought out. No Cove available for them, just going for the pure offense. Prepared for this A hit, which is gonna come on really quick as Eugene S already scales up so quickly, flying up onto this backside.
Nice pick off early here. Eugene S, good for the one, but the defense is actually responding more than they thought they would. Look at the swing coming on in here. There you go, those sound sensors able to try and buy them some time, which honestly kind of saved them on that plant attempt. Trix able to get good for the one. The Deadlock being fully felt in force here. Second Love also as well chiming on that fight. Somehow the spam from Godot connects. They're trying to have an awkward fight through this wall and still somehow find one. He's still got the sit me down, but he's gonna get sat.
Unfortunately for him, the Deadlock utility not going to be worked out so well. A good attempt for the stall. Not sure if that's the exact place they wanted the wall to be in, but regardless, even though they get that early footing on this site, it's the defense that actually proves to be very strong. The Ghost by actually winning up on a lot of these aim duels at the end of everything. The util coming in so early from the offense, but just not enough to really take the backside. And without that backside control, it's a scramble for the front fight.
I think that's kind of what we saw in that round in specific. Bit of a scramble, but the thing is the Deadlock utility, it's not necessarily great for flushing or pushing them off with the spike, but it is good for fighting with the actual utility itself, we didn't really see enough of that, at least in prime moments.
It's very true.
Just us here, ready for the push.
Slow push here. Sheriff's in hand. They are giving the front side very quickly, and Lloyd Dream and Par Schofield gets the double actually with a Vandal.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, this trip is gonna sign his fate. Lloyd Dream gets the third as well with a ghost in hand merely. Quick and clean round for Just Us to convert.
Good momentum
And
already
this
to
is-
start things off though.
I think this is the Just Us the panel was expecting a bit more of a while ago.
True. Setup slightly different this time around. Gonna spread out a bit more, but the A hit still the deciding factor here for CE. Looks like they're still convinced that this has to be the plan, but these Cypher chips will prove to be a nuisance. Interesting chip as well here on Nest. Make sure that no one can pass through. Might not going to be expecting that. Even though they do fire a couple of shock darts here to try to make themselves get a bit more space.
Push on out. The tag there is pretty big on both ends, actually. Deny both jets of immediate contact. Par Schofield finds the opening pick there. But you can see Eugene S trying to find the angle. Doesn't really get what he wants, though. And the push here from Cardi just put to a halt immediately.
Double controller wall slowing things down. They only have such a small window when the recon does land where they can get these openings before those util comes in. Par Schofield goes for the swing, but still more players just fall.
Yeah, there's no way in hell. Trapped in a very difficult position. And Just Us continuing their raid and tirade into this third map, where Cardi Esports have, frankly, seemed to have lost steam after that opener.
They're really like set in stone with this A push, but I don't think they fully respect yet the amount of utility installed that they have with this Harbor and the Viper. The Cove separating all these angles, and honestly, maybe it's a backfire because you have Deadlock isolating one angle, that you can't actually push through it when their problem is actually taking control of the whole site.
Let's see if they're able to rectify those issues. Trying to chase the drone. Get the turret dealt with as well. Well, they're pushing on up here. Par Schofield gets the opener on the Hamzix as they push on up. Look at this, even more trying to be fought for. The greed. It turns out well. The gluttonous eat well, but Eugene S sends him to hell. The Sheriff connecting when he needs to at the most. I want to see his perspective, gosh darn it. 1v1.
Ooh, a lot of time to work with as well. Has all the space that he needs if he wants to make a move, but he's being so careful because he's brought low, not looking in the right direction. And unfortunately for him, Repulsive lands the frag instead. Another round for Just Us, and that lead is looking very convincing at the moment. Par Schofield, he had the knives available in the previous round, and now he brings out the operator because he had the ability to kind of save a little there.
Par Schofield. Thought it would have been the end of that, but look at this. 1, 2, bam, a third as well off the fadeaway. Doesn't really amount into a 1 round, but does at least show that, hey, his hand is still pretty hot here, Eugene S.
Oh, the double wall, the double stall, like you mentioned, has the Vipers Molly available as well to stop any of these early pushes. Just cycling through his utility. You're gonna try to disrespect it here, but it's expected and Repulsive. The Sixth Sense activated. Eugene S taken out immediately.
They're still trying to fight for it here, though. And they find the opening that they needed, and the trade as well continues as they turn the numbers in their favor. 3v4 now. Have potential as well to have this mid lurk.
Ooh, as the angle. They get so many kills early, removing both of the controllers from the enemy team. Just Us gonna have to scramble for this one, mark them manually. Disrespecting the wall a bit here, try to get an earlier pick. Might be able to find one, and Trix goes down, and quickly Lloyd Jean gets a second.
Nice shots from both of the defensive anchors on the site.
30 seconds
Go
left.
both in a kind of a difficult position, a bit outgunned here. Drone confirms him, oh, it tags him as well. He swings through the nano swarm, just not a care in the world. 5-0.
What a great start for them. I mean, they climbed through that map number 2, but this opening shot there, I thought that would be the start of it, but Safe gets the double. You'd think that that gives him a bigger opportunity, but the backside hold coming here from Lloyd Dream is just the brick that's really stopping their momentum.
Oh, he sees his gun through the smoke there, huh? Kind of gives him away. Just us.
Here.
It's a timeout they force out of Cardi. Obviously, do not want to go down in the bracket this early on.
It's a very early attack as well. They really want to make sure that they get the most value out of this first half. They have a lot of ultimates to work with this time around too. Even though they might not have the most efficient buy, I'm still pretty sure that they'll have their rifles maybe half armors. But they have the Deadlock ultimate. If Trix can get that up and running, might be able to maybe pre-fire an operator or get something like that.
Well, I think Cardi here just the idea of the deadlock isn't bad, but they aren't able to use the utility of it to its best result. But to be fair, at the same time, on the attack, it's not exactly where that deadlock might necessarily shine all the time.
Yeah.
Unless you get those opportunities to really flex those muscles.
I feel like on Deadlock, especially on attack, your biggest job is really just to take out your nade and take out people. But Bar Schofield gets taken out too quickly.
Yeah, it works super well, I guess, or at least better in the post plant, right? When they're going to be coming towards you, you get to set up where your kill zones are going to be. But barring the wall and the nade, those sound sensors are sometimes kind of useless.
Very.
And you're going to have to really pick and choose your moments. So you're seeing that be a problem here for Cardi, where they have a bit less utility to work with on some of these attempts.
Oh, this time around, though, they get on site, but that Hunter Sphere gonna cause them to pause for a bit, reposition. Gonna get a person out, but there comes the Sonic Sensor gameplay, a stun. Gonna stop Second Love from getting a good swing on this. The wall especially gonna grant them even more space.
Yeah, that's where that sensor really comes into the fold, huh? Lloyd Dream connects on the one. Psycho as well, after their attention has been pulled, but Safe and Hemzix finally get the first round on the board for Cardi after their timeout. Seems like they've, at least to some extent, been able to adjust to the pace of the game.
I feel like the biggest adjustment there was, one, they got the opening pick on Par Schofield, but also being able to take control of the full site and not just kind of get stuck fighting for the front side through all the walls and util has really helped them, because Deadlock's value really comes up when you do set up on the site, and we already see how much that did impact that round with all the sensors activated. The problem is, can we get there? That is the biggest question they need to answer.
Yeah, the big hurdle right now for this team is getting to a position where they can use that deadlock to secure on the site, right? We saw that a while ago as the opening pick is now found, where they use the barrier on the back site and the sound sensor up on the rafter, but Hemzix is absolutely tearing them apart. He's got a license to hunt, and they're all just game for him. Ooh. Psycho, a double! Great adjustment on that flick. Will he get a triple? Sit down, merry man! Trix finally uses the nade. And they get a second.
Yeah, like, honestly, I know we talk about Deadlock a lot, but it's one of those agents that you really have to play on attack. Similar to like a KO, you know, where you're throwing.
We don't get the opportunity to do so often.
That's true. That's why I respect the fact that they're playing it. But it also shows how it's like a round securing agent, right? It's like an anti-throw. You just use your util on site once it happens. You have your ultimate to get a clean 1v1 or even turn a 2v1 into a 1v1. It gives you good odds, but the rest of the team really has to follow through. And honestly, that job has a big burden on Eugene S, having to get these entries. And Bar Schofield now, whiffs the shot, forces back down. At least they spot out where the operator is.
See if they can connect. Oh, no punish just yet. A bit too lax there.
Oh,
And Schofield finds a second off of the pings. These are monstrous. The amount of information they're able to gain directly while being safe behind these smokes as well. Remember, folks, it's
Wow.
concealment, not cover. Psycho, great adjustment off the boost on the 410, and that's another for him. Gabot able to respond, but still quite out of reach here. The flank coming on in soon, potentially. They get the turret dealt with. That's just going to be another thing for him to try and calculate in the back of his head. A flank coming is going to push him forward.
has to wade through the water here. Giving a bit of space, runs into the operator though, and that's good night for Gabo. And Bar Schofield landing in some insane shots that round, making his team way more stable. And I feel like every time this guy is online, they just convert a lot of rounds here. And with this operator in hand, he really proves his worth on Icebox. Psycho especially being able to support his team. The small repositions on these like 1-2 man plays have really proven to be one of the reasons why it's so difficult for them to go for ace side. I'm honestly more surprised that they're still going for it like every time.
This might be Coach Snarp's doing here. Mr. Boss Snarpin, their coach inside for Just Us. The boss making the adjustments to this team into this game. But Hemsix, he picks up the op once more here on the attacking side.
They really have figured out that maybe if they can get these opening picks, it helps them, but it looks like no one's going to get themselves exposed. Eugene S pathing rather on the same direction. Gabo lands the first frag, and that's a sight for them. Deadlock utility can come into place, but the Honda Sphere going to be popped to do some damage, maybe even take a player out, but safe, drop low. Not going to be taken out though.
You should run.
Deploying drone.
Drone on out. Might find out actually where he's waiting here. Eugene S swings. The drone did not catch him. They do have the recon dart right on after. Here comes out as well the Reckoning. They try and buy some space. Can they jump over the barrier? Yes, they do. 410 has been kind of cleared on out. They have a second wall to throw here. Second Love. They're going for the spam. Not necessarily finding it just yet, but it's not planted. Too safe for them to try and stick the defuse. The shots connecting. The 1v1 here as Hemsix exactly in perfect position to make that work out. Well, a third on the board now for CE.
I feel like they do get these rounds, but at what cost? It's so expensive every time. And that operator buy did come in to be pivotal to really get the picks and secure the round, but everyone losing their weapons was a big deal. It might not seem like it right now because they still get their buy, but as this game progresses, Just Us can close that gap. They force out a rifle of their own, and it's going to be in the hands of Psycho as Park Schofield just has that sheriff.
I feel like the operator pick here from Hemsix is a direct kind of knee-jerk reaction to them struggling as he gets a pick there to get themselves within the site, because that's what we said about the deadlock. Doesn't really help you get within the site much, only secures it. But once you secure it, then it's great. So they're picking up the op here to try and get the opening pick, which they just did.
Oh, quick shots here. Park Schofield trying to get what he can. Psycho manages to find one of the hero Vandal, but the rest of the team just falters.
All right, frags back and forth. Lloyd Dream all alone. A Marshal, a Sheriff, and a Dream for sure. This round is good as done.
Oh, not much you can do there. Safe, just expected angle. The nice thing about it is with that wall in place, it's just less angles to have to mark. You can focus your attention on these small little chokeholds. Makes it a lot more expected. Even the deadlock ult gonna come there. A very expensive round in terms of ults that they had to use. I think they used this and then previously the Killjoy ultimate as well. Just making sure that they need the rounds, knowing that there's only like 2 rounds for this half to go. The operator though, still proving a lot of value in the hands of Hemsix.
Oh yeah. Using that to open up some of these sites, or at least buy them space to get close enough to execute. Get within reaching distance of the plant attempt itself. Viper's Pit
Enemy mark.
popped here towards A main. That church should tell them that, hey, is some presence waiting towards A main.
They spot out
Right here.
Bar Schofield. Push him out with the drone. He can go for the re-hit, but B is heavily defended with all these Cypher chips, and A, of course, the Viper's Pit invested. Might pivot towards this mid side. Gonna hold that down with the operator as the team does push through, but it's all up to Psycho when they do go for this cross.
Orb up, orb down. Oh, Psycho saw him. He absolutely saw him, but he's afraid of peeking on out in case one comes his way. He still lands a tap. Fortunately for him, that could have been a bad punish here, but Psycho a second. He has been so reliable. Repulsive stuck on him. He's able to back off though. Good for the one. A second off the flick. Way too easy for him to confirm. Wow, Cardi slowly coming back there, but just when they were at the cusp of closing this game, at least closing up the gap, just us get one again.
I mean, they can still hope for a 7-5 here, but no operator this time around. Unfortunately for them, the heroics coming in from Psycho was just able to get that double, the quick trade on his teammate after that initial pick. And as well, you know, I think they kind of baited themselves because once Repulsive was hit by that recon dart, they assumed he was going to instantly run. And that quick turn after the second tick just really sealed the deal for them. This time, Attacker is going to posture for a more aggressive take here on B. They have to expect the Cypher, but look how far back they're playing.
All right, Snake Bites out to try and deny the immediate plant attempt. That's a good Viper Spit, I think. Considering the wall's about to go down last round anyways. Gets you a lot of the same value of cutting off both angles. Where will they plant though?
Oh no.
Here comes out the Hunter's Fury. He gets tagged. Psycho drops on in right into a Hemzik's waiting arms. The spike dropped out of their hands. And Lloyd Dream. What a punish in the cage as well to confirm it. The wall in their face. A minute left to work with.
It's such an awkward position. It's behind their own Viper's wall. There's no ball from Bar Schofield. That has to be the last nail in this coffin. It's only Gabo against the world.
Oh, but we've seen him take the world on and come out on top. But he's not Atlas. He can't carry it this time. 8-4. Just us doing just right to get the 8th.
They really are struggling this time around. They must be better gods because Cardi Esports, they need to prove their worth right now. 8-4. Very different story from their first map. And Icebox, we thought might be more towards their strengths, but the double controller now is really stalling them out from a lot of the plans that they want to do, not being able to set up with this deadlock. And as much as it's a great agent for these type of situations, I do feel like when the deficit is this much, it's difficult to get a lot of those defensive rounds compared to a traditional double sentinel.
Oh yeah. It becomes such a problem we're going to have to deal with in that first half. But now that we swap on over, how does CE play? What difference do they make? They do have the benefit of being able to set up that deadlock util on the site itself when the execute does come. The stall potential here could be huge. They wall off a main early, I guess, to try and block it off as an angle to have to deal with for now and focus their strengths here towards mid.
They get slowed down here. They have the third contact to push these defenders back down the barrel, and that's the line of sight. And Hem6 is just firing through. Has to go the reload, but still gets one.
Good shot here from Second Love. Try and equalize out a bit. Just us. Don't necessarily have to hastily commit. They do have a good position up here towards B. Wall should be up now. As the alarm bot gives him on the way. You can see him try and push on through. On timing here. Repulsive. Oh, he actually gets great, immaculate timing on Gabo. And that should be the plant.
Thought it was clear there. Hamzik's only 2 HP. Not much he can do in this position. No mollies, no util. Just going to be the body that allows this side, at least, to be a bit more protected, allowing his teammates to flood in. But these pistols might not be enough for the manpower coming in from the attacking side in such a good position as well.
Oh, they're waiting. Good opportunity here to strike. Hemzix connects.
Whoa.
Even while low, a triple for Hemzix. How is he doing this on a sliver of health? He's gonna need an ace clutch to make this happen though. No snake bite, but doesn't matter. Par Schofield takes him out, and just us, another pistol round goes their way.
He knows he had to go for the half there. Only way to win that 1v2. Maybe being able to pick off one, but they're just too quick. They know that that's his only option as well. A quick swing to end the round. Just us, they push their lead even further. That's a round that CE definitely need, because Cardinal needs to get that back. But that all started with his defense coming in from Hemsix.
My goodness. I mean, he's putting up a good effort, but still wasn't enough at the end of things. This would be a total team-wide effort here. Fortunately, Hemsix can't connect his shots. Second Love follows up as well, so looking pretty by the book so far. Just us. They rotate towards A.
Confident with their buy as well. They already have 2 Vandals on hand. Sheriff shot's not going to land. Eugene S does fall.
Last player standing.
Okay. Lloyd Dream, good connect. It's
Spike
all
planted.
onto Gabo. Gabo is certainly a player infamously
Oh no!
for how hot-handed he can be. It's the one there, but wow, repulsive, really?
It's like the second time that he's done this. Like, he doesn't see them, and then they're just gone.
It's not even a random spray. It's like
Yeah,
at
it's
a
like
specific
pinpoint.
location.
Yeah.
Like, bam. Crazy.
Experience showing on this side. I mean, we have a replay here, but honestly, there's not much to say about this round. The buy round was just too strong for them. A bit of disrespect coming in from Lloyd Dream, but honestly, after coming back this hard, I can feel the emotions coming from these players. It's 10-4 right now. 6 rounds separate both teams, and even though they're full on rifles this time around, the pressure must be on for C to finally get one of those rounds.
This is not a bad buy at all. Look at the JST. 3 Vandals and 2 Bulldogs. That's not a bonus, brother. That's a bit more. See if they're
Got
able to
some
work with it.
extra savings here and there. Get spotted out early though, forced back.
At least they know the presence here towards that kitchen. Hemsix able to cross. Can you find the one? He has to. That he does. Getting pincered here. Gets a second. Hemsix is going absolutely insane! Hemsix! Unstoppable! Unmovable! And Cardi Esports
Remaining.
still winning off the back of his performance, but repulsive! It's a Viper v Viper a while ago, but now it's all on the tricks. The deadlock. What can he do with it? The snake bite to force him out of the angle. He has to get aggressive. He has to land the shot, but Repulsive is buying enough time here. Trick still connects off the flick. Does he have time? Yes, he definitely does. Cardi,
Wow.
hold on.
It's like every time Hems is below 50 HP, he just gets a buff.
Yeah.
And he manages to find 2 or 3 people. It doesn't matter if he's 100 HP, he's so quick on the movement, so hard to hit. Yet he is the one who lands the shots, already expecting where they can come from. I thought that Repulsive would just pull that hero play, a good molly into that vulnerable. One was just unfortunate timing, jumping down, maybe a faulty decision on their part. But like you mentioned, Trix does eventually get that. But what an expensive round for them. Now a couple Guardians going to be forced out on Cardi Esports. They want to keep that lead alive. But it's a firing squad against these fully automatic rifles. Oh no.
My dude, he's like those items in every RPG game where the lower HP you have, the more damage you do, you know?
Exactly.
He's just been so crazy. He's a bloodstone ring. My guy. CE here, Cardi, benefiting off of the heroics we've seen from 2 of their members, but does it have to come down to that every time?
That is the question. Because it seems like it's a nail biter every time they go after these post-ban situations. We were talking a bit, like in between map 2 and 3, when we were off broadcast during the break, how I feel like these two teams rather, have the most retakes out of all the games that we've seen so far. And it really proves, I don't know if it's a mistake on one of their parts, or maybe they're just so good on the aim, but it's an exciting game to watch here as the util does force them to an awkward plant. Still pretty decent though.
Spike planted. Variable removed.
Oh!
Okay, good connection from Gabo. The rest of the team. Can they do more of the same? Crucial round to win here. They win this, economic repercussions, I think, for Just Us
My ult's ready.
could be a problem, but Par Schofield did chime on in. Gets the one, did not confirm the control on the spray, but Lloyd Dream is there to save the day, and that he does. 11-5, Just Us. Potentially in cruise control now to the finish line.
That dragon is like massive. Sometimes I forget how big that finisher actually is. Gotta prove your point with that statement piece right there as they push even closer. And Gabo landing an amazing shot. He knows that the molly's on it, so he can reposition and try to guess what the next plant's gonna be. A good read from him, starts off things strong, helps him convert this round, but it's just too strong at that retake, or post plant rather.
Get out of my way.
Standing ahead.
Very, very worrying economic situation here for Cardi Esports. Blade to the face. Looking for more. Par Schofield sees him, trying to bait out the angle. Gets another, and Gabo dashing out for greed. But dirty deeds can only be done by evil men. Par Schofield finding even more.
Spike planted.
And Cardi Esports at the mercy of Just Us's buy. Oh, Eugene S finds one. So good for him.
Last player
It's a nice
standing.
thing for them, but it's not going to be enough to really convert this round. Now we're on match point, and Just Us, I'm out of their comeback. They've been building it for the past map, and now it's coming into fruition here as Cardi Esports, they kind of look choked up. They don't feel, or at least look like the first map where they were so dominant, so decisive. They're winning a lot of these duels. It feels like they get timing this much around. And I think it's partly because Par Schofield, for the past two especially, has been very online in comparison to the first map.
One enemy remaining.
Man. 28 to his name. Par Schofield is so far above the competition right now. He's got the op now here in Eugene S's hands. It's more of a mid-control that they're trying to establish.
Weird placement too for the orb. Not sure if that's a fail or maybe they're just trying to block up that position. But Gabo is going to trade some shots here as they are spotted out. But
Spike
Trix
down, mid.
lands a beautiful quick shot on a repulsive. That's their controller down. But they have another one.
I mean, it's a bit of a, I guess, an anti-op smoke there, but he has to connect this. Par Schofield. He gets the one that he does. Cannot find the follow-up. Trix is at the ready. Lloyd Dream somehow still gets another there. Off the push. Uses the ult. Doesn't get much, but the sound sensor alerts him towards the oncoming Psycho. But they're still coming towards the A side.
It would have been a beautiful flank as well, but maybe they won't expect Lloyd Dream to kind of double down knowing that one player is already taken out. It's going to be Sova. We'll have the recon bolt available if need be, as well as the drone. Second Love not going to be able to clear out that heaven position, but at least Lloyd Dream now knows that the
30
Sova
seconds
is
left.
there. Not going to get spotted out as well. An unknown variable. But look at the positioning. Tricks even holding spawn, making sure that no one can pass through.
Go and meet your mate.
Yeah, great angle to hold. From that far, the deadlock on Trix is up to par at least. Hey, wasn't this guy on your team, Fluff?
Oh yeah, former Oasis Gaming Tricks right there, showing his veterancy and skill, knowing to back off, not be completely aggressive. Shows their growth.
Both former Oasis, both deadlock enjoyers. I think you guys are drift compatible.
True. Hopefully he can go nuclear here as well, because they really need all they can get here. He uses ultimate last round, now it's to refarm it again. Eugene S gonna try to hold off the angle. It's gonna be Psycho peeking off, but he backs away at the right time. Manages to sneak through, but the head is spotted. A quick flick takes out Lloyd Dream.
That was actually a very slow flick, but it's still connected. Good adjustment, I think, at the end. Could have actually gotten a collab if things went even more on the wayside for Carti, rather for Just Us. Still though, 4v5 not out of the question just yet. Wall on up.
You move.
But not deep enough to try and block off this angle. It's actually not shallow enough. It's actually a bit too deep here. Wide swing, and still Hemsix is able to get one. He has been so consistent in these holds. 4v2. No, both of them are here towards B long for the most part.
Still man advantage though for CE. They have a lot of time to play with. The nade goes down with nothing to really capitalize on. Unlike a volley, can't really force that out, but it does push them into an advantageous spot, and eventually Gabo does close it out with that double.
Cardi Esports. It takes a lot of confidence, I think, to trash talk in BM when you're down 12-7.
True, but I feel like if you do that after you win, it says nothing. You know what I mean? See, it's easier to say that when you're winning.
Yeah. So, I respect it.
It's the fighting spirit that we were talking about earlier. And
Yeah.
CE looks like they're not going to give up anytime soon. They have the operator again on Eugenius on this defense to hold a lot of these deep angles. But this time, posturing more towards that ace side. The mid wall going to come out for tricks on the deadlock, making sure that no one can pass there, but still giving them the angle to hold that mid side.
Yeah, using that drone just to ensure that, hey, that operator isn't here. And Eugenius has done a good job of keeping that a secret for the meantime. Scan comes out. Lloyd Dream connects. Perfect shot. One they needed to try and open things up with, though. Lockdown will stall them just when they could have committed towards a push. Just us. Immediate rotate and tucking tail for the B site.
Not sure if that was intentional. Maybe a bit of an overreaction here from CE. They don't have any rounds that they can give anymore.
Oh, no, but they're doubling back.
Make sure. Oh
Doubling
yeah, they're
back.
sending the
Let's
jet
see.
alone on B.
Great shot here from Lloyd Dream. They might think it's still a lurk, though, because it was only the Cypher. And this is actually a great play now that they've got the plant secured.
Oh, but Trix has the timing, though. They might not expect him to be back this early, but the Viper Spit gonna hold him down the mid-fight. Hem6 never fails to get these important frags.
No tricks. Oh, he sees him. No, he doesn't see him. He saw the ponytail. He caught it. Did he catch it a second time? He doesn't now, but he gives himself away. Tricks, how unfortunate. That is it. Lloyd Dream sends him to sleep, and the round is done.
And that is our ending for our first best of 3 that went all the way for VCT 2024. And just us, the hard work that they really put in on that second map, converting it to the third, really stopped, I guess, all the questions that people were wondering. It's no wonder that the panel said that at least 2 out of 3 of them said that they were going to win.
Well, they're a great team and have proven to be so. We did see some good moments, I think, individually from Cardi, especially Hemsix in that third map, where time after time, man, when this guy needs to make a big play, he does. Unfortunately, sometimes not big enough for them to get out of the hole that they were put in early in the half, but Just Us have proven to be a formidable team, a team of unknowns who have proven, or at least shown, that you can never count some freshmen out.
Exactly. It's also nice to see a lot of these new faces here. I mean, some returning, yeah, but a couple of them, you know, we only see this time around, at least on this level of play. It shows the growth of the PH scene and how a lot of them can still be very competitive against the veterans. Like you mentioned, Hemsix already, Trix as well, Gabo, these players that have really shown and proved their mettle on previous teams, and now they still show that they can do it, but a bit more refinement needed because they weren't able to close out this game.
Well, a closeout is certainly what we saw coming on here from Just Us, as Cardi Esports certainly struggling to really get the ball going for the most part. There was maybe like a streak or two of a few rounds they were able to get, but for the most part, everything just going awry. And it's Pars Schofield who has been such a driving force here for this Just Us squad.
Like 30 to 15, he's like worth 2 players at this point, and it really shows that these opening picks and especially the first bloods, I feel like when he's on those knives, just being able to run through the enemy team and these unexpected timings has really broken down the defense of CE when it did matter. And when they were defending themselves, they also proved to be one of the reasons why they couldn't take a lot of that backside, holding it with his teammates. And you can see here, even the first kills, they go a lot of CE's way, but not enough to convert this game.
Well, the post plants for either side have been mostly successful. They gambled with a deadlock, but unfortunately it reared its ugly head there. Unable to really get much going. They got, what was it, 5 rounds in the first half, I think, and just couldn't find it ever more in that second. You would think that the defensive side is where that deadlock would come in even bigger, but I guess it wasn't necessarily what they needed in that moment to play against the surprisingly very effective op that we just saw from, you know, Par Schofield and his entries there. So, I mean, Just Us have shown that even when they're down like that, a stomp from map number 1, they can recollect themselves, and maybe having, you know, good heads behind them, good shoulders as well to support that with, you know, coaches like Narp, maybe that's exactly what gave them the edge in this game.
I mean, a lot of experience for sure on that team. The question a lot of people had was how much of that experience do they have together? And it's proven that their metal can be tested and their overheating qualities can really be stopped for a lot of these situations. I think that Just Us is one of those teams that will be excited to see more as the season does progress, but a good showing from both, to be honest, especially Carti Esports with a couple of their players having those shiny moments.
Well, we saw some good individual kind of instances for both sides here, really. Even Cardi, right? They had some moments there where you'd see Eugene S get a few of his own. Obviously, Hemsix had multiple moments over and over. Lloyd Dream as well had some instances of great anticipation, but in reality, we're singing praises to heroes of dying causes, and you can't have heroics be the baseline of your 1 rounds.
Yeah, you gotta have that stable strategy at this level of play. You can't really rely on the RNG because at this level, any of these players could actually 1v5, so you never know. You gotta have a bit of that structure a bit more reinforced. I do think that the deadlock was a good idea, but personally, I actually feel like it's an agent that's good on attack. If you play a double duelist to support that plan of getting onto site. Maybe a couple of adjustments here and there for Just Us, or Carti rather, but it was just very difficult for them to actually make that plan come into fruition.
Well, certainly it doesn't fall far from the tree here, because Just Us have proven to be a team to look out for. We talked about this a while ago in their kind of pregame coming into map number 1. They win this series, they put a target on their back as one of those teams to not take for granted, and certainly so is the case. But do not take this day for granted, because even though it might be getting into the mid of the afternoon, we have only just started with our VCT day. We got 2 more best of 3s to come on up after this, of which I am not sure, so do not ask me what the games are going to be. Never mind, I do. It is AimPH versus GEEK Fam. I knew that in the back of my head. So stick around, guys. We're going to go into a break, and when we come back, Fluffy will be gone.
Sad.
No, I'm joking. It's a panel. So it will go to our Bisaya bros in the panel. And so we're just waiting for them to start talking and for us to shut up, because they have much more refined ideas on what happened, being from the free nation of Cebu, apparently. So, Bisaya
Very
boys.
interesting. But regardless of where you're from, whether it's Cebu or any other place in the Philippines, of course, there's always a way for you to get as much food for the lowest price that you can. And of course, you can use our Grab, our super app partner, and thank you for them for giving us the lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver, delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with the Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals for as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals.
Yeah. Claim to Grab Food Saver meals for you guys. Why not? Obviously, you would be in a much worse position if you didn't.
The day is getting late, so if you guys want to get some snacks before a lot of our exciting games later on, because there's a bunch of these teams that needs to still kind of prove their worth. I think only Geek Fam and a couple have like kind of shown themselves yet. This is the first time that Just Us and Cardi Esports have played here on VCTPH, at least on the main stage. So it's going to be a very interesting day and a lot more Valorant to go. But props to both of these teams who've really shown their mettle, especially Just Us.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure they definitely are going to be happy about that win, but we're happy to finally throw it to the panel. So, Bisaya boys, what's going on?
Villasiran. Anyway, so ito na nga yung pangyayari natin ngayon. Kung di ko rin alam eh. Feeling ko nung yung camera, yung pag ano ng camera, yung joke nandun lang nakatago lang, kinuha ko na lang. Pero, speaking of kinuha nga ng Just Us ang reverse sweep against Carti Esports. Isipin mo, Carti Esports looking solid at split, pero nung pumunta na tayo sa bind and icebox na wala. Kanina, Raph, you were thinking about this off camera na parang inayaan ng Just Us na pumasok yung split and, you know, it eventually led to their demise on game number 1. Bakit ba ganun yung parang naisabi mo kanina?
O nga no, I said that. Well, kasi yung pinaka yung pinaka obvious or yung given at least, like just looking at the stats, I think they lost to Valhalla very, very convincingly on that map. So parang, sige, baka confident sila na scout na nila yung kabilang team.
Ability.
And I guess they've made their improvements. At the same time, at least walang panel curse ngayon, di ba? Kanina sabi ko gusto ko Just Us yung prediction ko. Pero sige, mag-carty na lang ako para tank na lang yung curse. But yeah, I think it was a scouting report thing and at least they went the whole series and just reverse swept it.
Yep, actually, reverse sweep nga talaga yung nangyari. On your end naman, Osiris, I mean, heading over to bind and icebox, Just Us securing the securing the victory. What did they improve na nakita mo on the second game? Alright. So there you have it. Ito na nga pala yung MVP natin, si Pars Schofield, na if you were thinking about it on game number 1, medyo lilo lang yung performance niya, no? But now, heading over to games 2 and 3, bam, boom panes. Ay yung parang not super top frag, pero siya yung may most impact, especially on the last game. So with Pars Schofield, we were looking at Lloyd Dream being the duelist on the first round, then they adjusted their roster. Pars Schofield, siya ba yung parang firepower na hinahanap ng Just Us going into this season, you think, Raph?
Absolutely, you know, it's always nice to have a player na kahit anong situation, like defending or going for a more offensive set, you have a reliable gun na you can go back to all-star Valorant, basically. Like, okay guys, our strategy is not working, let's just try to brute force our way through that. And Pars Schofield has done that to a great extent, even against a double Sentinel lineup on, I think that was their last map. So, you know, good job.
Yep, actually good job. So parang lang siyang gumraduate sa picture niya, kumbaga. So parang ganda ng ngiti ni tropa Welcome na welcome siya talaga. Pero, you know, we're gonna be talking to some of the players of Just Us in a bit for an interview. But before we head into that, Osiris, your thoughts on, like, you know, Pars Schofield really popping off on game number 3?
Yeah, as what you've mentioned, nagkaroon din sila ng palitan into their roles nung nasa icebox na. It feels like with how explosive they played on bind, it opens a lot of possibility para i-let go na nga yung itong si Pars Schofield on a duelist, and we even saw a collat and how well they did hold yung sa icebox defense na.
Alright, so there you have it. So eto na nga, speaking of Schofield himself or paring Schofield, let's talk to him actually on the panel. Let's welcome on the panel himself, paring Schofield. Hello, kumusta? Kumusta? Happy belated Valentine's. How are you doing, man?
Parang nawala po yung kaba.
Kaba, wala na lang yung kaba. Anyway, yung kasama ko dito, si Raph tsaka si Osiris, meron sila mga tanong sa'yo, pare. So, simulan natin si Raph. Ano ba yung tanong mo para kay paring Schofield?
Grabe, no? I mean, I feel like you're one of those household names talaga outside during the off-season. I think I see you compete quite a bit on other tournaments. I'm pretty sure it's a fun experience already on VCT, but I guess my real question is, were you surprised at all? Or were you, as a team, surprised by the deadlock pick on Icebox?
To be honest, hindi po. Kasi anything is expected, parang ganun. At saka kami nakaka-stream
Siyempre,
din po
hindi,
kami
diba? Kasi panalo
naka-deadlock.
kayo.
Totoo naman. So para ikaw, Osiris, you've got any questions for Schofield here?
Siguro, simple lang naman tong question, no? Anong feeling na nandito na sa VCT? Tulad na sinabi ni Raph, sobrang active mo and a lot of tournaments you participated in. Ano na yung mindset or sabihin na nating feeling towards competing on a VCT?
Umabot po dito is a dream, parang ganun. Lalo na pag nag-champion po kami as a team. Kasi yung team po namin lang, pagawa-gawa lang, no org, parang lahat. So, masaya po.
Okay. Alright, masaya. Masaya to be part of VCT. Ito naman sa akin, Pars Schofield, sobrang seryosong
Masaya.
tanong lang ha. Minsan lang to tanongin para sa'yo. Saan ka ba galing nung sa picture mo, sa profile picture mo sa VCT roster natin?
Ay, no, ano po yan, high school.
Ay, high school yun!
High school po yun.
Pa yun.
Alright. So anyway, congratulations. Debut match dito sa group stages and you won. Ito ano yung feeling na parang game number 1, medyo kabado but then you did a reverse sweep. Ano ba yung mentality ng team going into games 2 and 3?
Ay, nung ano po kasi map 1 and map 2, ang dami po nagchat na, ang dami daw po namin basher. Tapos nung game 3 po, nag-focus na lang, lalo na po ako, nag-focus po ako. So, ayun,
Alright. So there you go.
parang na-destroy po sila.
So there you have it. Kinolek mo lang yung team. Again, congratulations. We'll see you in a few more days. Congratulations on your win against Carti Esports. Par Schofield, thank you so much. Paring Schofield, ika nga. Eto naman. Thank you for being here. Ayun, sobrang chill lang. Para lang siyang sa sobrang excited niya. Yung poses niya parang, yes po sir, ganun talaga yung mga pangyayari dito. And they did a complete reverse sweep. Congratulations to them. And yung deadlock pick, no? Sadly, isang annihilation death lang yung nangyari, which we were planning to see sana. Sobrang dami, but it didn't happen. And a reverse sweep from Just Us. Your final thoughts on this series, Ralph?
Well, honestly, like I said, it's a good sign. I think this is one of the first few games we've seen them in the actual group stage, and I think I'm really excited to see how some of them fare against the more experienced teams. Like, let's just say now an Oasis as an example.
All right, Osiris, your final thoughts?
Yeah, same with Raf. Kasi kung tutusin, this is their first kumbaga debut match nga nila. So, sabi rin ni Vil na pinapainit pa, tinetesting pa if ano ba yung caliber nito mga teams na to, and facing up a much more veteran team or much more solid team, mas malalaman natin if Just Us can really play on par on a high stakes match. Kasi Carti is really close. So, it's anyone's game at this point.
All right. So there you have it. Before we let you all go for the break, meron muna kami mga final words na sasabihin. For example, Mineski is the global official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
Also, thanks to our official super app, Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver, delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals.
Yes, and last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
All right, so there you have it. Raf, Osiris, thank you so much for being here with me in the panel. Mamaya maririnig pa rin namin kayo sa mga susunod na laro, which is going to be our game number 2, AIM PH versus GEEK Fam. So wag na wag kayong aalis, yung VCT PH 2024 ay magbabalik. Diyan lang kayo.
Ayun, habang
Ito na.
walang
Ayun
audio
na,
si
ito na.
tropang Juicy Brucey. Kasi syempre, may nagsabi, may narinig kasi ako na maingay daw siya. So
Sino?
ngayon, ipapakilala ko na yung ating host, Juicy Brucey. Umpisa mo ulit sa umpisa.
Oh, maraming salamat, Bill. Ang umpisa nito, ako nga pala si Juicy Brucey at kasama ko ngayon si Fluffy at saka si Bill. Mga pare, kumusta? Galing tayo sa isang intense na reverse sweep. Kumusta naman, Fluffy?
I mean, first game natin ito na umabot sa third map, so it's exciting to see na kahit yung mga papabagong teams ay napakalakas at napapakita niyo yung veterancy doesn't necessarily mean everything when you have these new bloods in.
Yeah, actually dito nga, 'di ba? I mean, ito yung mga the return kumbaga ni Tropang Hendrix. Nakita natin 'yan ng game number 1 nga. Dumating tayo sa punto na naging 9-0 yung score niya. Pero sobrang sayang din talaga kasi hindi nakahabol yung mga players ng Just Us doon. Pero pagdating naman sa game number 2 and game number 3, men reverse sweep just like what you've said. And magandang simula to sa mga players ng Just Us kasi at least may 1 point na sila.
Oo, totoo. And debut match pa naman nila sa group stages. Mas okay. Pero tanong ko lang, Bill, nasa na yung salamin mo ala Clark Kent?
Ito na.
Antayin natin yan.
Wala.
Ayan, maraming salamat. Ayan, ginawa natin yan kasi gusto naming ipaalala na Mineski Global is the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
And of course, thank you also to Grab, our official super app partner. You can enjoy rock bottom fares with Grab Car Saver rides to up to 15% off and indulge in wallet-friendly saver meals starting at only 99 pesos. You can get your cravings delivered for as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver.
Actually, meron akong magandang trivia para sa inyo guys. Alam niyo ba kung ano? That this tournament is officially sanctioned by the
Wow.
Games and Amusements Board.
Maraming
Surprise!
salamat sa
Thank
trivia
you.
mo, Bill. First time ko yung narinig. Pero speaking of first time, eto na, maglalaban na for the first time AimPH versus GEEK Fam. Konting segue lang, si GEEK Fam kahapon, hindi sila nakakuha pa at nakasumpit ng panalo. Ang AimPH naman fresh from open qualifiers first match dito sa group stages. So tingnan muna natin yung first lineup natin, which is going to be AimPH. Ito for sure, since first time nila, they're young fledglings from Mindanao, ready to showcase kung ano ba yung kaya nila nationwide. Eto, Vil, AimPH, what's with this team?
Well, just like what you've said, diba? Napakabagong team, pero actually matagal na magkakasama yung iba. Ever since 2022, 2023, nakikita na natin sila lalong dalawa sa Jeremiah, Seviev, Yon Peak. Dumating tayo sa punto na nagkaiba-iba nga sila ng mga rosters, pero at least itong iteration na to, ang pinaka-the best nga papasok dito sa VCT. Hindi pa sila natalo ng kahit isang beses dun sa open qualifiers, so magandang panimula to para sa kanila. And just like itong sinabi nga natin yesterday, diba? First impressions last. So itong impression na gagawin nila sa game nila, for sure, ito na yung ipapakita nila sa buong VCT natin ngayon for sure.
Oh, totoo. I mean, kung sinabi mo nga kanina, very, very strong showing sa open qualifiers. Pero, of course, hindi naman magpapadaig ang second team na maglalaban ngayon, especially on yesterday's match. Sila yung kasama sila sa first set. Wala pa silang panalo. We have GEEK Fam this time. Fluffy, you were here as well. What is with GEEK Fam? Ano ba yung kailangang adjustments nila for day number 2?
I mean, sobrang sayang talaga yung games nila. I feel like they played that Sunset and Icebox pretty well. Icebox a bit closer, but we know how strong this team can be talaga because this is the same core that we had before that we've seen in previous iterations here in VCT, but still exotic, blurred, Hydra Kid, they're always stable. And my MVP has always been the latter two, either between Vanta Black or V Black and Slaton, because they always proved that they're reliable, not just in the util that they have, but how much aim they actually can bring.
Alright. So yun na nga, how much aim they can bring. Ika nga, pero for GEEK Fam, parang sila sure ako sobrang init na netong manalo. And for AimPH, sinabi nga ni Vil kanina, 3 games from open qualifiers, wala silang nalaglag. Their final match against BNB, nagkatuwan. Do you think AimPH this time, Vil, mas grabe ba yung performance na ipapakita nila?
Ito, yung gagawin ng AimPH, ito kailangan nilang bumawi. Because the last time na nagkita sila ng GEEK Fam, actually, Abaddon Abyss pa sila noon.
1 year ago?
Sila ang lumaglag dito sa AIM. So ito ang magandang pagbawi nga na pwedeng gawin ng AIM. If ever naman pagko-compare mo itong dalawang to, syempre mas maraming experience ang GEEK Fam way back nung last VCT. But for AIM, ito yung para magiging advantage nila. You have parang siguro konti lang na knowledge sa team namin at yun yung gagawin naming advantage para mabawi namin kayo, para mabawi lahat ng mga kinuno sa amin, and of course para manalo sa game na to.
Exactly. Itong parang si Nasty and Jeremiah from their last game nga with the former GEEK Fam, which is Abaddon Abyss. I mean, gustong-gusto nilang bumawi, and to think sana hindi naman to maging replay from 2023 last year. So parang wag naman sana, pero on the terms naman of Geek Fam, Fluffy, do you think they can still do that again this year?
I feel like they have a lot of great ideas. Siya magagaling naman din yung mga players nila. The problem is making those ideas actually work out to convert a lot of these rounds. Especially, I think they have to work on their sunset, so I'm worried about the map bans later on. But depending on how they play together, I think they can really prove their strengths. Parang nahihirapan talaga sila when they're on that deficit, but they always have that comeback potential, which we almost saw. Kasi sila ata yung first team that actually pushed us into OT nung day one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Tsaka yesterday, kitang-kita natin kung gaano consistent si Slatham 999. Man, isipin mo sa lahat ng games sila, despite of them na natalo nga sila dun sa Zol Esports, Slatham being there on top, partida hindi pa nga siya duelist nun eh. At ito yung makikita natin. The question is, kailan ba maglalaro si Brain Freeze? Yun.
Yes.
Gusto yung pumasok siya ngayon? Tawagan natin.
Sana.
Kasya pa naman dito sa tabi ko, diba?
Parang pwede pa naman eh. Gusto ko, interview na lang siya papasok. Pero yun sinabi mo nga si Slatham kahapon, initiator as a Sova.
Yeah.
Top frags both games. And
That's
ito na nga, overtime potential for Geek Fam. So parang medyo adjustments probably on this day, makukuha na nila. Muntikan pa nahulog yung microphone ko. Pero baka, sana naman wala nang mahulog for both teams this time. Now going into map selections for both teams, if they are gonna be pitted against each other sa sunset, sino ba yung mananaig? Is it Geek Fam or si AIM-PH ba? Paningin mo dito, Fluffy.
I feel like based on at least yesterday, it's gotta go the way of AIM-PH. Was Geek Fam, especially on the defensive side. I know that Sunset is a very attack-focused map, but it's grabe yung nahirapan sila. I think they ended that half like 2 and 10. And it's so hard to start trading rounds once the sides do swap after that fact.
And para dito naman sa AMPH, of course, pag chinek na yung mga maps kanila laro nila, they have a really strong Lotus and Icebox as well. Pero ito nga yung maganda, diba? So, hindi ganoon kadami yung information natin na masasabi nga sa AMPH kasi nga syempre nagsisimula pa tayo. So, itong talking stage nila, doon natin malalaman kung ano ba yung mga pwede nilang ibubuga sa mga susunod pa nilang laban. The fact nga for Geek Fam, just like what you've said, na medyo matagal na rin talaga sila naglalaro. Oo, nakapasok ang AIM na ito yung mga amateur teams na nakatapat nila. What if itapat mo sa kanila yung mga naglalaro na dati sa VCT? Same ba yung performances nila sa Lotus and Icebox, or it's gonna be the bad one, or it's really up to them? Pero feeling ko sa predictions mamaya excited ako dun eh.
Ito na, since prediction na to, ay sabihin na natin, excited ka na pala eh. Phil, sino pa rin mo mananalo sa series na to?
Di ko alam. Joke lang.
Ganda ng prediction mo, di ko rin alam eh.
Lang. I have a feeling na babawiin ng Geek Fam yung pagkatalo nila kahapon.
Alright, Geek Fam, para naman kay Fluffy, sino?
I gotta go with Geek Fam also. I feel like most of the time experience talaga yung pinaka malaking variable that pushes a lot of teams to a series, not just like a best of one.
No? Alright, sige, sa akin naman dito ako sa AIM-PH kasi ako ay Bisaya, magkalapit lang kami ng baryo. Yun lang naman yung reasoning ko. AIM-PH! Kayo nang bahala dito sa Geek Fam. Of course, good luck to both teams. Ibibigay na natin to sa ating mga casters. Casters, pasok!
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Raf, and this handsome, multi-talented musician on my, I think this is my left, right, is Black and Blue. And I see that we're, wow, humble. Good intro, good start to the day. Where you, you. And also you, lovely audience. We love you guys. Sometimes.
Thank you guys.
Most of the time.
For attending the Raf and BNB show. We have Valorant, by the way. Today, a second series. As I talked about, Geek Fam, not the Malaysian squad. No, this time they're Filipino. Yeah, very nice. And AMPH from Davao, so they count as well, I guess.
Yes, they absolutely do. As you can see, me and Black and Blue are very bad at math, but I think one thing we're pretty okay at is talking about Valorant. And so I think this veto is probably going to go for comfort maps. All things considered, we don't necessarily have data on MPH because they are the new kids on the block. You know, we've had seen them playing the OQs but it's really such a different environment coming in from the qualifiers into the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, for Geek Fam, we have a grand total of an amazing 2 maps played of any recency. For AMPH, a bit more, at the very least. One of their, I guess, more successful maps has been Lotus, but that's taken out by Geek for very great reason. Bind is going to be the opener of this day. We saw some Bind a while ago. We have seen a performance here from AMPH versus the old Abaddon Abyss squad, who moved on over to MVP after that. But that was a very different roster. AMPH just are completely a blank new slate here, I think.
Absolutely, and I think they can use that to their advantage. Talk about Bind, I'm not entirely sure if this is a hot take or just a strange one, but I feel like Bind has kind of turned into the map where it rewards the super risky team. I mean, we've seen a lot of crazy teleporter plays. We've seen, I think, a few experimental comps with it. But then again, it's like, it's super early in the season, and I guess for point of reference, we don't have all that many.
Yeah, I mean, Sunset is one of those maps where it becomes difficult for teams who maybe not have their basics down as sharply, because it's a map that we simply do not, or rather hasn't been the rotation for as long. So there's a lot more opportunities to make mistakes in terms of rotations, in terms of pacing and timing with things. So we're gonna have to see how that necessarily pans on out. Well, with Breeze and Icebox all being taken off the board, what does that leave? You guessed it, Ascent for our third at the end.
This all just seems super default heavy. It doesn't really scream to me that these teams are willing to run all these high responsibility executes, because once again, right, with the theme of Ascent, with Sunset, and to an extent to Bind, you can default it out. You can take a lot of, hey guys, let's try and heavy hand push here. Maybe let's dominate the first few defenses and then kind of rotate out if we have teleporter control on either end. And so there's going to be a lot of freewheeling, maybe a lot of exciting and soulful Valorant ahead of us.
Perhaps freewheeling.
Perhaps.
What's that supposed to mean?
Freestyle, I guess. You know,
Freestyle.
like a super loose calling, I feel like, is another way of putting it.
Fluid. Maybe fluid kind of play is what we're expecting here from maybe these teams. I'm looking at potentially, you know, where the way that Geek Fam have built up this roster. You look at some of the players that they have on their side. You look at Blurred, you got Slatham, you got V-Black, Exotic, Brain Freeze, and Hydra Kid. You got some names there. Some names who maybe reared their heads the first time as freshmen last year, but they're led by a player in Brain Freeze who is a bit more of veteran expectancy, and so perhaps he might just be what they need to get them through the finish line, to get them going. As Geek Fam squad, look at the comp they pull out.
That is, well, I think that's very classic Bind at this point, right? Barring that we're not running double innie, they do go for that Cypher. I know you're a big fan of that. Meanwhile, on the side of AMPH, this seems to be a little more brawl heavy. That's going to be a lot of potency in shorter ranges. So you kind of expect Geek Fam to play the distance at this point. Once again, AMPH, I think we're all just really happy that we're getting a lot more teams coming from everywhere, really, from the Philippines. It's great to see more of our, you know, representatives that we don't see as often.
Well, I mean, I think too that we've been surprised many times. Actually, not even many times. Let's reel it back. Today alone, we saw a while ago Just Us, a team which was newer, you know, take down a team with a bit more noticeable names on the opposing end in Carti, and that could be true more the same here. If AMPH are able to get out running from the gates, then Geek Fam might just be surprised that, hey, you can never count out the young guns, the new faces on the scene, because they come here and they are hungrier, arguably, than any other, because they've got more to prove and less to lose. So how can you fault them? AMPH, I'm actually excited to see what they can do against this Geek Fam squad, simply because they got nothing to lose, and that's when they're most dangerous.
That's true. That's absolutely true. And I like that you brought out, you know, the hunger and just the drive to really compete. I mean, obviously, Geek Fam is still going to have that in spades, no doubt. It's just that potentially at this point in time, AMPH could be hungrier. And as we start off the match here, it does look like there's going to be a very, very aggressive push towards mid. However, AMPH not really finding too much contact. Barring one, maybe. Blurred out of the question, so no anti-flank present for GEEK. GEEK fam.
Big pick off here on Blurred. They catch him off guard. Allows now AMPH to have a bit more man count. Knowing that smartly enough here by Nasty. Pulls back instead into the elbow and lets the full brunt of the reinforcement come for the retake instead of trying to take down one and maybe getting traded.
Sure, they still can't really puncture through elbow here. Granted, they already have the information they need. I like that there's backpedaling on the side of AMPH, but it looks like they're tempting fate here. Still wants to duel. Maybe too much to handle there for Nasty.
Big pick off by V Black as well. Yompi connecting, trying to chime in on this smoke. Gets good timing, connects as well. A triple now for Yonpeak, who's no sleeper. Ooh. And Magic's gonna keep it going as well. GEEK fam not able to hold on. It's AMPH, who I said are dangerous, and you see them shine their fangs.
I'm glad that you brought out that the fact that AMPH can start off really, really hot, and if they can potentially rattle GEEK fam, then it could be such a dangerous, dangerous line that they're treading. Because if we kind of look at what happened yesterday between Zol and GEEK fam would adjust, but it took like 7 rounds, 6 rounds, and at that point, the margin for error just becomes so, so small.
This GEEK fam squad, at least the core of it, you know, Exotic, Slathem, Hydrakid, V Black, they were pretty impressive throughout last year, considering they were a newer squad, but there's obviously bigger challenges now. There's some other teams that have stepped up to the plate. Showers control early here, ref.
A lot of it too, and Yonpeak already taking first blood against V Black. No smokes to speak of, and not any weapons to really retaliate, as AMPH will reduce GEEK fam into nothing but crop. Farmed them in the showers. Hydrakid with the Sheriff. We know he has some pretty sharp aim. Statistically speaking, though, unlikely that he will win this.
Yeah, he's lying. Almost connects on that shot too, but quick and easy, flawless as well here for AMPH, which is the type of round you'd want in this case.
Great conversion. I mean, I don't think they lost too many players here, if not any, on this second round. No, actually, yes, that was flawless, as you mentioned. They're gonna have maximum returns on that. Once again, I'll say it. You know, I'm really happy that we get to see confidence buys on the second round more often. The rifles, they really come into play a lot earlier. It does kind of make the bonus a little difficult to convert if you kind of lose out on that economy. But again, confidence is key.
Yeah, I honestly kind of like always having at least one Vandaler of the sort on those second rounds. Flash expected. It's a Gecko, by the way, that they pulled out. Not something you see too often, but not unheard of. Although it has shined a bit as of recent, as Hydrakid flushes out Nasty. The Molly only to momentarily buy him some time to try and get some help. But it would be a bad idea to chime in here and just, you know, try and peek on through if he can maybe get a cheeky kill. It doesn't come to pass. Molly's to try and deny the plan for the meantime, but GEEK fam, they can just chill here right now and take these fights.
That's true, but Yonpeak, look at where he is. He's found himself in the corner here. Not entirely sure if GEEK fam want to contest backside. I think this is really smart. If they get that spike down, then it's going to be problematic. But they managed to outmaneuver AMPH.
They bail out for the rotate instead, so... Oh, V Black, he actually had an opportunity there. Squandered, though. 4v3. Let's see what AIM can do on the retake. They spread out on their attempt.
I don't think I'm a big fan of leaving Yonpeak alone here. Perhaps it's just info on his directive. At least pull attention. He is going to get caught by that trap if he's not careful. Magix has been discovered. And so far, the bodies are still leaning towards GEEK fam. Retaliating, but sustaining minor losses.
Well, Slathem obviously outgunning them there. GEEK fam convert the round. They should, anyways. And AMPH are the ones now who've got something to say in return. It's a good smoke as well there by the defensive brim here on the side of AMPH to ensure that GEEK fam simply cannot push deep into the back site. It forces them towards A, which ultimately they still win, but it's good in practice.
I think MPH have a lot more allowance taking early fights too, because if we saw how Geek Fam and how they're still crawling up towards B main, they really are just not investing anything. Peak letting go of that might actually find a stray blurred again, and that lurk has just been ineffective
Spike
as of
planted.
late with the trades. Good thing for Geek Fam, they're up and running.
I do quite like this fade pick, to be honest. We don't see it too much too often, but comboed with the wingman, there is quite a lot to deal with in terms of corner clearing utility here. V-Black gets the one. They shoot out the Dizzy. They haven't been comboing it with other utility to really find out where it's coming from. The Lear as well, immediately dealt with. No real time left here. They do have the ult as well. Wingman coming on out, but that's a good kill. They can actually stick this now as long as they keep him alive. He's gonna stay and stick it, but the half is all they get. Ultimately enough. 1v1 at the end goes Geek Fam's way, and they tie up the game.
Okay. Last thing I need is
Ooh,
some
that was a
hero
close
messing
call. I
things
was
up.
already at the edge of my seat, just waiting if somebody was going to take care of that. As you mentioned, the Fade pick, not as common these days as in her heyday. You know, I feel like almost every map had a Fade. I think she was just so complete for that meta. I think she's a little underrated now, especially if you want to play a more claustrophobic type of playstyle, because those Prowlers still will do quite a bit, especially if the defender or the one that gets scouted is caught unaware. Plus you pair that with a wingman, as you said, plus the Dizzy. There is just a lot of things to shoot at.
Yeah, but it's a bit too easy to shoot at when they're both together. Savvy and Nasty, they get one apiece. Hydra Kid is able to try and equalize just a bit. I mean, these Dizzies, okay, forces off the aim. That at least helps him get into position, but imagine if it was maybe a Sky plus a Dizzy, right? You can't shoot out both. When they throw these Lears, rather these scans off the Fade, that balloon, and then the Dizzy, we've been seeing it be quite easily dealt with as of recent, but at least, well, there, in that specific case, Magix is able to use it to actually get a shot off.
I'm thinking about it, you know? It's just, my gosh, there's a lot to shoot at. If the execute does kind of fall on your head, you know, when the Viper wall comes up, and plus the scans, plus the Prowler. But then again, well, that's being deployed. Your main bulk, your front line, is going to be missing 3 guns, so that perhaps could change the tide of battle.
30 seconds
As we're
left.
just kind of waiting for this
I got the spike.
the clock to run out. There's 30 seconds. I actually can't believe APH won that out. Beautiful, beautiful, I guess, consolidation with each other and what to do, and composure. Again, they only had their sheriffs, but they still did a lot of damage. I wouldn't put it past them to just kind of
10
get this
seconds
down
left.
and be done with it. But now information has been given, and I would assume that APH would swarm them. Oh my gosh.
No way. No way Slathen wins this. He gets a one. Thrifty as well. And APH are so composed. They just waited here in CT in the defender spawn with a great crossfire in case he pushed out. Patience was a virtue that APH have certainly at least tried to flex here.
I would have thought this should have been like a layup for Geek Fam, you know what I mean? Because it feels like their playstyles are quite similar. It's just their points of interest vary from these rounds, as we see.
Enemy remaining.
At the same
What
time,
are you talking about, Raph? Geeks
Even-
can't do layups.
maybe you guys should, you know what I mean? Go play. I was about to say even Brandon Knight misses layups, you know what I mean? Classic. And wow, that's I actually quite like that cam. I'm pretty sure you know how to do it since you
Sees pretty deep, yeah.
Yeah?
We saw another nice cam a while ago that
was this the Lotus one? Oh, from earlier today.
Unbind as well, yeah. Sees all the way deep into the fountain, but nasty.
Spike down B.
True to his name. Okay. Double. Okay, puts the ult in the back of it against the eco. Why not? Why not do it?
Why not, right?
2v4, and it's an eco that they got to deal with.
Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like that first shot, lucky, but you know it did the job. And MPH, I'm pretty sure they're gonna take this round away from Geek Fam. Again, 2 sheriffs. I think we're just playing by the numbers at this point. Percentage-wise, I wouldn't take it. I feel like if they can get one more pick, then this is definitely acceptable. You already have Hemorrhage, or
30 seconds
I'm
left.
assuming that's how you read his name.
Player standing.
Oh, they line up. I thought that should have been a collateral, but I guess not.
You were so close.
All right.
How do you read that?
Hemorrhage.
Right? Right.
I think so. Like the boo boo.
Yes.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah.
Very clever. Very clever.
All right. Magic 666 is messing with my S's. There's so many S's in that. Magic 666.
What team was it where they had, I think, all the S's in the world? What's it? This old Searcha team, right? It was the old Searcha 2000 where it was like Surf.
They got the Surf.
Yeah.
They got the other S guy. I forgot. But
Yeah, I think it was Surf, Scary, and then you had
oh, right.
the neon player that is escaping my mind for some reason.
One
Wait,
of
no,
them.
isn't that Surf? That's Surf, right? Then again, going back to our game, have you noticed Geek Fam love to challenge this shower position? I get that they want to control it, but I feel like
They have a ton
don't
of
you
ults,
have, don't you have the Skydog to invest? I mean, like we said, right? Double Innie, it's kind of so hard to win against utility shuffle like that. Maybe
I
it
think the
was a
thing
good
is-
nerf. Uh-huh.
I think the thing is too, knowing they have a Viper on the opposing side, it can be hard to try and fight for short control. So putting a bit more focus into holding on to these showers positions. He's absolutely dead. He is executed there on the site itself as well. Swinging from Hydrica gets him one, but they're doing a good job of holding on to the control here on this Lamp side, rather on the shower side. They pop the ultimate towards Lamps instead. Look at that Molly here to try and kind of close out a bit of control.
30 seconds
Geek
left.
Fam are in a very tough spot, especially with a wiggly shark coming his way. V-Black is absolutely dead, stabbed in the face. He is mugged. He is banged by the gang. 5-2 aim punch. They continue.
My, what a colorful vocabulary you have, black and blue. Wouldn't expect any less from a person named Black and Blue. He loves his colors. Anywho, it feels like the slower pace is the exact same thing. What's been happening, or at least what's transpired between Geek Fam and their opposing teams. Zol, this slow play that they're trying to initiate off of, kind of just steamrolled them in the first 5 rounds. Geek Fam, yes, they did get a couple, but this conversion rate into the eco rounds, it just seems like it's lacking somewhere.
Certainly. I mean, especially with a scoreline like this, there were moments where initial plans of Geek, once it doesn't turn out, that plan B just seems to not come into fruition as well. Doesn't seem to materialize when they need it to.
I feel like it's
very
been
scrappy rounds that they've only won.
It really has been scrappy rounds. I feel like it's been decently suspicious that they're not supporting Blurred on these lurks. Because I feel like if they really want to establish a lurk threat, then number one is to get those picks first. You know what I mean? Just kind of protocol. I know we're nerding out really hard. You know what I mean? But
Don't let
yes,
me down now, yeah?
we're a bunch of nerds too. I don't know where I was going to go with that, but
Hawk out.
that's the truth.
It's okay. This is what we came here to do. Be geeks with the Geek Fam. Yawn Peak absolutely wakes up. Shows the way. Magix as well. Shuts down Blurred, and the immediate fountain push here just... It's very difficult for Geek to contest that with Sheriffs at distance, at range.
Blurred not having a great start, and just been compounded by the fact that they've been ecoing upon ecoing. There's just been no cohesion with these rounds whatsoever. I think they want to go for a slow walk here towards B long, but again, Magic and his wizardry, he still has his full belt of utility, plus hemorrhages, Spooky Balloon and Prowlers. It's just not going to be an easy time for Geek Fam here, and it's just... Oh, that's disgusting. It's just evident.
God!
Eco frags.
Eco!
Eco frags.
Well, I mean, quick and clean cleanup duty, obviously, from Magic's all the way to the end.
Mm-hmm.
But it's GEEK who, hey, I mean, you can think of it. Orbital Strike, probably prime targets of that are lamps. Yes, right. But I think I would assume that AMPH would assume that as well, and so they go aggressive instead to see what they can take away. Showstopper will not find anything completely wrong side of the map, but they didn't know that till it actually happened. Nades thrown on into the side trap, and here they go, but look at that! He's caught in the mousetrap! Nasty for the one. Trade comes in, but hey, that's good value.
Don't chase the cheese, as it'll only lead to traps. As AMPH, they swing out, and I cannot believe Yonpeak just goes as wide as he does and still gets one. Struggling to keep this alive still as AMPH. We have Hydra Kid with the Orbital Strike if they want to go for the long route. Hemorrhage gets one.
Oh.
That's down to 2v1. Still potentially clutchable! And he fades away with it. Patience, patience, patience. Look how many tools he still has in his belt. A Prowler.
But
He's too far away.
he's going so far away. He doesn't have time to slow clear in the elbow. If he just booked it for the site maybe and tapped the spike early, things could have been different, but this round is sealed. Its fate is done. Looking the wrong way, unfortunately. Not know where it could be. GEEK, they get their round, but man, AIM almost had that in the bag.
Expensive, expensive, expensive. The bodies fell left and right. Another thing that this is kind of like telling me, or I guess the assumption is that AMPH, they don't want to guess on their defense. They just want to be the ones to lead the initiative and just kind of make GEEK fam, how do I put this? Adjust to their game. They want to lead this dance. GEEK fam, they've been falling into that trap. Perhaps a more bursty set is going to alleviate some of this.
The operator. It comes out and connects. Southern is dead. You don't always see that from your Gecko, but it wasn't a bad idea in this case. To get that early contact, typically where the sky would be right towards that long, they replace that with a Gecko, supplement it instead. And the retake might be difficult, but they've got so much utility here that's just burning time and effort from the attack. Nasty's good for the one. He might actually get the second, and that he does. Ultimately traded out, but 4v2 Raf, and they are getting torn apart.
That they are, and that was a good moment. You know, like, I can't hit this guy. And now they get cornered, but they're still fighting back. Blurred is finally coming alive. Yonpeak being a little courageous here, trying to assist the teammate, trying to play the numbers, as V-Black can't even kill one.
What?
Yonpeak does get punished. Oh, so close.
That
But
was
from
so
behind?
close. From behind, yeah. Imagine if he flicked on over and somehow connected that, especially since it wasn't up in a shorty. He wouldn't have any other choice if those two shorty kills shots rather than kill him. But
Thank you.
whew, difficult
Close.
entry attempt. Once more, they almost took it away.
I'm trying to think if it's really the double initiator that's slowing down the pace of GEEK fam here, because I feel like they might be respecting utility a little too much. Granted, it can be very annoying walking into the site and just kind of walking into that. At the same time, they can't be walking into operator shots like this, no? No? Oh,
No!
okay, well, do that
No,
then.
they don't.
All
B
right.
Black with a shot sends him into the dark. Obviously, he won't stand for much longer of that, but drop the op, which is pretty good. Yonpeak gets the one. That's pretty fancy, but can GEEK fam do more damage in this as the spike is out of their hands? Oh, unfortunately, Exotic's found, so 2v4 again.
Yeah, I don't know about this one, Chief. It's been slow burn after slow burn. There has to be an adjustment from GEEK fam here. I think so far B main, or rather B long, has been sealed away. They know the operator's definitely going to try and posture up from there. They've just not established a foothold towards showers. And it's been really painful to watch. And you see APH, they occupy a lot of a short towards teleporter. So I feel like right now, GEEK fam just needs a little bit of confidence. I like that little peek by V-Black earlier to take the operator away. Hopefully they get more moments like that. At the same time, MPH looking like Terminators.
Well, As long as Skynet is up, then they should be good. GEEK, final round to try and bring this one on back. I can see Twitch chat, and they're saying it's Jeremiah. But even on VLR and Liquipedia, his name is Hemorrhage, and that's what he registered his name for. So I'll continue calling him that, because that's his own problem and fault.
Plus, it's cool.
Yeah, why not, right?
Plus,
We already
it's
have a Jeremy. We already have Filipino Jeremy.
Now I have Jeremiah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I've got
well,
your trail.
we're
Well,
getting...
That's looking good. Oh, he gets a kill as well on the follow-up. So 4v2, but now they flip the sides over. This should be a GEEK fam round to bring this 8-4. If they get actually 4 here in the attack, defense, not out of the question to come back into this map.
We've seen a lot of nasty shots from both these players, so it might not be out of the question. Jeremiah, Hemorrhage, whichever way we go, will still fall, despite getting a few picks here and there. 8-4. Although I feel like the numbers don't tell the complete story here. GEEK fam, that was an abysmal start, really. AMPH had all the control in the world that they could ask for.
One could say it was a Abaddon abysmal start.
Well,
GEEK fam.
Well, they do need their MVP right now. You know, they need somebody to step up.
It certainly would be nice in their case. But right now, geeks are all they are. But hey, it's smart people who keep the world turning for the most part.
That's right.
Oh, well, to some extent.
We all have a place in the world.
Yeah. even
Don't forget to
dumb
drink
people.
water.
Yeah.
Dumb people like us.
Keep them on the
Like
run.
Oh no, my...
Like Fluffy. He's done a lot.
He's done a few things, in all honesty. Heroic, yes, but what is this?
This is a lot.
What brawl? Somebody nearly got knifed. Beyond Peak stampedes over them with a classic. And GEEK fam, they try to replicate the success.
My
But
goodness.
no. Blurred though. Oh dear me.
Oh. The line certainly drawn here. Blurred trying to keep them a bit more shaky. Oh, they use a wingman to plant. This is so smart. He's not going to be able to deny that. Oh, this is really good right now. For Blurred. He goes on through. Able to find his opportunity. Knows one isn't there. They have the molly on it, but it's good that they burnt that early. They can still try and get a fight here, and that they do. 1v1. V-Black left all alone. Cage still on a nasty. All he has to do is hit the shot. He doesn't. Runs through, connects, and that is it. V-Black gets it. GEEK take the pistol.
Scary start of the round, in all honesty. That was really scary. Again, just a little bit of a mosh pit. I say this a lot, but double tap. Don't let the zombies come back. Call your hits, by the way, guys. Anywho, GEEK fam, they hit number 5, conversion to number 6. Hopefully, I think this is where we also see AMPH show how they want to deal with these types of rounds, because so far we haven't really seen a team that likes to force buy, or at least not in the last day or so.
I like how they saw the smoke land in front of them. They heard multiple footsteps about to run through that smoke, and they all just dove in with them and just joined the mosh pit within the smoke there towards showers. It's like that scene in.
It's the JoJo, you know. You're approaching me. I have
run
to,
into the
I
fray.
need to, you know. That's true. Of course, we have as many references as we do. They try to take U-Haul here, but the firepower on GEEK fam is just too much, despite AMPH trying to equalize. Now again, the gamble has been made, but this is just going to set them back another round.
He tanked that for sure. GEEK fam stopping the force buy here from AMPH. I mean, they had some rounds to give, and this is going to be one of them.
We try to maneuver this. Showers could potentially be another hotspot here. Exotic has given his position away. Beautiful bait and switch here by Slatham.
That's a feels bad for Exotic.
That's
But
been the
at least-
first half, though. You know what I mean? That's like the first half. That's it feels bad for Exotic. But he's been somewhat waking up, and he's been providing a lot of value. But again, this is one of those games where, like, this is tough. This is rough.
That's tough.
That's tough.
That's tough.
That's basically the life of a Sentinel, though. You're either being a total brick wall, or you're made out of soil and everybody just kind of climbs over you, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, you're either a tree or a sprout. Sometimes maybe just a blade of grass.
Yeah,
But-
and even when you're a tree, sometimes they have chainsaws. So it's just,
Yeah.
oh man, you know what I mean?
There can be
Oh,
a lot to
man.
deal with. This skin the Blurred is using, maybe I'm
Over-
dumb, but it looks like it's made for raids. It's like a raise
Yeah.
skin. It might actually
With all the
be
stickers.
like orange, and then it's got this whole like junkyard
color
theme
raise.
going. Speaking of raises, that's Yon Peak down, and V Black is going to continue to aggress here on towards the hookah, in which he smokes him,
One enemy remaining.
and they simply have no chance to try and bail.
Part of me is starting to think that MPH was playing with the lead a little bit too much here with that force buy and helping them dig their own graves. And as if you said, going into hookah, smoking kills, ladies and gentlemen. Don't do it. PSA. GEEK fam recovering very, very well. This time they have a bonus. I feel like the only points of contention here are going to be Blurred and Hydra Kid. Granted, we've seen a lot of value from the Spectres.
I like how the
Trying to
bonus
think.
is the 5th round of the half. In this case.
That's why I was thinking, like,
Yeah.
this is not adding up. You know what I mean? This is not
Yeah.
adding up. The math ain't
Very-
mathing.
Very curious. There you go. Okay, Dizzy plus the Haunt at the same time. Gives him a bit more to deal with, but unfortunately they use a lot of it to take showers, of which GEEK had no intention of holding on against it. Perfect timing off the lurk here from Nasty. He gets traded, but that's still going to go off the neural theft here. They have information now what to do. They can plan for the backside, as they know it's going to be coming from the rear. They can set up their defense here, as Magic still has full utility.
And he does. V Black, surprised why he didn't take a rifle here. Still opting to play with the Spectre. Potentially ready to brawl close, but now a decision has to be made. And it's the perfect one, GEEK fam.
My ult's ready.
Decent 5th round bonus. Again, -2. It's always acceptable at this point in time, but they really want the rounds. They really want to keep going. I think I saw an operator in play here. I think this was a little questionable. I think this is probably the worst flank in the game, right? When you go to market into the to B spawn, I think statistically speaking, these rarely ever work.
It's such a long rotate, and then once you commit to
Right?
it's difficult to circle back, because circling back in the market to go in A short takes even longer than just committing on it and going in A short from the cave and stuff. So unfortunately it doesn't work in this case, but now they got a full buy proper here for GEEK. They've cut the lead down to 2 from the 4 that we ended the half with, and they have the neural theft. So a pick here from Blurred, timed right,
Is gonna win it all.
change the battlefield. Yeah.
Yonpik does have the. Oh well, there it goes. No
Yeah.
more Sentinel on the side of MPH as V Black will chime in first,
He's
and that's
trapped.
exactly what they were looking for. But oh no!
Perfect.
Disaster!
Oh my goodness, he's getting it all blurred! He draws the lines! But unaffected, hemorrhages! Gets a double at the end, but that's what we were talking about. He is going to be a problem, and that's all he gave.
Not in the paint. You know, not in the paint where Blurred is. Despite him being shaky in the first, he's come alive and he's been very, very stable on this defensive end. Ooh, that's gross though. AMPH also kind of flexing their muscles here. I like this timeout. I'm glad that they're going back to the drawing board while they have a comfortable lead. GEEK fam starting to really, really get going here. They have an operator, so I'm not sure if they really want to go for that slow approach to the game again. It wasn't really working out in the first half, but granted they are on defense. Patience is a virtue.
Certainly so. GEEK fam cutting that lead down even further. As I said, right? As we talked about a while ago, 4 on the opening half on the attack. Not bad, actually. It's not great, but it's not terrible. Certainly winnable. And we're seeing that come true here. AMPH, I think, are in a bit more of a predicament because they have struggled to really get any attacking rounds. The only one they were able to take away was against the pseudo bonus that Geek Fam had. And even that, barring, you know, the kill off the lurk from Nasty, it could have gone very, very sour if that flank worked. So, AMPH, what do they have here? Opportunity now for Geek to tie the game up.
Well, then they don't want to make that first half just bittersweet. You know, wonderful performance, great guesses on their end, or rather, great control. Right now, they are one away from two very, very good team fighting ults. We have Nightfall and Orbital Strike, but doesn't look like they're really prioritizing an orb right now, or at least at the very moment. They do have Showers control. I like this smoke, and I think that's confirmed that there's going to be a few people towards A. They really like to slow down in the first 30 seconds. I love how careful they are, but I feel like at this point, one of these teams are going to figure out the tempo and send out a really wild push.
Doesn't confirm anything there, as it's the A site that is currently trying to be addressed. Hydro Kid has no problem at all. He cut off one head. He cut off a second head. The body's still alive, but they've done good damage here. 2-2 on an eco, not bad.
I have the spike.
Pick your poison. That was a dog pile of weapons there. Unfortunately for them, the upgrades
30
will
seconds
make
left.
a little bit of noise. I think this is going to be a fair 2v2. We still have one more jump from Yon Peak. That's going to be a small window of opportunity with the operator missing. They're taking quite a bit of damage, but they confirm it. Where does Blurred retreat to? Nasty's quite low, and he sees Blurred, but can't win out the mirror. 1v1. Yon Peak so low, but one bullet to the head could take it all. But the shorty is here, and it's here to save the day. Where's the operator?
That's exactly what happens. Blurred is in the fight. So sharp as always. And Geek Fam are able to tie up the game now. What a comeback we've seen from them. Surprised at this too, that the fact that they were able to still bring it down to a 2v2 here. Nasty landing some nasty shots, but ultimately enough, that's still good damage done on Nico.
Indeed it is, and it's been a long climb back here. Geek Fam not only leading the charge when it comes to credit economy, they do have a wonderful ult economy as well. So potentially AMPH, they want to bait some of that, equalize a little bit. But with Exotic on this operator, they might want to tread very, very carefully. I like that they have the confirm on the Cypher cab. And Magic, with all the confidence in the world, still challenging this. I'm not sure if this is very viable, you know. There's already an info confirm. They don't know the op is here. That could be a problem.
Smoke comes out. Camera gets a tag actually through the smoke. Good timing of that, but obviously does not let the shot ring through. Not to alert them of what's happening. Paint shells out just to try and disrupt timing potentially if they were about to exit out of that. At least force them back to an angle that the op can now be a bit more proficient with dealing with here. Execute about to come.
Face your fear.
A lot of staring down here, and Exotic holding the line like one of the Spartans of the Grade 300. Unfortunately for him, he is taking quite a few arrows that could potentially block out his son. The rest of Geek Fam, they try to create a phalanx here. They can't. Smarty punctures. And even Exotic gets baited into a few shots. What's going on here? They cannot resuscitate the situation.
Wow, AIM making the 30-second meta have a resurgence here in 2024. Pushing it the last few seconds
10 seconds left.
after just complete info dry and denial.
Oh no!
They leave the spike as well away.
Oh no!
Do they even have a chance here?
No!
As long as Hydra Kid hides, he's good. And that he's able to. They're not able to flush him out. They take the round. Geek Fam steal it away.
Like a thief in the night. My goodness. I thought for sure that was a disaster, but mishaps with a spike, little butterfingers here and there, not getting enough time. And what's even worse is this isn't even the first time we've seen a plant mishap on the opener. Huh? Huh.
I don't know. Spike unfortunately drops way too far out of reach. GEEK fam would certainly at least welcome those type of mistakes to come from the opposing side. Blurred has a precarious spot here.
Camera taken out.
Unless he gets naded out or cleared out with a prowler of the sort, should be fine. Repositions instead, though.
I hope this isn't going to be another Disturbed song, you know? No more Land of Confusion, please. I thought for sure that was going to be an MPH round, but again, perhaps just a little wet around the ears. You know what I mean? It's fundamentals of the game. Just pay attention to the time. And now they're going to let that run out. Exotic still has the operator. He will get marked, but they know he has an op. I don't think they're willing to challenge. Look where Blurred is. I think he's being marked. But he nearly gets a first shot, but no.
Absolutely checking that angle there by Yon Peak. 4v4 now as they try and rotate quickly in towards his side, but Hydra Kid! He comes from the rear! More like a serpent than a Hydra at this point. 2v3. Sneaky play. Now have a post plan to try and hold up against. Wingman is still up. Dizzy as well. How do they use it?
How do they use it indeed? No more utility on most of these players as they try to crawl up, try to take this with muscle, and Hydra Kid, he is ravenous as he cleaves through the rest of APH. He will let the rest of his team do that thing before they can finish the defuse. All right, wonderful.
All right. He's swiping right on that. 9-11. Scoreline up above. GEEK fam, incredible comeback they've established already to make possible and make a reality after those kills. And after these past few rounds, momentum heavily in their favor. And really their Hydra Kid off of that flank coming from the market. I like that he kind of squeezed away map control. And it led to that opportunity for him to do that.
GEEK fam, they have a huge momentum swing here. It just feels like it was just one big Zweihander cutting through the defense, rather the offense there. As MPH, their blades a little blunted. Still looking for an opening, perhaps a gap in this GEEK fam armor. But still, they're prying, they're poking around. And with this map control, I'd say minimal map control, they're still trying.
Still a minute left with full 5v5 on either side. MPH always wanting to kind of play the patience game here. Season gets an angle. Showstopper on out. They know one was on the APC. They have a Honda's while they're trying to get a scan. Triple should be dead immediately. That it is. V Black taking on down. Heaven being held by Hydra Kid, and he strikes once more. The swing, though, from Slathem gets a double here for GEEK fam. The 2 versus 3, make that a 1v3 as Nasty stands alone. But he's got to stand tall to try and avoid match point, which Hydra Kid will certainly deliver. 9-12 as GEEK fam. They are solved here for match point.
He felt like a warrior, dying standing up. Unfortunately, just did not convert to anything here. Opening picks here on the side of MPH. However, conversion has been sorely lacking, and even being diligent with some of these clears is just, again, somewhat lacking, as I've mentioned. They need to reset. I think they still have one more timeout, if I'm not mistaken. Although at this point, do you just live and let die? Erased.
Good catch here by Nasty, though. Just when they needed to. Should be able to trade this weapon in if he continues forward. Hydra Kid getting aggressive here off the flash, but doesn't really amount to much. Good idea, though, considering they are down in the man count. Look at that! Off of the stem. Gets a peek off, but Hydra Kid does not share the same fate.
Not at all, but they want a double dip, and they're punished for it. A decent advantage now turning into a slight thorn on their side. Not aware of the third person, though, but look how far both GEEK fam players are from each other, so a trade is almost impossible, and Exotic gets read like a book. MPH now have a full sight for their taking.
Blurred, what can you do? At this point, anything. They have to be careful. A single kill
Spike
will
planted.
lead into a neural theft. At that point, with information gathered, Blurred can turn this sour. Gets the one, knows where one is, but still unsure where Nasty could be. He has some utility to play with if he can get close enough. Oh, he now knows where both of them are. 5 bullets, but can't connect. They were both a bit tagged up.
man.
APH, you get the 10.
Fear your weapon.
You saw that
Or
you
use
could
a gun.
visibly, well, you know, no pun intended. Blurred was ready to just pounce. He was about to activate Terminator mode, but good stuff here by AMPH to just exercise their temperance. They went out another round and entered double digits. Still very doable. However, Geek Fam's economy will allow them to get one more buy round in. And look at Slatham. He's one away from those Seekers. This could put a wrench in the plans of AMPH.
Last few rounds potentially here, regulation. Do we go into the 24th or do we call it in here right now? Lots of ultimates as well for Geek Fam to turn the tide of this.
Crash is ready.
AMPH lets their presence known here towards A, but you can see those tripwires are going to be a problem.
Could potentially be. But look at Geek Fam. They don't want to overextend. They know one is all they need, and that's enough info for them to just kind of bounce out. Nothing being thrown towards B side here. Not entirely sure if they want to engage in a retake. I'm not entirely sure from the eye test either who has the upper hand in those types of situations. But the strong side is definitely going to be seeing some action very, very soon. And Nasty is in a good position to go for a timing here.
Oh, good shot here from Slatham onto Nasty. They still have so many ults as well to make this life hell. V-Black needs to get a kill here. Timing on the back off. Snakebite as well. Counter Mosh Pit. They use that to try and stop the plan from going on in off the wingman. Orbital strike perfect on time. Hemorrhage as well able to get the one here. Look at them trying to hold on towards that last position still. Sevi able to get his own. 3v3, they equalize. They have the thrash as well here in the Magics. The spike is out of reach. They're trying to get the plant. They have to stick it right here, right now. Where is the stick? They're not going to deny it. He's going to continue on forward. Hydra Kid on the swing. Slatham as well. It's all in the Magics, but he's trapped in the corner. Could not get the kill. And Geek Fam take the opening map.
Oh my goodness, they try to knife him. They try to stab him. They wanted one more go at it. But Geek Fam, beautiful recovery here. And it doesn't even look like they're bothered at all by the outcome or how close that was. Wonderful first half there by APH. I think that's still, you know, credit has to be given. At the same time, I feel like when they started taking a lot of these unnecessary duels in the second half, I feel like that's where the foundation started cracking.
Oh yeah, certainly. It came down to a point where while match point wasn't too far out of reach for them to try and equalize and tie up into so many ultimates, that's what became the problem. Their one defining factor, which is having that wingman to, you can equalize a bit. He can be planting while they can still continue and sustain the fight. Denied by the orbital strike, sent them into a scramble, and then from that point on, well, we saw what happened at the end. So congrats. Opening map here goes to Geek Fam.
Not entirely sure who had that map pick either, but if that was the AMPH map pick, then I think I'd be a little worried because, again, you did see the mastery of the map. You saw a lot of intentional movement, especially in the first half. But this is a very common problem with teams that just kind of get into our circuit, and I think it's always a good reminder that this is a different Shark Tank, everybody. Every team here is just super capable. It's a stamina issue. Despite being on your map pick, they kind of ran out of layers of adjustment, and I think Geek Fam really, you know, saw that as a weakness and just took advantage of it.
Well, Geek Fam also do have a bit more experience at this level of play, but still, man, AMPH put up a really good fight, and I think they're they have looked, to me at least, like one of the more impressive so far off of this small sample size kind of newer teams we've got. But we're gonna have to see a bit more for ourselves if that is necessarily gonna hold up as we move into the next map. Sunset is where we're gonna go. Look at Hydra Kid here. You never expect the Brimstone to be one of the most aggressive factors of your play.
Absolutely. And I do agree with all the points that you've given there off the rip. MPH, I like the structure. I like the intentional plays. I like that they already have a playbook kind of being established. And obviously, over time, it's going to get better. But this is where they kind of fell apart, right? I was talking about the eye test here, which is really, really suspicious on the side of MPH because they would get an opening pick and then somehow they would kind of drop the ball on those post plans. But then again, that's also thanks to, as you mentioned, Hydra Kid, the backline kind of stepping up and, you know, doing a little bit of a Sisyphus moment, putting his team on his shoulders.
Well, I mean, it wasn't necessarily just a one-way show either, to be fair, because some of the other players on this squad did show up. We had some moments there coming in from Slathem. Exotic as well had some great moments. They're really trying to break through the lines. Obviously, Hydra Kid might be the star and the MVP of that one, but there's some moments all around, I think, that were pretty good, especially on both ciphers on either side here. V Black, too, had some great holds, like as we see here, and just so many thorns in the side of Aiden.
That's right. Well, hopefully this rose
Blurred
is still going to bloom. And as you mentioned, Blurred, despite all the rough starts, recovers really well, keeps his composure. And I feel like having Brain Freeze as well as a locker room presence, or maybe even like a, you know, pseudo coach, assistant coach, in any case, any back end, I think is such a great addition to GEEK Fam, because you talk about the experience, you talk about having a level head. I think it's really great in the long run.
Definitely so. They also have L, you know, former analyst of Naos that went to Ascension last year. So they do have a lot of level potential heads and intelligent minds behind this team. So that's what I think really kind of sets them apart from some of the other younger teams, is that they have experience, one, with VCT last year. Two, they have people backing them who have even more experience than they do. And so that is a edge, certainly, over some of the other younger teams we got up on this stage. And I think if you're GEEK Fam right now, you're feeling pretty confident after that opening map. Maybe not super, because it was close at the end, but fighting through adversity other times is sometimes even better than a quick stomp. So we will come back, hopefully not to a stomp, when we go from this break. We'll see you guys in a bit. VCTPH, there's a Mosquito. We'll come back in a bit. Welcome back to the VCTPH. Our second game of the second series of the day is about to commence. I'm BNB, with me is Raph, and an outstanding comeback from GEEK Fam in that opener rather of this series I think has to be applauded, because 8-4 half they turned it around and able to close it out in the second.
That is true. And, you know, we talked about level heads and locker room presence. I feel like they've just been operating really, really well all across the board. The players have been fantastic. I think frag distribution was something that we haven't really talked about, because everybody, as you mentioned, contributed in spades. They all had their own highlights and really, really nasty clips. You also mentioned the return of the 30-second meta. In my opinion, my 2 cents on that, please don't. No. No. No, just don't do it.
I mean, we saw it once in that one round, but for the most part, I still do like the patience we're seeing from AMPH as a whole. I do think that when we move over to Sunset, though, things might be changing. We're going to be looking at here potentially the agents very soon of what is going to come in this Sunset map, and that we shall transfer over to, because what do we got here? Viper, curious choice.
Double controller on Sunset. I think we are probably just in a treat again for a classic double initiator, double controller matchup. We talk about how they want to take the space and how this is affecting their pacing directly. I think this can be very evident, but guys, it is very, very close to dinner time. So of course, Grab is right there. You see it. You know, don't forget to go order your lovely, lovely snacks so you can't sit around and watch us talk and watch the wonderful players play. Again, going back into the game here, double initiator with a Sova breach on Sunset. That's curious.
I think there's some merit to it, especially seeing as how both ends of the floor, right? You see this fade come in from Hemorrhage, which some people like to say Jeremy, but
Jeremiah.
I digress. We've seen that come in, especially during, VCT China, during the offseason kind of, where they were running that a lot, and I thought it was super effective, and I like that they bring it out on here, plus the double controller, many ways to potentially kind of isolate specific angles to scan off, but that breach, we always know that a breach played right is a breach that has a lot to offer on the floor and on the board, and it could really be what kind of hampers a lot of the plans here of AMPH. So I'm curious to see if GEEK Fam have the coordination to make this comp work out, but same rings true, to be honest, for AMPH. They are not playing basic easy comps, arguably one more for the GEEK, but yeah, for AMPH, interesting composition they pull out here for sure.
Well, Breach as an agent, for somebody who has long hair, a Breach played right makes me want to tear my own hair out, because as you mentioned, it can throw a lot of curveballs, and just talking about the value that you have, that you can stop aggression just from B main alone, right? You have your E that can reach all the way into the back, so any would-be aggressors from the defensive side would get caught out and obviously punished. But as you mentioned, both these teams, high responsibility, high execution. Hopefully the plans will pan out for, well, both of them really.
Get right into it. Second map of this series. GEEK Fam up 1-0, and the series score itself, a main trying to be cleared on out, but it's mid that they're looking to push one way here. Sees through the door. V-Black instantly shut down here from Yompik. That's a huge pickoff. The fact that it was towards top mid as well means they can pivot towards either site, and A seems to be their target of choice.
And it is, but they have to cover a little bit of ground here, and Nasty gets one. I feel like that's enough for them to signal rotate. Yet again, a messy rotation on the side of GEEK Fam. They already have a perpetrator towards their spawn, and I don't think they checked for this. I think this might be a free omen kill, as Hydra Kid is already trying to duel for his life, but it's blurred coming in for Sevi. Now MPH, 3 players still alive versus the 2 of GEEK Fam. Very much doable.
They have to start to get eyed because the time here is going to tick very so surely. Shots on out for Hemorrhage. Blurred is to be found. Hydra Kid as well follows suit. That's all she wrote. AMPH, another pistol round goes to their name.
Interesting. I thought for sure with that overextension that could have been, a GEEK Fam a free pick. Then again, you still gotta land your shots and find your targets. So far, that wasn't the case. I feel like it's really these long rotations on Sunset, plus just the nature of the chokes. It's just so annoying to deal with. So perhaps maybe later on, we're going to see a lot more anchoring. But then again, AMPH has that double initiator setup. Or actually, no, they have the double controller setup. Which is going to be suffocating in its own way, as Blurred will take a huge chunk of damage there.
Perhaps, you know, if the A main hole there that they extended into was able to stay alive, then it could have turned out differently, but obviously it doesn't. Yon Peak shuts down Blurred, and that should be the site open. No trips to worry about. Cypher is dead. Can W key into it. This Viper wall is going to be very menacing for them to try and give up, but you see how putting up this wall establishes kind of a two-stage push. Put up the wall, take the front side, put down the wall, take the back side. And that's something that GEEK are going to have to find out for themselves how to dismantle.
Hey, nerd.
Right there.
I'm joking. But,
You mean GEEK?
That's right. That's right. And again, that's just a lot of things that they have to go through. This long rotate on the side of GEEK fam with the lesser weapons. Beautiful stun though. They could get a freebie here. Despite everything, they still lose a bunch of players. The smoke is going to be there. Maybe they're going to run away with this Bulldog, but it looks like they're going to be committing. Exotic is fighting for his life.
Whoa.
And for some reason, this Classic is doing so much damage. That's all he gets. AMPH, they get a round that they rightfully deserve, I suppose. I was thinking about
I guess you do suppose.
I mean, they won, you know what I mean?
They
It's
won,
just
so congrats. And
good
obviously it
conversion.
was against Eco, so
That goes there.
It's a free throw, you know? It's a free throw.
well, let's look at the economy they got into this.
This is a nice
Sheriffs, Bulldogs. How much bite do they have to accompany this spark is the question.
That indeed. So far, we haven't seen a lot of attention being put towards mid here, or at least advanced aggression on the side of GEEK fam. AMPH are slowly crawling up. There is a trap that has to be dealt with towards the market position. However, Blurred has that covered with a camera. Not entirely sure if there's a set play on the defense here. I'm wondering if GEEK fam are still going to go for that really flank-heavy retake. Because that's going to burn a lot of time. And I feel like they might have to make the call so early in the round. And you can already see Nasty is trying to anticipate this.
Right here.
Well,
Slow play for sure. Characteristic
Very
to
slow.
what we've seen from AMPH in the previous rounds. Approaching the 40-second mark, we're going to see our first contact. Good trade-off actually here by Yon Peak to minimize the damage. Nobody saw that Yon Peak. Perhaps he's also a bit doozy.
30 seconds left.
Pushing
Euro
out towards
step.
the site itself. He actually gets another on that. Great paranoia. Hydrokin has an angle here potentially, but still shut down. Sevi knows how to do it. He knows how to stop it as well. 2v4. This round should be done, but
Player
yeah, it's
standing.
V-Black doing good damage.
Oh!
Only all
Shaq at the free throw line again.
he whips it. A nasty,
Should have been
wow.
a gimme.
A double for Nasty with a Sheriff at the end. AMPH off the bonus of all things. Convert.
What was that? I mean, I know these things happen, but like, it's just so painful to watch, and it will never stop surprising me. Because that was such a clean shot here. You talked about them converting the Sheriff shots and all that. Sometimes the spray pattern just doesn't work out. What does GEEK fam have is a showstopper, which potentially could help in their effort on the retake. They haven't really been taking advantage, or not taking advantage, sorry, taking the initiative to stop the fight before it happens, aka holding down the choke. They've just been ready for, hey guys, let's just wait what happens on site, and if that doesn't pan out, well, we'll try to flank with a long rotate and see how that goes too.
I must wait. Tripwire destroyed.
GEEK pushing
Cage
out
triggered.
super deep here in a A main. They're going all the way to the spawn as well, even. Sent back. Pick off from Magix, rather. Opens up the site.
I know
It's immediate plant as well, so GEEK fam have their work cut out for them.
That they do. That's quite a bit to deal with here. Try to flood from one side here. No weapons that they can recover. Full healthy members on the side of AMPH. Infesting the paranoia towards market, but that counter nade is beautiful, not giving them enough space to really coalesce towards target. Exotic does get one with that pain shell, and Slay Them does have his tools on with him. Fortunately, everybody on the side of AMPH is backing out. They're going for the numbers and just going for the high percentage play.
Yeah, no point to really take too many risks here. Exotic's just trying to get to one, but Sevi shuts him down before it even comes to it. 4-0, AMPH. Reminiscent of our earlier game where they started off strong, but can they keep that up moving forward?
That's a big question. Again, we talk about the stamina issue with a lot of these newer teams and just the finite number of adjustment layers and perhaps maybe lack of protocol that will eventually rear itself. All very, very real concerns. You talk about that Viper wall. They haven't really changed that setup. The Fade does buy a lot of precious space so they don't have to guess on these angles. They're just going to shut that market door and still no advancing defense towards the middle portion of the map.
They are fighting for that mid. Market door not broken just yet. It is closed. I assume they're going to wait for the one-way to dissipate before they do anything about that. Contact towards mid seems a bit more appropriate. That smoke's going to telegraph the push here towards the right side. I think I should have just played the contact there, but didn't want to risk as well. Having a left side peek out. Counter paranoia off of the Prowler. Gonna send him running and packing. V Black breaks it right in time to find Yon Peak as well. They have the ult here, but Sevi's able to take Exotic down dry.
Arid towards the mid. And yet, AMPH resetting their map control again. I thought for sure that they would kind of flood towards mid here because that's what they were leaning towards. And you mentioned there was a lot of telegraphing. GEEK fam getting a lot of info. You can see how far back Hydra Kid is playing. Just really, really on his heels on which side to rotate to. The smokes are coming in here. Elbow has been dominated by AMPH. They're now ready to pounce. They are going to push through these smokes.
Look where the tripwires are placed, though. They're good for spamming on through. If anybody gets caught by this, luckily they find the one. You get caught by the second tripwire. None of them really connecting just yet. There it comes in, blurred, ripping them apart. Is there time to get the plant off? Yes, there is, but they're going to deny it. He's off, and they're done. GEEK fam take their first.
Oh dear. It seems that these late clock situations are truly the most 50-50 thing in really the bags of both these teams. I mean, you talked about the 30-second meta, I think, a few times in the last few matches, and I don't know if it's them being indecisive or them just being cautious. But in any case, I feel like they should have hit that site a lot quicker, considering it was going to be a 4v4 clean.
Well, certainly this is going to send them running. Showstopper only... What? It went behind him, apparently. He's alive still. That's, feels bad for Exotic.
What was that? I think there was an Ascension game where the rocket went between the legs.
Yeah, or something like that.
Yeah. But anyway, going between the eyes is nasty again. So accurate. They're now going to attempt to flood the site. GEEK fam again on a really dangerous rotation. We have one member on the site here. But I think he anticipates everything, and Hydra Kid again gets a twofer. Unfortunately for him, the numbers still don't add up for GEEK fam.
AMPH somehow get away there from what almost surely should have been certain death from Exotic. Look at this. What? You would think that was close enough to kill him with splash damage.
Last player standing.
I don't know, man. Maybe he's got the flak jacket on or something. Crazy stuff.
He got Black Jacket Pro. If that thing stuck on him, he could probably thrown it back. You know what I mean? MPH. I was about to say that they do have a superior ult economy, which I guess slightly, right? I mean, they're one away from the neural theft. They're one away from the pits. Not sure who they're going to prio though. I think despite having the numbers not really reflect on Jeremiah's performance or Hemorrhage's performance here, still doing a lot of work, buying a lot of space once again with the Prowlers primarily, and I think it's to, it's been really evident with their market takes. This time on Geek Fam, I think they just have to speed things up. I think they have the right idea, but they're taking their sweet time. They're taking their sweet little time.
That's the thing. They gotta speed up on some of these attempts, some of these efforts. If they let this get away too far away from them, we might see a repetition of the first series where a dominating win on map number 1 might not necessarily translate into a win further down the series. Look at this. Geek Fam, all of them walking up here towards mid. They have a cam though.
They do. And MPH don't necessarily have a read on this. I would hope that this will pan out for them, but Nasty's always on that flank watch, knows his job, and there we go. The firing line, single man firing line is going to happen, but now they get retaliated upon. Hydra Kid gets the sheriff shot, but look how tagged up both Blurred and him are. And no Vandals to speak of too.
One enemy remaining.
1v3. I mean, Blurred, as much as he has shown some heroics, this one's pretty clear cut, buddy.
Yep.
No armor, a sheriff, 1v3. He's dead.
I kind of want to like derail a little bit. You know how the sheriff has such a long draw time? I feel like I've seen so many players, both playing, both pro scene and non-pro scene, just die because of the draw time on that thing. For example, just earlier, I think it was Hydra trying to round the corner with his knife out.
I mean, it should be a punchable.
Yeah.
It should be punchable anyways, right? If you weren't ready for the fight, so makes sense why.
Now,
Could you imagine
Beat
though?
it, right?
Draw.
Immediate draw, just
Then
like
bang.
from the hip. Draw. Bam. That'd be crazy.
That'd be cool.
I mean, that's essentially what Chamber is, right? A quick draw.
Was.
No, I mean his headhunter is
Yeah,
like a quick
headhunter.
draw.
They're buffing Chamber. Is it my time yet again to spam Chamber? Probably not.
That'd be very nice. I like
Yeah.
Chamber.
I like Chamber a
Bring
lot.
him back. Chamber's actually playable on this map, to be honest.
True, just not the Chamber meta. I like Chamber. I absolutely adore the play style, but not the whole Chamber meta shenanigans. Not just centered around one agent. We have Slatham going for that drone, and like his distaste for boring metas, he will safely check towards mid. I kind of wish we would see a little more activity from Geek Fam on their buy rounds. I feel like it only happens during their ecos.
Well, certainly being able to find themselves into a precarious spot here. Timing is perfect. They just knew when to send that through. Slatham confirms a kill as well. They give up the site. They know they don't have to contest. Why? Because it's a 5v4. They have the player advantage. Yonpeak pulls out the showstopper here, even after being tagged. Still gets the one. Should be traded as Slatham a third. He's doing work in with that ultimate.
Never bring a gun to a bow fight, as Exotic is gonna clean up. But Slatham will get his fourth. Ultimately, deciding the fate of that round. Hopefully they can claw back again. We are no strangers to slow starts on Geek Fam. MPH, they have to recognize the adjustment and have to, once again, attempt to set the pace.
Well, it's a full buy still, though, on the other side. And yet, even with those moments where Geek Fam have shown that they definitely can turn this around, we just haven't been seeing that necessarily translate into 1 rounds.
Yeah, conversion rate again is something that's sorely lacking, right? MPH playing the punish game again. They really just want to set this up, wait for any overextension, and I think I'm mostly sure that we're not gonna be seeing anything maybe sub 45 seconds into the round.
I do like this slower, methodical play, though. Kind of gives a bit of time to breathe and try and assess what threats are up front. But it's playing the contact. Great peek towards that elbow, making sure that they multiple guns address that problem at the same time. Paranoia out towards the end. Should have been a bit earlier, but hey, they still get a kill off of it here. They know as well where Hydra Kid has backed on off. Gonna let the second ping ring on out before the haunt is thrown. I'm surprised he throws it there and doesn't just ping it on top early. Hydra Kid's able to get 3 off of that, and I don't know.
I don't know either. I feel like this has been the lair of the false Hydra, you know? It seems that they've been forgetting that this elbow position, this alternate route towards A has been just a tomb for
10 seconds
AMPH
left.
players. As Jeremiah, the last person alive, can only do or only hope to plant patience again on the side of AMPH. And they're gonna let that plant ring. And all he has to do is hide, and my goodness, Blurred.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, man.
He's playing with fire there, but I mean, he gets it, so what can we say?
Oh man.
I feel like Hemorrhage too. Did he plan to throw it like that, the haunt, or did he forget to press E? Because he threw it behind him, where he threw it to the ceiling hole in the wall in the ceiling to the roof. Could have just pressed E again to stop it on the roof and actually see the thing earlier.
That's what you call a speakeasy scan, you know? Where is it? I don't know. But it's there.
He just kind of threw it in. Ultimately
Man.
enough.
I feel like the timing there was supposed to be the scan into the swing out of the smoke, right? But just it's like, oh man.
It was like scan, but doesn't pop yet, and then swing, and then die, and then it pops. I don't know, a bit off timing there. I think miscommunication or just
Human error in general, I guess.
interpret, how to throw it or how to do it. in the
Wasn't
moment.
the consensus for this map, or at least the best initiator for this map, Fade? I think all of us agreed that Fade is the
Nah.
best fit for this map.
I
right? Or
do
was
I
it-
do like Fade, but like we're not seeing it much in the meta, at least. Abroad, like in international competition, a lot of teams aren't running the Fade here, actually, which I thought was
if
surprising.
anything at all, right? Yeah.
A lot of teams are actually running Sova here, which we're seeing Slatham do right now. But I do think an underpowered pick on this map is at Gecko. Fade as well, I think, is an underpowered pick, that rather underestimated pick, that teams don't necessarily utilize. Look at this, the fault line perfectly in line here for the stun. It comes, but still the shutdown. Exotic a bit early. Wait for the stun to pop, brother.
Oh my goodness. Kind of leaving a few crumbs there on the table. At least they do get a flank going. And I still think they could have gotten so much out of that. In fact, that could have been the round. They do flood out from market, but a crossfire is denied as Nasty is going to barrel through B main. And now, like a bull in a china shop, they break every single bit of utility here. And GEEK fam, like the hapless owners, trying to recover. He gets Nasty, and now we have the retake. Potentially realistic for them.
A shot there. Hydra Kid as well, able to continue his tirade, but better angle here from Sevi. He's gonna shut him down. It's all on the Slatham, who, man, this round is done. Just bail, brother. Save it for a better round.
You gotta believe.
Slatham, he's got the one on the exit, and that's all he really needed. 3 bullets in the mag. Trying to search for him. They know the round is done. AMPH should take their 7th, but before we move on, I would like to shout out our idol, who is currently across the sea. Hello, Terror. How are you?
Hello, Twinny. Anywho, as we get back into the swing of things, and hopefully Taylor is enjoying her lovely, lovely stay over where she is right now.
She lives in a castle now.
She's a
She is
lord,
truly a lord.
lording over her land.
Yeah, over her kind and studious people.
True. And it does look like we are gonna up the tempo here, Black and Blue. Doesn't look like they want to deal with this, but then again, Slay Them is not someone you want to have a peek against Hydra Kid, man. It's almost impossible to root him out of this position.
Lear there, rather. The Prowler to clear out the elbow. They still have the ult. Nightfall could be used if they get another pick off here to try and further seek out where the threats may lie. Oh, Magix. Little does he know elbow is entirely clear. Very awkward position for him to be in. Play this contact. Swing.
Oh dear.
Too much on the adjustment there. Let's see if he can do it. It's a 1v3 now. Yeah, he's done for.
Oh man.
Last round before
AMPH.
the switch.
I'm honestly hoping this isn't gonna be a repeat of the first map, no? Where they have really a big lead, a very, very serviceable lead, and then they just kind of run out. They gas out. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the old Bren team where they'd play perfect for like 8 rounds, and then just everything after that is a bit of a dice roll.
It comes down to like when the game goes to adjusting now onto the opposing side. It's usually the second adjustment that's the hardest. First adjustment, okay, you're expecting that, but the second adjustment after that is what kind of defines good teams from great ones, right?
True. Yeah, where they can avoid the schmicks, but right now, AMPH, they're getting vortexed.
Again? He
Oh,
doesn't
okay,
even
okay.
take damage from that. Yon Peak just dodged it cleanly there. I guess Exotic thought they were inside the market, but they were still out. Could not find the kill.
That's peculiar. I feel like somebody has replaced all these showstoppers with duds. B-Black does have 2 flashes available to him. However, what is absent is an extra teammate to fully utilize this. Slow walk, but an arduous journey towards a site is proving to be fruitful.
Elbow is clear. A site ripe for the taking. Full 5v4 retake now as they actually find where the lurk is here towards mid. Neural theft is big. They have to contest this. They have to try and fight early to get a pick off. Otherwise, 5v4 numbers do not benefit them. Good swing off here from Magix. They get some kills going their way, but still a 2v3. Make it the 1v2 now. It's all on the Sevi. A mere stinger is all he has in his hands. He gets the one, but is way too open, and Hydra Kid will confirm the 5th as we end the half relatively close.
How many rounds was that in a row for each map? Was it a 5? It wasn't 5 straight. I know they won like 2. Okay, 3 rounds then. But in any case,
I can't count. I wouldn't
it's
know.
fine. It's fine. AMPH, though, they have to once again close this out while they can and take advantage of GEEK Fam's slower playstyle. They know they're playing the Adaptoid game, so at this point, I think directive number 1 for AMPH is just to kind of surprise them again. It is a pretty standard spread. We do have an initiator playing the role of rotator here. I'm going to assume that Haunt is going to land smack dab on the tower just so they can see a little bit towards a main. In any case, MPH, as you mentioned, despite having the lead, have their work cut out for them.
B site. Could pros a problem as well. Well, at least they burned the one-way, which is actually pretty good. Thing is, though, if there's a one-way up, put the wall down, brother. What is he doing? Oh, he sees the gun. Still can't confirm it. Somehow takes more damage than he dished out, which is 0.
That's insult to injury, When you see the Cypher gauge pop out, that's like, well, great. Now this Now Blurred is gonna be ratting around, but it looks like he's ready to double dip. Unbeknownst to him, there is a crossfire or a potential crossfire. Oh my god, jump scare by the Prowler. Not committing!
Oy.
Hello?
Wow.
What?
Exotic just dives in head first. Look at that. Look at that scramble of a duel right there towards mid. Slalom still comes out on top at the very least. 4v2 now. Sebi versus Yonpeak to try and take the rear option. And coming from B main, but it's going to be difficult. They now know where he is. At least where Yonpeak is. I'm not too sure if Sebi has given away too much info. Paint shells there towards the back. Absolutely has to know that they are there. No chance in hell once they filter themselves in.
Filtered themselves in is a good way to go about it, because I don't think there was any other viable choice, right? I like that Exotic with these aggressive jumps is getting all the value in the world. But I think this is also just kind of going back to the point that Fluffy made. You know, retaking on this map sometimes feels like it's the worst thing ever. It is just so difficult to do it.
Sure could have your work cut out for you if you don't build up a gun early. Exotic going aggressive here. He gets that one. They almost actually take him down with a right click, but still the one who's able to find Nasty here from Hydra Kid. Market trying to be established, but PH do have Yonpeak here to try and stop that from happening.
One enemy remaining.
Doesn't really do much. Yeah, Geek Fam are just gonna steamroll this to a third round.
I was thinking that reload was the thing that prompted V-Black to push, and I think this is sometimes like the super min-maxing of the game. Sometimes you just can't do that. You can't afford to make noise in situations like that.
Yeah. And to let
again,
them know you're not ready for the fight, that's
Oh
big.
man, that's gonna turn a lot of players rabid, which you can honestly use to your advantage too, where you can set up a trap play, right? But then again, this is like super geeky, super nerdy stuff already. And now, with that being said, this is Geek Fam's bonus, not another round 5 debacle, but a pretty standard bonus. Yes, because that was really confusing, man. I was like, huh? What? What? It's trying to add it up. I'm like, that can't be right. That really cannot be right.
It's a can of corn for sure. AMPH have a bit more weaponry to fight with here. So he has to be careful. He doesn't get caught out in the open, but there's enough time to reposition. Still Exotic finds Sevi. And now that's a sight once more for them, but look where the entirety of the retake's coming. From the rear.
From the rear? From the backyard. And I think Geek Fam, they're about to load up all their guns here and ready to shoo away the perpetrators. And despite the flash, despite the beautiful flash, Nasty is here to support, but Magic will fade away into non-existence, getting his mana ripped right out of him. And I don't think they expect so many players to hold this. They get peppered down.
The Prowler actually tanked a shot there, but V-Black was ready in the corner as well. Didn't expect a second man to be in that spot. Geek Fam, okay. 8-7. What a lead they've taken.
Indeed they have. And I feel like Nasty has just had so many moments where he really does keep this team afloat. I think he's such a great pickup for AMPH. I'm really hoping to see how far this roster goes as a core, because it seems like they have all their bases covered. It's really just their adjustment and their, I guess, tempo and rhythm, right? A lot of these newer teams can't really juggle that super effectively, so they let the defense settle in really quickly, and in this case, the retake, or not the retake, the post plant. Well, we do have a timeout here on the side of AMPH, so we are going to let them go back to the drawing board. I'm not entirely sure if this is their first one of the map, but I feel like this should have been done sooner.
I think AMPH, though, I mean, it's not a bad time to call it. 8-7. Yes, the lead has
Could've
kind
been
of been cut into. But, I mean, they're coming into a round that might not have as much stock in it. Both just economically, especially considering it is an eco. But the one after that surely has to be the one that NPH are shooting for here. Nope, get the pun. Showstopper! Stopped here by Nasty somehow, spraying the Sheriff, and it finds a head of aggressive exotic.
No jaywalking, no people allowed here, no crosswalk. As we have Enforcer Nasty, apparently just
Spike drop.
dissuading as many players as he can. I don't think this is going to hurt Geek Fam too much though, because once again, look, they get all this early information, right? The aim page has just kind of let it go. And Geek Fam, they're gonna reset from this. Do burn one smoke towards A preemptively.
Take flight.
I'm not entirely sure how the rest of the round is going to pan out for aim page, especially with weaker weapons. Did they get the weapon that was dropped by Exotic? Was it with the Bulldog that Yon Peak has?
Perhaps. I could only wager. But I didn't catch it out myself either. Contact being played here. Good timing by Blur to actually dodge that. Gets hit by the Paranoia, but ultimately matters not. Savvy can't connect a
30
shot as
seconds
well.
left.
A side should be theirs. Do they push out towards CT or do they bank on in is a question.
Spike planted.
Well, they do have their options laid out in front of them as Magic right on the prowl. Again, the Sheriff has to be respected, but you have to understand the gap between the Vandal and this
Player
humble
standing.
6-shooter could potentially be insurmountable. As Blurt lines up a third for himself, it's all up to Nasty to be the hero. Ahead presents itself, but only for a quick tease. Nasty getting boxed in. They're trying to knife him
Oh!
again. And
They're trying
don't
to
do
knife him.
that.
That's what you
Oh,
get.
no.
That's what you get when you play with your food.
Enemy
You
remaining.
could get burned.
Oh,
He gets it as well! Nasty! Good riddance to you,
Ace.
Geek Fam! It's a show we're on! And they sucked to an
Oh.
abhorrent script.
My goodness. The Sheriff has to have a choking hazard on it. You know?
Okay. That was literally a throw. Like, sometimes people say throw because they made a mistake. That was a literal throw because they were having fun.
All right. I'll drop my broadcaster persona for a while. What are we doing, guys? I mean, what are we doing, guys?
Dude, if I was their coach, I would be livid right now.
I would be
I
pretty
would
upset.
be losing my hair.
Guys, you know how many laps that is? You know what I mean? You
Yeah,
know how
dude.
many?
That's at least 50 burpees right there, dude.
You are about to hit the sprint of your lifetime, ladies and gents. What are
After
we
I pull out
doing,
this
guys?
Instant timeout. I bet they're getting an earful.
my-
What do you think they're saying? What do you think the coach is saying right now?
It doesn't matter what the coach is saying. Even silence in a
What the
timeout would... Guys, please. That's amazing. It would have been funny if it worked. Honestly, is always the
Yeah,
answer.
yeah.
But at the same time, this isn't
Imagine-
official, guys.
Imagine you're the player. That's what you say, Coach. It would have been funny if it worked.
And that's
a
when
smack
coach.
in the bum.
That's when coach takes a sip of his coffee. You know, he's holding back. Here we go. Oh, that is just insult to injury, guys. Do you
Oh,
believe
yeah.
in karma, Mr. BNB?
I think maybe, perhaps now I do. Paranoia, potentially at the ready here. Rolling Thunder, okay, way to bypass it. TP's out as well with the dive on in. Exotic getting one. Magic's coming on the fight to try to dip into this. They're actually trying to contest this, and look at that. The kills going their way here, AMPH. Geek Fam getting stubbed at the nose. And AMPH respond.
None of my stuff has malfunctioned.
Such is the way of the karmic wheel, gentlemen. Oh my goodness. Well, Geek Fam, if they lose this round, they go for an eco, by the way, and it does look like they decide to go for a half fight. They really want this economy to stabilize. You know what would happen, though? You know what situation that would have panned out that would have not led to this specific outcome if they just shot Nasty?
Yeah.
I'm just
If
saying.
they just played the darn video game, they would not be in this.
Cage trigger.
Imagine if we go into map 3 just because of that blunder.
And I'd be very, very upset. Our coach would be very, very upset that Nasty is gonna win the round with a neural theft because that ace gave him a neural theft. Again, all these things, they do kind of go on a butterfly effect. And it does look like Geek Fam, they are getting their wings flipped. Yeah, that's a head scratcher. I don't know, man.
If I was their coach, they'd be getting more than their wings clipped at this point. Y'all's be shaving your heads.
Oh no. No phones past 8 p.m.
Ever. Well, Magix at least gets a stop there. Oh, good help. Good support by Nasty. Actually right on time because Magix was in a pretty committed spot here right now. So he's at Slavum gets a double with the Sheriff. Dead eye, sir. He is.
It is way past that as we are entering the dusk of the day. In fact, we passed the dusk of the day. And hopefully we will see the dawn of a clutch here on Geek Fam. They do have reacquired weapons, which is going to be very, very dangerous. Whoa! Yon Peak! And even Jeremiah gets caught out. Down to a 1v3. Gentlemen, do not bring out your knives. No fighting.
No fighting. No fighting.
Okay, there you go.
Yep. I mean, unfortunately there, Yon Peak, his showstopper bumped him in reverse right into the smoke where Blurred was waiting, and so unfortunate for him, but yeah, this fight, I thought for a second that this is a good hold coming in from aim up until it wasn't, up until Slatham decided to slap him, and now we're 9-9.
A little bit of shenanigans there, guys. I feel like everybody's still trying to reset from that. And beautiful recovery on the side of Geek Fam, but I hope that doesn't bother them again in the long run, right? Because Nasty does still have his neural theft, and Jeremiah is very, very close to the Nightfall. Viper Spit could be a weapon that they could potentially use. The trades are there, but the numbers advantage on the side of Geek Fam only grows stronger as the brawl towards mid end up being just uncomfortable for AMPH now.
Look at that contact. Great shot here by Exotic. Should be the sight for theirs. There is a tripwire here. There is a one-way as well. But nobody really to swing off of it. Gets the one. Nasty. Could actually get even more here. Doesn't connect. Could have been it. It's a 1v3. Sevi has to take the early fight. He gets a double kill. V-Black and Exotic taken down, but Slatham, well, oh well, always calm and composed.
Oh. Bit of a close call there again. Now we are looking at AMPH with just an abysmal buy. Light armor and sheriffs. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of that, in all honesty. Just getting light armor and sheriffs. Yeah, it's what, 1,000 in total, maybe 1,200. You can see it there. But I feel like you are gonna get peppered down anyway with the Vandal, which is super prevalent on the Geek Fam squad. Why not just forgo the armor and play the sheriffs and have a little bit extra for the next round? But again, that's just me being yet another maximalist, I suppose.
Right here.
Precarious word.
I don't actually know if I should be using Maximus that way. Maximus or Minimalist? Because like, I just want to be efficient, I think, in like whatever like these teams want to do. It does look like they still have that light armor, as I mentioned. It will help them survive the poke a little bit more. But
look at the quad
against
crawl up here though in mid.
Oh yeah. Oh, red.
Oh, I might actually pincer in the tiles. Oh, Slatham timing. He rounds a corner. They have no idea. Well, they hear him now, but and they should know it's A. But do they know how close? Look at this from tiles. Yon Peak might actually have a free kill here. He does get it, spamming the sheriff, but he gets the job done anyways. The brunt of the retake coming from the rear.
They have a Vandal now to work with, and it's on Yon Peak. Sevi cannot land the shot there despite the information, and he is blind. He will be executed. The site has been vacated, so this might be a lapse of judgment. There's so many things stopping their way. But can they wallbang this is the question.
it's not planted for them either here, so I'm not too sure if this is the best idea. They should have planted for the CT position for that backside, knowing they didn't have front side control. Still though, 4v3, outgunning the opposition. This Viper's been trying to equalize the odds just a bit, but Magix is able to get a double kill going his way. The Paint Shell's able to take down Nasty. 2v1. This was going so well until it wasn't here. Magix, difficult position for him to be in, but gets taken down ultimately by the Shorty. And Geek Fam, they get an 11th, but it was precarious.
I like that they drowned with numbers, but at the same time, this has to be thought out. Because imagine if one of the players did kind of stake that defuse, and that would have been, in all honesty, a really, really egregious mistake. Now, the lead is just becoming that much more apparent on the side of Geek Fam. They've been in control. A few lapses of judgment, as I've said. MPH, though, still looking to get back into this. No rounds, or barely any rounds on the second half.
Probably didn't realize that how much and how heavy that A main push actually was. We thought only 2, 3. Nope, 4 already. Now, AMPH though, was he able to bypass the Aldron? I don't think so. Must have seen him at that point, but Exotic's not marking it, so I think he doesn't know either. There it is, Nasty, great shot to open things up. V-Black though, gets a trade in retaliation. Simple tap away from Slatham here.
Get greedy.
TP on in. He commits to it, and look at that from Slatham and Hydra Kid. Geek Fam overrunning AMPH here and showing them that they've got game as well to play. Yon Peak in a 1v2 Raf.
Doable. Definitely doable, but look at Slatham. He does have Hunter's Fury. If he really wants to use that for insurance, he can back out. As of like Blurred is also fiending for that kill. So he gets that orb, but he cannot decide who to shoot. Yon Peak thought he got the first and adjusted a little too quickly. He'll die right on the spot as Geek Fam is looking to close this out with a clean sweep, despite all the shenanigans being thrown around here.
I'm surprised he uses the paint shells there. That 1v2 towards the right side, towards the market side. I think by default, generally what you would do is Boombot to the right, and then paint shells front to the pillar, right? Just to stop the swing from the pillar guy as you peek that market. But,
Oh, man.
just, I don't know. Perhaps that's where you can see a bit of the greenhornness shine a bit, and not what it matters the most.
Novice, perhaps, but, you know, still have, obviously, their merits of skill. But once again, it's just these super small moments, but Nasty gets 2, and that should be enough of a sign for AMPH to get on towards B. Now, if I'm not mistaken, all these types of long rotates, they have not led to a successful round. I could be wrong, and AMPH could prove me wrong, but they have to stay alive somehow. They have that Nightfall, and that could be pivotal for this retake.
Shut up, Asarai.
Yeah, Sarai.
Yeah.
How do you know I was about to say that?
Rolling Thunder coming in, though. They're bringing the storm. Paint shells out his way, perhaps. But they should be free. Should not be stunned anymore. Look at this swing down. Herberich really want to go for it. And Exotic taking the 4th at the end. What a comeback here, Geek Fam. Maybe a bit of hijinks throughout the mid part of that, but ultimately enough, they close out the game and the series 2-0.
It was, that round was basically, sorry, coach. You know, it was like, it's fine. But I don't know, man. Like, it's a head scratcher, but at the same time, it's, would I say it's like a sign of, hey guys, this is the gap that we have. It's a little bit, you know, because honestly, MPH are competing really well. They're taking those early rounds so cleanly. And then, as you mentioned, they just kind of stop at a certain point, and they just end up in a scramble.
Yeah, it was, I think, really the second adjustment that we talked about a while ago that typically falls short for most teams who don't have that experience. First adjustment of the half, it's a bit more palatable. Second adjustment is really where you have to be a team that digs down deep and can really kind of self-reflect and quantify what has been going wrong and what hasn't. And for a team like AMPH, I mean, I don't really expect them to be able to do that as proficiently as a team like GEEK Fam, who have a bit more experience. As we said, the sophomore squad versus the freshman force. And I mean, GEEK Fam, they take it 2-0 for good reason.
Yeah, I mean, AMPH still very, very promising as a group. I really like the stability that they have on those rounds that, you know, operate. But obviously the protocol is still lacking just a little bit. You know, they're already competing. I feel like if teams are careless against MPH, then they could be in for a rude awakening. However, GEEK Fam is no such team. I think GEEK Fam might be well within our top 5, right? Maybe even top 4. Like at least on the
Yeah.
power rankings of our team.
Assuredly so. They have to be at least like top 4. I bet they're top 10. Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
GEEK Fam, I mean, you're looking at some of the rounds here, and both of them are actually pretty proficient at those post-plant rounds, only giving up 1 each, but you know, ultimately enough, it's GEEK Fam obviously who's on the attacking side. One can argue, to be honest, if this map is attacker defender sided. I think this is one of the more undefined type maps in terms of just, I guess, statistics wise on what it really is truly favored towards. There are some maps that are so heavily sided towards one side compared to the other, but Sunset isn't one of those, and both ends of the floor, GEEK Fam looked a lot more proficient at.
Absolutely. I feel like Sunset is still a map that people are trying to figure out. You know what I mean? I feel like, yes, there's a lot of, I guess, exposure abroad, but here as a region, I don't think we've solidified our unique take on the map, unlike, let's just say, Haven and at a point in time, our split map. Icebox even could be another one added to the list, but for now, our Sunset still remains to be in its, I guess, infancy.
Oh yeah, definitely for sure. But, I mean, more days, more games, more matches played that will certainly rectify and rather quantify things a bit more. I'm curious to see, though, as we move on over to the highlights of this game, of this series, if a team like AIM, sometimes these type of harsh opening maps, awakenings, are exactly that. They awaken what could be underneath, because you see some flashes of brilliance here from AMPH. And for such a young team, Raph, they're not one that is all gung-ho. They're not a team that is all aim, no brain. They're not a team that is all aggression and no progress. They like to play things slow, which is uncharacteristic for a young team like them.
I love that look on one of the players' faces. You seem very confused about that knife round. But I do agree, you know, for a team named AIM, you guys are surely very methodical. So, again, very, very big positive in my opinion, because it's abiding to the system and having a reliable way of winning really, really separates a lot of these teams. And again, aggression and all these wide swings are cool and all, but you just cannot rely on them all the time.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that the thing? Some great moments here from players like Nasty, individually from AMPH there as well. Yonpeak had some of his own, but hey, AMPH, first of theirs, first of many to come, hopefully. We still got more days in group stage. It's the opening week, guys, of the regular season. Isn't that nice to say? We've been away from the VC for quite a while, and we come back into it with some fresh faces, but I think this next game we got on our hands, it's a funny one. Old Stinky Cat versus Valhalla, and that latter team has got some veteran faces on their squad as well. But speaking of some vets, here are our favorite ones on the panel. How you guys doing?
At yun, habang nangyayari yun mga tropa, syempre, akala nung nagsisimula na si Juicy Brucey, pero hindi pa. Pero ayun na nga, for the second time around. Juicy Brucey, kamusta? Actually, hindi
Hello.
pa, pero yun na nga. Ayan, okay na. Juicy Brucey, for the third time around. Let's go.
Maraming salamat sa host natin. Ayun, okay na pala. Ayun, welcome back sa atin at welcome back rin sa akin. Yung laban natin sa series na to, mas madikit pa sa mga nagkadikitan kahapon kasi Valentine's nga, nag-date. Well, parang may pattern for both GEEK Fam and AMPH.
Tama.
Lalamang si AMPH sa intro, tas biglaan lang si GEEK Fam, boom! Sila yung mananalo. Ano ba yung nangyari dito? Sir Fluffy?
Well, feeling ko naman yung mga weaknesses na nakita natin kahapon on Sunset was fixed quite handily, because even though they did start with the half where they were kind of down, eventually they're able to close it out compared to yesterday where it felt like their defense was a bit lacking. This time around, way stronger.
Yeah, actually, parang nakita nga natin yan back then nung dati pa yung org nila yun sa Geek Fam nga. Well, once na nakuha nila yung momentum nila, once na nag-init sila, literal na dire-diretso na. Pwede natin sabihin na sige, lagi sila naging mid-take. Nagkaroon tayo ng problema sa first half, talagang medyo slow yung start ng Geek Fam. Pero at the end of the day, talagang once na nag-init na yung mga daliri nila, nakuha yung momentum, ang hirap na matalo ng Geek Fam talaga. Syempre, sino-sila ba yun nandyan? Andyan sila Blur, dyan sila Exotic, lahat ng mga players ng Geek Fam, meron silang experience at ginamit nila yon para manalo.
Oh, galing naman sila sa ibang team dati. And look at them now. Parang medyo maganda yung parang revenge arc nila from yesterday's matches na wala sila nakuha. Finally, meron sila. Although, props pa rin to the side of MPH, lalo na kay Nasty. Sobrang nag-try talaga siya na hanapan ng paraan at siya ay nagalit na nga sa second round. Pero tingnan natin, sino ba yung MVP natin for today's series? At yan ay makikita natin bago tayo umakyat sa isang building at makikita natin konti na lang, Vil Fluffy, sino yung MVP? Si Hydra Kid mismo. Yung Omen, haba nun. MVP.
Grabe yun.
Omen, Hydra Kid. Oh, Vil, bakit? Hydra Kid, kailangan ko ng H2O.
Well, actually, kahit syempre kung napapansin nyo naman, di ba, yung KDA na nakikita nila, I mean, yes, Hydra getting the 20 kills, Exotic 21. Alam mo yung, dito lalong-lalo na sa Sunset, talaga na set ng Geek Fam yung pace ng buong laro. Being them with much more experience, mas ginamit nila yun. And to the fact na, syempre, in terms of coaching staff, andito si El. So, talagang mainit yung mga napakita ng mga tropa natin dito.
Alright, so babalik na natin sa atin to ngayon, and that's technically our MVP for today, which is makakausap din natin. Pero so far naman, Fluffy, we had MPH, Geek Fam. MPH, they kind of fell short, especially sa second round, para napapako sila sa 2 points lang at wala na. What is the point of improvement ba for MPH in their total gameplay?
I mean, they already showed, especially you mentioned already, Nasty, how he played. They put the aim in the name, but it's not really what's getting them through that line. And I feel like their biggest improvement that they could work on is just being able to close out those rounds by getting cleaner trades, because Hydra Kid does prove on the opposing side that if you have someone behind you to make a quick trade like that, his kill assist so high, always there for those important fights, and that's something that I feel like is lacking in the structure from MPH.
Alright, so, you know, nakita natin yung dalawang teams. Kakausapin natin isang representative, actually player nga siya ng Geek Fam para sa ating interview, Sir Hydra Kid. Gawin mo ng tubig at pumasok ka. Hello, Sir Hydra. Hello.
Hello po.
Ayun. So kasama ko ngayon si Fluffy tsaka si Vin. Kilala mo naman talaga sila. Meron na sila mga tanong para sa'yo sa series natin. Simulan natin sa'yo, Fluffy. Yung tanong mo para kay Sir Hydra.
Well, para sa akin, it's more of what did you do in the span of one day to improve your Sunset game from yesterday?
Maybe we just did like improving on our mistakes, cleaning our mistakes nung sa laro namin kahapon. Ito po.
Alright.
Ayun.
Alright, Phil?
Alright. First off, syempre, ang ganda ng setup mo.
Yun yung saan tatanungin sino gumawa niyan
Oo, siguro. Ayun, ang ganda ng setup mo. Pangalaman, syempre, ano yung differences? Of course, being you back in your, yung dating org nyo, Abaddon Abyss, going here, MVP Esports as well, going here, dito sa Geek Fam. Ano yung mga nag-improve para mapunta kayo dito sa VCT?
Maybe because nagpa-practice kami lang like matindi, tas we did a lot of my experience na kami before pa, so like we pinalish lang namin yung skills namin, tas yun.
Alright, polishing. Alright, so
Pwedeng last.
go Sir Phil.
Ito ginawa ko to kahapon dun sa mga na-interview natin. Anong gusto mong sabihin sa mga next na makakalaban mo? Yung tamang friendly banter lang. Yung pag narinig nila yung boses mo, mapapasma sila agad.
Handa na kayo sa magiging team na ako. Hydra team.
Mag-age up, magli-level up na si tropa, si Hydra Team na. Si Hydra Kid. Okay, yung tanong ko simple lang naman. Kailan ka ba magiging Hydra adult?
Hydra adult.
Baka 2026 pa.
2026. Okay, malapit na. Sana hindi ka maging Hydra Uncle. Pero trip mo yan eh. Pero Hydra Kid, eto legit na tanong. Eto naman, since every second round dun talaga mo bawi si Geek Fam, ano ba to? Is this a strategy or medyo polishing stage pa lang muna yung team ngayon?
Maybe we're in the polishing stage pa kasi bago lang din kami. So need pa namin i-control yung pacing ng game. So yun pa.
Alright, sige, thank you. At saka send mo naman details ng gumawa ng background mo para mapaayos ko rin sa akin. Thank you so much, Hydra Kid. Parang ka lang si Vil dyan eh. Pero thank you so much, Hydra Kid, for giving us the time. And congratulations on your win. Clean 2-0 yung ginawa nyo against MPH. Congratulations once again. And yun na nga, si Hydra Uncle, Hydra Teen na siya ngayon. So parang ready na nga siya. Anyway, ano ba yung final thoughts nyo with our series for today? Fluffy, go ahead.
I feel like for the span of like one day, ang laki na ng improvement nila, not just on the Sunset map, but just in the series in general, especially on the defense. And I feel like if they keep improving, they can be one of those top contenders as the season does progress.
Alright.
Yeah, for the side naman ni AIM, I mean, this is the first time nga na naglaro sila dito sa VCT. So, talagang sobrang exciting yung mga pwedeng makita pa natin sa mga susunod na match. I mean, yes, andito yung Geek Fam na nakalaban nila, muntik na nila makuha, pero problem is talagang nakuha lang din talaga ng Geek Fam yung second half. And hopefully sa mga susunod ng laban, mas maging consistent pa sila. They know how to end the game with a win.
Yep, exactly. Yun lang pala yung kulang ng MPH to keep leading up to that lead na binibuild up nila on the first half. Pero overall, it's still the week number 1 of our regular season and our group stages. Marami pang rooms for improvement pero wag masyadong maging kampante. But before anything else, Mineski Global is the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
And of course, also thank you so much to Grab, our official super app partner. Enjoy rock bottom fares with Grab Car Saver, up to 15% off, and indulge in wallet-friendly meals just starting at 99 pesos. You can get your cravings delivered now for as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver.
And of course, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusements Boards. Hello po.
Maraming salamat sa trivia mo, Vil. Di ko yan makakalimutan yung trivia na yan. Pero speaking of trivias, yung trivia natin ngayon is OSC versus Valhalla, yun yung susunod. Yun yung trivia. Pero huwag yung aalis, babalik kami para sa series number 3. Thank you so much. We'll be right back. Wah! Testing, mic test. Okay, rinig naman. Okay, ito na yun. Para sure na to eh. Pero 7, hindi, dapat Tagalog eh. Alas 7:34 ng gabi para sa after Valentine's yung araw natin ngayon at oras. Yun lang, eme lang. Pero welcome to series number 3. It is still day number 2 of week 1 ng regular season of VCTPH. Mga pala si Juicy Brucey, kasama ko si Black and Blue and HG. Hello guys, kumusta?
Hello.
Hello.
Why do I look so sharp?
Seryoso eh.
Kaya pala ka kanina.
Yung sa camera ko, wala lang. Wala lang. Masaya.
Na-amaze ka lang.
Oo.
Ayun, mukha kang sharp. Okay, ikaw HG, kumusta?
Oh, good. Pagod sa mga nangyari kanina kasi alam mo, kala ko MPH mapapanalo nila yung yung buong game nila pero hindi, biglang may comeback kasi bigla yung Geek Fam sa mga second half nila lagi.
Kakaiba talaga, para mga geek, nag-aral talaga eh, para sa galawan. Yun yung ginawa ng Geek Fam from the later match kanina ng series number 2. But now we are on series number 3, the final series for today's episode. So eto na nga, ang maglalaban is going to be Old Stinky Cats versus, sino yung kalaban nila? Valhalla. Again, okay, rundown lang konti. Valhalla, naglaro sila kahapon, hindi pa sila nakasungkit ng panalo. Sungkit ng panalo kahapon. So tingnan natin kung makakasungkit na ba sila. Tama ba yung Tagalog? Tama ba yun? Pero, eto naman, okay, tama naman. Mukhang tama naman, no? Pero yung OSC naman, sila yung first time na maglalaro for the group stage. They came from open qualifiers, same as Valhalla. So tingnan natin. Let's look at first yung lineup ng Old Stinky Cats or MEOW. Pag-usapan natin yung journey nila from the open qualifiers. HG, yung OQ representative natin, kumusta ba sila during their matches here?
Oh wow, they were amazing nung Open Qualifiers Day 2 dahil nakita naman natin once more, this is Game Lab, ex-Game Lab players, -2 players lang. So again, the amazing and aggressiveness na meron sila before pa ng ating previous teams nga dito for Game Lab is still there, present na present dahil lagi sila na-amplify dito ni Digni. Tapos nadagdagan mo pa yung well-executed plays pa ni Dizzy, parang lagi nilang mabigyan dito ng opportunity nga sina Fall X and then sina Ionix na maging aggressive and then maging comfortable all throughout their games.
Alright, anything to add there, BNB?
Wala.
Okay lang. Maganda yung laro nila sa open qualifiers.
Tama.
Totoo
Ganun
naman.
simple.
Qualified sila eh.
Real talk.
So, real talk lang.
Kasi, okay naman sila eh. So, anong problema nyo ha?
No, wala naman. Mahilig ka ba sa cats?
Mahilig ako sa pusa.
Yun. Same. Si HG na may pusa naman to si HG. Nakita natin nag-roam around every time sa broadcast. Pero, moving on to their adversary for today, it's going to be Valhalla. Hindi nga sila nakanalo kahapon. Looking at their roster, sino ba yung standout player para sa'yo dito, BNB?
Madami. Ang hirap din kasi sabihin. I mean, we can look at yung mismong previous game na nailaro nila nung kinalaban nila ang Carti Esports. Rather, joke lang. Sorry, Valhalla pala yun. Yung Valhalla, yung kinalaban nila yung Device kahapon. Unfortunately, hindi sila nanalo, which is surprising kasi this is one of the most experienced teams na meron tayo dito. Astro, may pinakita siya kahapon nung kalaban yung Valhalla na siya yung talagang parang naging problema nila, hindi nila may deal with. But EJ, as expected, him being one of the players dito, the only player sa roster nito na may Pacific League experience, kaya may international experience din, talaga siya nga nagpakitang gilas. But I really do think this team as a whole has got what it takes para makaabot talaga sa parang top 3, top 4 para mag-qualify sa Split 2 because you look at their experience in the past, napakagaling nila sa mga dati lang team, napakalakas pa rin nila sa team na to. Pero for some reason kahapon, nung kalaban nga nila ang Device, hindi nila maipagana.
Totoo. I mean, to think about it, meron silang EJ, meron silang Je. I mean, two players from different teams na they really have solidified their places din dito sa VCTPH, especially kay Je, no, from Naus. Pero makikita naman natin ngayon kung makakabawi ba sila. But right now, let's talk about map strengths for both. Kung we are going to look at the predictions for map Vito, sino sa paningin nyo ang mas magandang mapa na gagamitin ng OSC? Simulan natin sa'yo, HG.
I'm looking at Bind dahil most of the time dito sila nagkakaroon nga ng magandang aggression dahil it's a little map tapos lagi pang lumilipad dito every time si Fall X kapag nabibigyan siya ng pagkakataon dahil once more, kung babalikan natin yung Open Qualifiers which is their previous game here in VCTPH, is na 13-0 nila yung Carti Esports. So, most likely parang siguro ito nga yung malaking bagay na pwede nilang gamitin ulit here in the series.
Alright, so let's head on over to Valhalla. Any maps that you think gagamitin nila dapat up against OSC, BNB?
Kung may labas sana nila dito yung Icebox, tingin ko pwedeng gawin ng Valhalla to kasi OSC haven't really been super successful sa mga Icebox nila, and in the past few maps na nakita nga natin na nilaro ng Old Stinky Cat o MEOW, ang Icebox medyo pahirapan. Natalo sila sa Just Us, tapos yung Carti Esports hindi rin naman din durog, kaya baka pwede itong ilabas ng Valhalla. We haven't seen them then play. Itong Icebox, wala silang statistic dito, so pwede nilang mag-igulat ang OSE on this map at baka parang maging unexpected pick pa nila.
Alright, so there you have it. So we're looking at Bind and Icebox as well. Now moving into the playstyles as per now, let's describe them one by one. OSC naman for UHG, ano ba yung parang, how would you describe in a summary yung playstyle ng OSC?
In just one word, I gotta say, it's explosive. Dahil once more, laging ganun na-amplify nila si Polex eh.
Alright, so ikaw naman, BNB, paningin mo, just to summarize yung playstyle ng Valhalla.
Valhalla, aim lords. As in literal,
Aim
you have
lords.
two of the most potent
Georgie,
jets dito, two of the most potent duelists sa buong bansa. On one team, EJ and Georgie, napakainit ng kamay, pero syempre bago uminit, kailangan mapagana. For some reason, I'm phasing in and out. But
Hello? Ayan, andyan ka pa. Parang andyan ka pa, BNB. Ayan, hello?
Kala ko ako lang eh. Pero yun.
Nandito ka na.
Aim lords.
Aim Lords, ayun. 2 words, Aim Lords and Explosive. Yan yung makikita natin going into our series number 3. Now, before we head into our final hard predictions, don't say the team yet. Paningin nyo magiging 2-1 ba to? 2-0? BNB.
Hirap sabihin. So sabihin ko na lang ng 2-0. Actually.
2-0. Okay, without in favor pa yan, ha? Without in favor.
2-0.
Oh, ikaw, HG.
2-1
2-0,
2-1 ako.
2-1. Okay, sige. Yun na malalaman natin in just a bit. And again, parang on our day number 2, we've finally seen...
3-0.
3-0 pala. Yung 3-0 to. Pwede na to 3-0. Pero eto na nga, we've finally seen all the teams play in our regular season. Finally, everybody has made their debut. Now, let's lock in our predictions. HG, 2-1 yung sinabi mo. Sino ba yung makaka-2 sa 2-1 na yan?
I really hope that it can be OSC, sila MEOW Nation, dahil nakita na natin in day 1 eh. So might as well na ipagpatuloy nila dito. Pero sabi ko nga 2-1, hirap rin kasi talaga kalabanan ngayon nila Georgie at the moment.
Alright. PNB, 2-0? Sino ba yung nakaka-2 para sa'yo?
3-0. Para
3-0.
sa Valhalla. Ang Valhalla ay ang langit ng mga Vikings at hindi sila nagpapatalo. So, doon tayo sa mga panalo. Doon tayo sa Valhalla.
Di ba namamatay yung napupunta sa Valhalla?
Oo, pero panalo pa rin sila doon.
Panalo pa rin sila doon. Yung totoo nasa paradise. Totoo naman. It makes sense.
Paano kang matatalo? Pumunta ka sa langit, di ba?
Totoo nga naman. Winner yan. Pero, speaking of winners, sa akin din, I think it's a 2-1, but I'm going with Valhalla this time. Kasi yun nga, yung parang nasan yung mga kings, and the kings will always win. Ang pangit ng segue na yon. Pero anyway, maraming salamat BNB and HG. Yun ang aming panel predictions and our thoughts. We'll be moving on to our casters. Our casters, sana handa na kayo. Wala kayong choice. Kayo na.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We were recovering from that wonderful paddle as... honestly, I don't even know at this point, Fluff. Yes, I'm joined by Fluffy, the guy who did the Berserker's Call earlier. I mean, I think it was yesterday.
Twice.
We're gonna do it again, though. I don't know. Rah!
After that great throw to us, anything is possible at the moment, just like the upcoming series, because these two teams have a lot to prove. And I think Bruce already mentioned how after this, it's going to be all the teams going to be seen, at least for the first time, everyone making their debut. And I'm excited to see what Old Stinky Cat or MEOW, not sure which one we're going to refer to, but that team, how that's going to go, because we've seen the core of them before in their former, I guess, org in Glab, but then they have a couple changes here and there, and I wonder if that's going to affect it as much, because personally I don't think that it's that big of a change, but it is still a team dynamic thing.
Yeah, that's true. Especially when they used to have Boogie, right? And that signature Phoenix on that Pearl pick. I know we keep referencing that, but it's just one of their signature styles of play that they found quite a bit of success on. I think it was against Oasis, right, where they brought it to a 5-map series. But ever since then, I don't think we've seen them replicate that type of, I guess, heights just yet. So it does look like we're gonna get Icebox out of the way. I think personally, they might just stick to that 2-man game that they like to play all the time. So there's definitely a system. Maybe perhaps even more so in comparison to Valhalla.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there. And to your point a while ago for this map, Sunset can be removed. But as you mentioned, Pearl was one of the stronger maps. So I feel like they're really affected by this new map pool that we have, since one of their strongest maps is gone, but also one of their weakest maps in Haven is also kind of gone. So it's like a plus and minus. It's very neutral for them, but it obviously it's a nice thing to have a map that you're almost guaranteed in. And it looks like instead Valhalla is going to start things off by picking Lotus as their first map, and MEOW will pick Attack.
I think this is really surprising for them to actually let MEOW or OSC pick Lotus, because Lotus was... Yes, I said MEOW on broadcast.
Same.
It's not that big of a deal. But anyway, as Lotus was pretty good. It was a decent map on the side of, when they were Game Lab Alpha. They used to run Chamber Sage, if I remember correctly, and they would just kind of try to play tempo. Let's get our ults up as much as we can. Let's get the res up as much as we can. And then they had the Phoenix to just kind of supplement that with flashes. Pretty sure it's going to slow down a little bit when we get into Ascent. I think this is going to be our first Ascent map in the last 2 days, unless I have sorely erased that game from my memory.
Yeah, I think I agree with you there. It's got to be the first Ascent map that we've seen so far. I'm low-key surprised, because generally, I think we talked about this in the previous series, or the first series rather, where with a newer team like this, you would think that it would be easier for them to move on to a more defaulty map that everybody knows, like Ascent, but it's been banned out a lot. And this time around, Val, they're just going to remove bind out of the equation. They don't want any confusion happening with the TPs. They don't want to deal with having to wait so patiently and react too quickly or overextend themselves. So they leave a couple of maps open. We still have Split and possibly... What's the other map? Breeze? Oh, never mind. I guess Split's going to end up being the decider for this one.
What I feel about Split, especially with these teams, because I feel like Split demands a lot from me as a team. Like at high level play, it demands so much like comms and just organization in general to be effective on this map, that I feel like it's a bit of a gamble to let this through, especially if you're a team that's recently formed. Potentially, if this does go to a full 3-map series, I actually think OSC have the upper hand here.
Yeah, that's true. I think, though, that Split is less of a we want to play this map and more of a lesser of the evils kind of thing. Because when you talk about the strain that you put on a team to having to play so well, you can say the same thing about maps like Lotus or Breeze or Sunset especially, where if one side just falters, that entire half of the map collapses. Because you notice that in this map world, there are less of those long maps and more of those wide maps, and that kind of resource stretch really hurts a lot of these teams. So if you had to pick one, it does make a bit more sense to pick a map that you're more familiar with, since Split has been that quote-unquote straining map, but it's been the pool the longest, so there's a bunch more practice for a lot of people on it.
That's true. It's just I feel like individual dynamics and how they play against or play with each other is just something that's going around my head. Because honestly, like for example, right, and I don't want to keep using Oasis as a footnote for this map, they really play disjointed and uncomfortable, and that's just because of just some team dynamic changes. But again, high expectations, very high expectations.
Yeah, and I think, regardless of what their name is right now, they did come from that pedigree, at least for OSC, for being in that bracket where they were always competitive. They took really good hits, they made it very far, and took down some of the better teams that we had in previous VCTs. So it's not gonna be a surprise, I think, if they do very well. On the other side of things, I feel like that team is gonna have to bring up on their own style, because they are coming from a loss on the side of Valhalla.
That is true too. I'm thinking too, like you don't want to go 2 days in a row, right, where you go on a losing streak. So I think Valhalla is probably gonna come into this one just a little more prepared and that much more confident, I would say. Otherwise, I think it would kind of take a toll on your first week. But then again, I think the first week maybe even the first 2 weeks is still part of the adjustment period. Yes, you're playing a decent volume of games, but then again, you have to go sit down, look at the VODs, and just kind of sift through all the minor details that you might have misplayed.
That's very true, but I feel like at this level as well, there's a lot more focus to being able to adjust quickly, and we see that even evidently from our series before this with GEEK Fam, how they lost yesterday and they made up for it today on the same map even, and we casted that game and it was very, very different from what they were able to show today. So hopefully a couple of these changes can be implemented as well in the side of Valhalla, because they need to get that momentum. You also don't want to be you kind of don't want to be the first team that gets 0-2.
Yeah, that's a very honest take, you know. So like, I mean, me personally, I wouldn't go 0-2. You know what I mean? It's the thing. I'm not trying to instigate or nothing, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, no one wants to be in that spot for sure. And I'm sure that's something that they have considered already. Considering that this map pool is slightly different from what they already played, I feel like the little adjustments that they've learned will help a lot. Because their one advantage, though, is because they did play a game already. That first game jitters is kind of gone for them. While as for OSC, this is literally their first game.
That is true. I think we also have a few new names on Old Stinky Cat with, I think it's Dizzy FES and Dignified. Although those are familiar names in, you know, local tournament circuits. We've seen them beat a few times here and there. However, on Valhalla, it's kind of like, yes, they haven't really surrendered or sold themselves to a system just yet, but individually, these players are just so dangerous. So that dynamic of them just kind of running through you is still a very real possibility. Whereas Old Stinky Cat, playstyle-wise, they have that two-man game that could potentially be a problem for Valhalla. And again, that's why we watch these matches, so we don't have to theory craft 24/7.
That's very, very true. But looking at their compositions right now on the Agent Select, the biggest difference, and I think the only difference, is that Sentinel pick. Aeonic's going to stick with that tried and tested Cypher. And Hot Sauce, we saw him previously play Lotus on Cypher, but I guess they're doing a bit of readjustments on their own, and this time he's playing Killjoy. Hopefully, though, he doesn't make any crucial mistakes, because yesterday we saw a small slip up here on Lotus, which did cost them a round, but I'm sure that's something that they have already addressed. The Gecko picks, though, I honestly think that this agent is going to rise in popularity as more agents come. It's just so low risk and so high reward.
And plus, he's the only one with the regenerating utility now. You know, at least like where you can kind of confirm the flash and you can pick it up. If you choose to commit to that, at least there's still like an interaction between him and the environment. Whereas like the sky pick, kind of don't have it anymore. You just throw your flash out, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying this to BNB earlier, but I feel like that the Sky pick in a lot of these old compositions really worked, because you had that flexibility to use it for info, and you can wait a bit, play that slow game, and still have enough for the execute. But nowadays, with the recent Sky changes, there's only 2 flashes that you can work with, so you only basically have 1 flash if you're gonna use the other one for info, and it's very difficult to have a silent round and not know if you're even pulling any pressure. It has to be like gut feeling. At that point, it's like it feels like sometimes you're not even having an initiator.
Oh man, I feel like that kind of gave me a few flashbacks, you know, because I think we talked about this too, where that silence on the map is just so unnerving for some teams, and that leads to a lot of the stray picks and the stray deaths of some more impatient teams, which I feel like is going to happen quite a bit here. Granted, they do have the Gecko, they do have the initiators, as you mentioned, to just aggressively take the space, but I think we might be jumping into the game very, very soon. So, you know, all our speculation is going to be, I guess, researched upon.
Very true. And starting things off, you can see, at least on our minimap here, that the attackers going for a more default start. Cypher Chips up on A, maybe expecting the classic nade hit, but it turns out the defense are more stacked towards that B and C side to get this control instead. Interesting spot for the turret for Killjoy, though. It defends B, and the alarm bot's on A.
They're definitely playing with a lot of the ranges here and really kind of stretching it out very, very thinly. Although OFC, like we mentioned, does have more of a system in play here and a more comfortable IGL, I would say. I think Owen has been playing with this group for God knows how long now, so he definitely knows his players a little bit better, and that's just relatively speaking, right? This is no knock to whoever is calling on Valhalla. Again, that's just player cohesion and just experience overall as a group, also very valuable.
Teams moving on to side as Dizzy's gonna be using that wingman to plant the spike, and the immediate rotate coming in from the defensive side. Owen QT gonna get sandwiched. Gonna be slowed down a bit here by that trap and nade. Not gonna be any damage dealt though.
They still get a
Last player standing.
leaving EJ all alone. That spike is just gonna keep winding down. EJ has to land some pretty nasty shots here, but 33 is the HP that he's left with, and well, obviously will kind of fall to. Fallex getting quite a few charges here. That early showstopper might just help their cause in the snowball.
Snowball that might turn into an avalanche if not stopped. It looks like this A hit was just too free space given. And that surround was not enough to really punish the fact that you're, like, if you're planning to give up A, you have to have the plan to retake A. And that plan was just not going their way. This time around, though, with a better buy coming in from the attackers, they have a potential to hit harder on the site. And the defense, in fairness, you know, for them, they are readjusting their A hit. But sadly for them, it is going to be C.
That they are. These are the types of investments that you're kind of forced to make anyway, especially with classics. I like that they're putting a little bit more value towards that default, but the Onyx with a Spectre could have himself a field day. Look how far back MEOW is. They just really don't want to give any sort of tell towards the other sites. That flash is not even going to be in the range of some of these players, as there's going to be a lot of movement and a lot of uncertainty brewing on the side of Valhalla. As you see, look, Hot Sauce, he's already back towards B, but the brunt of this hit has already moved towards A. Dignified getting a big 3K here. Eco fragging and eco farming.
Farming as he might. They need to get the fruits of their labor because they're slowly losing members on the side of Val. I like the idea, though, where you don't show that much presence to kind of bait them onto A, but sadly, Dignified was just too far. Now the spikes can go down. Oh, and EJ caught out in an awkward spot. Neonis gets the frag.
Patience, patience, patience again. Something that we've highlighted quite a few times already today. Meanwhile, MEOW, I think for like a good 30 seconds, they're just really holding out for any excessive pushes, as you mentioned, overextensions and whatnot.
They are
looking at
playing
the lineup,
super clean, to be honest.
True. But if you look at Valhalla's lineup, it's like, who can really play aggressive here? There's probably just EJ. Everybody's just so valuable alive. I mean, Paranoia, the threat of regenerating smoke, plus the Sentinel. It's like, I'm not sure if Valhalla want to risk this.
That's very true. I'd say maybe the Sky could be in that place, but now an aggressive take on A, now that they have more firepower, is going to push the attackers to posture towards that C side. But Killjoy is ready to hold off this defenses, and Hot Sauce, we know how much of an impact he has rather on C. As yesterday, he did defend against 3 or 4 people, yet staying alive.
We can tell by the way he walks. He's a consummate professional in what he does.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go into that song. I feel like that's a little out of the age bracket for most of our viewers here, unfortunately. But going back into the game here, Dizzy FPS still has quite a bit of his utility, and I think he really will be a centerpiece. But look at MEOW, they just kind of want to go full contact here. They're gonna jump in. That's a full blind Georgie, and with the blindness, he will get executed. MEOW sinking their teeth and their claws into Valhalla. And despite having the weapons, EJ and the gang a little confused. The timing of it all too. EJ's been exposed.
Oh, he tries to get something. Finds one for his trouble, but gets quickly traded out. 4X already ready, and Dizzy. They started so well as well to get the space. They only lose Owen in that entire exchange, and they win the bonus as well, pushing their lead even further. And that all started from that Dizzy from Dizzy. This one.
Throw Dizzy. Which one? The utility. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Wow.
The flying one. But it does so much, because the nice thing about it is, unlike a Reyna Lear, it just goes so much deeper onto site. And unlike a Reyna Lear, even if you turn around, you still get flashed. So you really have to break it.
I like how you emphasize importance of utility and all that stuff, but when we play together, it's like you insta-lock, deadlock, no matter what map, and it's just like, well, man.
Well,
Now we gotta deal with it. I mean, we win
that's
your
why
our
we're not
deadlock games, to be
pros.
honest with you. It is by choice, apparently. Oh man.
yeah, but we gotta focus on where the pros really are and here to try to make their names MEOW, or at least they already made them, to be honest, but under a different name rather. Gonna try to do something aggressive here. Hot Sauce has a very aggressive turret. Maybe trying to get that orb or fight for it, but the Unified lands the first fraggle in Georgie. A bit overextended. Fall X follows with another one, and that's a Sentinel down for Valhalla.
Oh man, this is just spiraling a little bit. Although it's quite common for Lotus to have a 6-round swing, 5-round swing. Although Jed does get one towards
Player
Owen.
standing.
Rai would have hit his, but firepower is just too much. I think it'd be fair if you just try to go for this in the exits, but all XL too sharp, predicts it. And now look at the ult economy we have on OSC.
Yeah, they're slowly but steadily just gaining more and more momentum. It really shows why, no matter what banner they're under, they have that sense of teamwork from sticking with each other as teammates. And I think that's a valuable thing, that you have majority of the team still have that same connection. And it really shows here in the game itself. Now with full buys on both teams and full utility for the most part here on Valhalla, they really need to start making their mark if they want to make it to that place of great warriors.
Yeah, but they have to die first, you know what I mean? So don't
Well,
do
they
that.
have been
Yes,
dying
guys
for
are-
4 rounds, so they're gonna make
When
it
is
there today.
Valhalla? When is Valhalla going to accept us? They've been trying a lot. But as you mentioned, they still need a body count, you know, a quota of other strong warriors defeated. I like this. I like this paranoia. They know that they're going for a really late hit, so they're going to prioritize this instead of going for that standard paranoia towards the box. And look at that.
They
Look
got
at all
like
this
3 flashes
utility.
out.
Oh, man.
I
Rip.
swear, if this Omen's not blind.
Oh, no. No way they don't kill
No,
him.
they don't
right?
see him.
What?
Oh,
what?
my. Fall X actually takes out EJ with the showstopper. The trades come in, but the Omen lived far too long. Still enough though to get him through the chance, but Jay finds 2.
Recalling my bot.
Hot Sauce left in a 1v2. It's not that bad of a situation too.
It really isn't. It could be better, but we do have Thrash available if they really want to secure this round and go for... Oh, they're doing it. Oh, they're doing
Oh
it.
no. Well,
Oh, no! Are they taking a picture? They want to try to take a picture, but he doesn't have the camera. You saw that? I was like...
a photo finish here for MEOW as they sink their claws even deeper into this game. Valhalla not finding the Warriors' death that they need. Surprisingly though, G does get out and have a decent fight. I thought he would instantly get cleared, but that one Cypher cage, I think it's their own cage actually, really gave him a little bit of reprieve from all this firepower.
That they did, and I'm actually surprised Jed survived for as long as he did. Look at Hot Sauce. Please, sir. Don't do this. And timeout on the side of Valhalla. Well done. Let's see here. What else does Old Stinky Cat have in the bag? It's just an Omen teleport and potentially a Neural Theft, so this is going to be a default if I've ever seen one. Or they're probably going to go for a heavy hit. We haven't seen too much attention being pulled towards B. They haven't even opened the door yet. It's like, it's always been Valhalla to just try to prioritize that, and MEOW using that as like a second option.
I think it's just the threat of B that's really scaring Valhalla, because on the one hand, it's a lot easier, in my opinion, to retake B, so you can leave it alone, but they just don't want to have that access to the rest of the map, because if they get that B site, they can get flanked by so many directions, and by hitting A and C, it delays the rotate if you ever manage to pull that much resources from the enemy team on attack. And I guess this time around, Val really want to prioritize taking this aiming and control, stacking 4 players and leaving the rest of the map up to Hot Sauce.
That's a lot of responsibility being shouldered by our lone sentinel. And that one-way smoke is going to delay them a little bit. I like that they are going for a heavy push here, but look at the trap. It's already anticipating this type of movement. And now Hot Sauce has a lot on his hands, perhaps even too much for our stalwart sentinel here. And he is now the victim of a potential utility dump.
Very true, the dog does come in, spots at the Nano Swarm as well, so the KJ utility, but still, smartly, he's just gonna fall back and wait for his team. Wait for that rotate, but the Cypher possibly get one, but EJ is too quick.
Planted.
Too quick indeed and too sharp as the duelist will potentially lead a deficit. But it gets equalized by Dignified, who's been pretty sharp.
Wow.
And Volex bringing down the hammer towards the rotators. Georgie and Bri, they want to be the wonder duo. One player completely blind, but all you have to do is look down. Just don't get shot. But everybody's not following this advice. A 2v2. Bri still very healthy, but don't die in your own mosh pit. Oh my goodness. 1v2. Doable. Beautiful clutch here. However, it takes so much. Oh my goodness.
Oh, very true, but I feel like that's so worth it. They get their mark finally in this game. First round going Valhalla's way. All starting with a fallback there. Even though they lose a player, and Fall X does get all these kills after. The duo coming in from the flank. The Gecko, as well as Georgie on that Sky, has really proved to be the fighting force that succeeded them for this round. The wingman pressure as well at the end there. Really just putting too much for ONQT to handle.
Oh no. This Tactibear is a victim of the Scarlet Rot. I don't know if you play that game, but yeah. I am Melania, the Blade of Mikola. Anywho,
Okay.
going back. You know, never mind. Thanks, Fluff. What a wonderful conversation.
There's a lot to talk about now, especially since this round is going underway. Oh,
That is true.
explosive start here. Barely misses. And the dog doesn't connect as well. The TP out might save him, but it's not going to be enough time. Seekers to cover fire, but there comes 2 for the trade. Not worth it at the moment, and 3v4 at the end of it.
So confusing. I honestly thought that should have been a double for EJ and his showstopper, but once again, perhaps somebody has replaced the rockets with duds. Now MEOW, they want to reattempt towards C. They have been kind of weak in the previous attempts, or they want to alleviate what happened in the previous round, but Hot Sauce gets a completely blind shot, gets retaliated upon. Thrash does not hit. However, the numbers are still decently in the favor of MEOW. Bri is stuck in a corner, but they can't get any clean fights off.
30 seconds
Struggling to
left.
find the angles here. Spike dropped in an awkward place though. Well defended as well as Bri takes out another piece. 2v2. And only 20 seconds. They have to crawl their way here, but they still have the paranoia available. A beautiful flash, but not enough damage. Barely enough. And Dignified still manages to take him out.
This dude is clean. He is playing like he's been around forever. He's been just unstoppable. And remember when we were talking about just the system being kind of like an exosuit for some of these players. Again, individually, they're as talented can be. Once they get put into a proper game system or like a proper coaching system, they just become that much better. And plus, you add that to the experience calling of ONQT, and this is the sum of all the things I've said. Does look like Valhalla are not too happy about these early game shenanigans, and therefore, they're gonna just rush it out.
Just gonna rush it out and make sure that they stick together for this one. They rely on their aim for these quick trades, but against the team that it's not as gun heavy like they were yesterday and more on this tactical side of things, it seems like they're faltering to a lot of the utility plays and pulling rotations. They're kind of more susceptible, if anything, because a clean plant comes down with no contention.
It's interesting to note where Valhalla, who is usually a very hardy team, a very, upstart type of play style that would be in their bag, is quite reserved this time around. And once again, it's just MEOW doing so well in handling this situation. I know Dizzy gets one. Initiator is really coming alive. This Eco's not netting anything here except Jay getting potentially one. Bri trying to find a follow-up, but I think that's pretty much done and dusted. They didn't even have to invest any ults.
Very efficient round from them. 1-7, this lead. They had a glimmer of hope in the previous round, but so far that magic seems to be dwindling. Better buy comes up for them, but what is that really going to do? Take a look at this replay. You can see how quickly this retake just got dismantled. I mean, yeah, they're on the eco, but I feel like it speaks more volumes on the positioning of how old Stinky Cat is really playing and the discipline that they've brought to this game.
That's true. They've mixed it up too. They haven't necessarily been super static on their post plants. So it's been quite a challenge for Valhalla to find where their weak spots are, and with Ball X landing a long-range showstopper, this is just gonna help their cause even more, and it doesn't even look like these guns are helping the resistance of this A push whatsoever. 3v5, not a very nice place is Valhalla in.
Oh, but this guy
I know
not gonna get spotted out by this fish.
Landfish.
Landfish.
Are they gonna use the lockdown is my question. I mean, it'll definitely help. And there's no real exit towards the site unless they want to take the fight long. Bry is only 2 away from his own fish. Unfortunately for Dizzy FPS, he's overstaying his welcome. The trades are coming in. What? What a shot by Hot Sauce there, but Full X gets one as impressive. A 2v1. Lockdown. Again, it's still in the back pocket. Dignified has a flash. He can't help out Aeonix, but Hot Sauce is just making too much noise. And Aeonix will finally plant the bullet between his eyes.
Oh, the time pressure just getting to him at the end there. Almost closing everything out. And Valhalla forced onto another eco. I feel like I've seen them with more sheriffs than anything. Because even on the gun rounds, it feels like they just get out-positioned here.
It's also that thing you said about how they position themselves in the post plant, right? Like, there's always a fallback. There's always a safety net. Ouch, Much, don't bite me. My dog just randomly went in and bit my toe.
I mean, who
Hello.
wouldn't? When there's a cat like this already out in this game, we gotta get a dog to
guess
chase
so.
them away. In Valhalla, they need guard dogs of their own if they're gonna keep up, because they just need more.
You're saying Valhalla don't got that dog in them.
They don't
Not-
got
at
that
least
dog
not
in
yet.
them, but they need to start barking real soon, because this cat is biting really hard, and at this point, it's gonna be too much to handle after that half.
Player standing.
Man. That's just a lot to stomach. Fall X has only died 3 times, Dignified 4.
Oh yeah, it's like
And-
they go on the entry, and nothing happens. They just get the frags.
Exactly. It's like, what is happening?
Meanwhile, you
Thing
take
is,
a look
they've
at
been-
Valhalla, and there's like no positive KD on them.
Yeah, man. I'm trying to like see if Valhalla adjusts the Killjoy positioning, because it really does not look like they want to have that type of strong side assistance. It's like they want to do everything themselves, which is not inherently a bad thing, right? Because there is a lot of ground to cover on Lotus. Admittedly, there is so much. But eventually it has to give. You have to put your Sentinel on the hotspot.
Yeah, I feel like they were relying on this Killjoy to hold the places on the map that they're just gonna avoid and manpower the other side, but it seems like they're just getting dodged by the positioning here from MEOW. Might make contact here, Aeonix, but he's playing behind the trip. Not gonna save him from gunfire though. The flash does come through very quickly. Almost gets the frag, but Georgie with a stinger takes him out instead. That's a free upgrade for the defense, and a big one if they greed for it, but there's already one player marking it. Even Hot Sauce is ready for the flash.
That's another thing too. MEOW have not been greedy at all. They've been playing in the box really, really well. And Valhalla are just given nothing to punish. I say that, Hot Sauce lands a few shots on his Sheriff. We've seen him do quite a bit of bounty hunting with this thing yesterday. Unfortunately for him, these rascals are just a little too organized, as MEOW eventually adds more scratches towards Valhalla. Rai will eventually supplement this defense. Everything's still kind of falling apart.
Slowly but surely, this defense is crumbling. Still though, they have a chance. Dignified low, 7 HP against G. 1 bullet will do it. Still has a Trailblazer to maybe find some information, at least eliminates that angle from it, but will the timing work out for G? Looking the wrong way. Both of them just encircling each other. 14 seconds, he just has to buy time. Land a body shot. Doesn't get the timing! And Dignified clutches the round!
Oh no. MEOW
Meow.
is... MEOW. Man. I don't know. I don't even know where to begin with here, because it doesn't seem like the up-tempo play for Valhalla is getting anything done for... Or at least to MEOW. I think they've already scared them enough or conditioned them enough to kind of play at a distance where MEOW is obviously going to have enough time to set up, to get to their hotspots. And it's just brutal. Valhalla have to, again, dig in and channel their inner Vikings to fight back, but it's just not happening.
Their defense is so interesting, though. They put pressure on both A and C, and maybe that's one of the reasons why they've not been being able to win a lot of these early parts of the rounds. They put so much resources trying to push both sides that they just don't have enough for the retake, or maybe one side falters. Like, for example, right now, MEOW trying to take a dominant lead here on that momentum for C, but the rest of the defense not reacting quickly enough in case they go for that hit. But Aeonix finds one lingering on that B site, and now they have to worry about that as well.
Once again, circling back onto the map, Vito, I'm really surprised why Valhalla let Lotus go when they're very good at this. They're very respectable on this map, and it does look like Jet, who has held down this position, is going to have a field day with this, and he tries to teleport out.
No!
Hopefully it doesn't get cancelled. But he hesitated just a little too much. Oh man, and that's gonna hurt their scouting ability for the next few rounds. EJ's been completely undiscovered. This could be 2 free kills, but what's going on? He still gets it as a fallback, but can't get the follow-up. And now MEOW, they're trying to go for the jugular. They want those double digits. Crash by bribing, invested, but still cannot stop the plant. Doesn't even find a detain. This is so confusing.
How does it not connect? Now the lockdown, it's there. But what is that gonna do? The wingman, though, can defuse for them. At least gives him some reprieve to maybe get a peek out, but there's too many angles to cover. And Owen QT will shut down those dreams. A very dominant half. The best that they can even dream for is a 2-10.
Oh, man. Old Stinky Cat looking like an apex predator right now. No answers. No natural enemies. I am really surprised how he did not get that follow-up kill there. Or the fact that Thrash completely whiffed.
There's just too much to handle right now for Valhalla. The king of the jungle coming out for MEOW. And looks like, on Lotus at least, a very dominant first half is going to be coming, regardless if it's 1 or 2-10. Just a double digits pressure. It limits how many mistakes you can make, and nobody's perfect, so when it does happen, even if you trade a couple rounds here and there, you gotta be on your toes. But Valhalla, these experienced players, they know what to do in this situation. They have the rifles in hand as well. Maybe they can get a play out.
Fancy footwork is indeed required to maneuver this perilous wire that they're on. Very, very thin ice as well. One thing that I really like about MEOW, they're so disciplined. They had so much room to just go for a heavy burst, but they didn't. They really want to play their numbers. They really want to get their information. And with this diligence, it does pay off. And even if they have a gigantic lead, they remain so sharp and never complacent.
Very true. Ever vigilant to keep the advantage up on Hot Sauce. Trying to get 2 for him. Does manage to find that, but even after all that commotion, it's still this team that comes out on top in the showstopper just to steal the show. A lot of ones on the scoreboard, but 11 to MEOW, and only 1 for Val.
Oh dear. I think a timeout should have happened a few rounds ago again for Valhalla.
They actually can't afford to lose this pistol.
They really cannot. That's about it.
It's like almost a guarantee. You lose the pistol, how do you fight this when they're on a good bonus? It's all up to this round.
And even if they lose this, they'll have to buy up. And Old Stinky Cat, they have been winning this war of attrition. They have been just dragging out everything and suffocating the supply lines. MEOW, this defense, I still think we have to give Valhalla the respect that they, deserve, because you know how fragile or not really fragile, but how fickle the leads are on Lotus. We've seen a reverse sweep on Lotus. I think it was like 11-1 also, or it was a 10-2, and then it just kind of came back. But with the frags that are coming out on the side of MEOW, they're really not allowing a comeback.
Just Dizzy holding down that tree section, making sure that no one can enter through that narrow choke, and holding down the pass pushes them into this insane buy. All they have to do is win the highest deficit, forces Valhalla on the force. We know how deadly they can be on the Sheriffs, but is that going to be enough against all these Bulldogs and Spectres?
That was Dizzy the white, Dizzy the gray.
True.
Not letting anybody pass. And I have to say, man, what can Valhalla do? We're waiting for some sort of response here, but look at old Stinky Cat prioritizing the range over the, again, the strength of the SMGs up close. They don't want to risk the pistols. They just want to get this over with and move on to the next map.
I'm surprised that they're moving this quickly. It's still a very winnable round for them if they can land the shots and find the timing. But already investing that paranoia so early means that that's even less utility for them to use.
Oh, I can't help but feel for Valhalla right now, man. It was so entertaining to watch them play yesterday. Just to go toe-to-toe with the Buys and have a really, really soulful match. But right now, the absolute robotic efficiency of MEOW. Terminators, machines, just not going well against the skin and bones of Valhalla. But Bry, the indomitable human spirit, still perseveres, and he gets a fourth, and they manage to stay alive.
Ah, what a close call for them. Bry brought so low. And that's the round that they needed, that they deserved, and they fight tooth and nail for it. But 10 rounds still separate both teams. At least this time around, though, they have the better buy. It's up to old Stinky Cat to maybe maximize the rounds. Try to get as much efficiency as they can, because so far, their percentage plays have been winning them this game. No greed. And slow and steady is the way.
There's a lot of evidence, being presented that if you do the percentage plays, you'll do really well. But me personally, I ain't listening to that. I will still play my pubs the way I do. That's just how we are. But again, MEOW percentage players, I really like that they keep this towards their stronger ranges. However, I think this is gonna be a free. Hello? A free pick. Still took a while, but the numbers are still adding up very, very well on the side of Valhalla. Dignified gets 2. Will finally get slain. And Aeonix, actually, Fluff, this is so stealable. This is like leaving out a pot of gold on an empty dark highway. Still do it.
Oh, there he knows. He knows at least one player is there. Will he expect the double, though? He even gets the rifle. It's an equal fight. Just a couple of headshots here and there. We'll get the off angle first, but Georgie spots him too quick. 4K for him, and Val still alive.
Beautiful. I like that high-low play there. I feel like it's something that's... it was a lot more common on Game Changers. I think there was also a point in time where a lot of our teams are doing the high-low take towards the stairs, where they'd kind of just put 2 players in a high-low position in the middle of that portion of the map, and just kind of hope they would hold that well. In any case, good to see a lot of variety and just the wits of Valhalla very much intact.
Intact indeed, but for how long is the question. That easy to start things off. The attackers get a better position here up onto mountain. Some usual going to be traded back and forth. That's a lot invested though. Paranoia, Nade, as well as Dizzy. One recoverable, but is that going to be enough for the rest of the round?
Is it? It is a very good question. Percentage. I think the only real problem with percentage plays is that it does become predictable to an extent. But you mix that in with a little bit of, explosiveness here and there, then it will be very dangerous. EJ cannot convert on that kill, but will do decent damage. That Thrash is still going to remain a very, very big problem on this retake, which I think is going to happen very soon.
It's a pretty clear sight so far, though, but still, they're very wary. They can't afford to lose anything. The flash pops through, confirms 1. But that's not going to be enough. The fish, though, swims, and it lands on 2. Only able to get 1. Might be able to find the second, and the shots don't land on the 3rd. It's only hot sauce against the world, but the movement from MEOW is enough. The zigzag from Fall X to fall onto the spike, defuse, and win them this map.
Ooh, kill him. He hit him with a shimmy there. Just really could not land a shot. And sometimes I feel like that's the most frustrating way to go out in Valorant, when you just get out movement. Even in like small duels, right? Like the AD strafe, it's like, oh my gosh, that has to be just so annoying.
It is. It's like one of the worst feelings. When there's someone like, especially when they have the confidence that their team is behind, to do something like super random.
Like
yeah.
Oh man. It's okay, Fluff. I know I discuss you sometimes, but it's fine. Anywho, going back to the game. I know a lot of things discussed you, but an old Stinky Cat does not, apparently, as we will be jumping into the stats very, very soon. but I would just like to go over things that we've seen in the eye test. I think right now it's gonna be very competitive for our number 3 and 4 slots for our power rankings, because I think it's a toss-up between, maybe I would say, Geek Fam and then Old Stinky Cat. If they play like this all the time, then for sure they're in the top 4.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I actually think that this team, with their new additions, look very put together, as if nothing changed, to be honest.
That's true. I actually feel like they're more disciplined now, because I think Boogie was their wild card that would just kind of go off and like, okay guys, I'm gonna push. Doesn't matter what you do, I'm gonna push. But with that being said, I like that you pointed that out. This team plays like they have been together since the dawn of time.
Yeah, since the first round till the last round, MEOW, a very dominant performance, led of course by Fall X, but for me, dignified as well. A strong showing for his first VCT match, as well as Dizzy, providing so much support in these initiators, but also getting those important frags. We saw a couple of clutches by them as well, and how much they can hold Dizzy there on tree, dignified as well on site. And Val, they tried so hard, but these veterans are just falling to, I think, their kind of own hubris, as they're really just playing too fast, too slow, but not on tempo for the speed that MEOW's setting.
Really the hubris of man. I'm trying to think what hubris is like linked to. I think there's this one particular figure in history that's, you know, very associated with that word, but I couldn't think of something more apt. I mean, like we said, right, individually, everybody in Valhalla is just so strong and so talented. But you kind of come up against a team like MEOW. Oh man, it's rough. It's really, really rough. And they've only really dropped one post plant. I think this was because it was an eco or something, or a very rare eco. In any case, Valhalla, they have a lot to brush up on against a really patient team like MEOW.
Well, thankfully for them, it's going to be a bit different once you move on to our second map, but a very strong showing. Not much more we can say, to be honest, because MEOW just showed that not only can they land those shots, but they also have that tactical depth, and more importantly, that discipline that really showed why they were the team out of all our previous VCT teams that were really like made the top ones bleed.
That is true. That is definitely true. And I think we're going to be jumping into the highlights also quite soon. So we are going to see how this team managed to keep it in the box, Fluff, and still play out of their mind. I think that's such a hard balance to strike, to let players be themselves, but also not stray away from your winning formula.
Yeah, it seems like a very calm gameplay from them. I've never really noticed them overextend at times. Maybe they just lost the duel, that's why they got out of position, but never intentionally putting themselves at a situation where something bad could happen or taking an unnecessary risk when not needed. And that discipline really showing through for them, because such a dominant performance can only happen if you have this much practice in it.
That Fall X corner clear too, they were up like 10 rounds, but still he decided to, you know what, we're still going to be very clean. And I think just to kind of have that type of laser focus is such a rarity, even in our top teams, because as we all know, and I think this is not just a regional thing, I think at the end of the day, we all like to have a little fun, you know, even unofficial. So we see some four-band knives and all that type of stuff, but it was all business from Old Stinky Cat.
Yeah, they're here to play, they're here to win, and it really shows in how they played out this map. I have to agree with what you said earlier, which is that even though they're at the advantage, like those are rounds where you can see a lot of even those veteran players kind of go ballistic, but in this specific game, they're like, okay, now we'll just win the game as fast as we can. Like we just need the map to get over with, keep that momentum on.
That is true. So anywho, guys, we will be right back with more action in our very own region. Once again, my name is Raph. That is Fluffy. It is also close to dinner time, or well past dinner time. So if you haven't done that, be sure to, you know, grab a bite. It's right there. Anyway, guys, we'll be right back with you. absolute destruction, apparently, as not only are we caught off guard by how good OSC is, I'm actually surprised Valhalla's not retaliating as well as they could, because again, on paper, right, you would think they would be the type of team, okay, they're systematic, where they're very clean, we can run it up, we can do some sort of weird off timing, we can just fight it out, but that was completely just decimation.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much say at the end of it. Not much you can also gather from it. All you can see really is what they showed, which is they can have a very dominant performance. If you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. And these percentage players not only have the strategy to back it up, but really the aim to fight a lot of these top aimers. If we talk about Valhalla being that team that's full of these aim gods, even if they've played recently or even before, the fact that they can be challenged is very, very telling of how strong OSC can really be. And as we move on here to the agent select here on Ascent, the default map for all the new generation and the old, familiar to everyone, and a familiar composition. Although the big difference is going to be the lack of a KO here for me for Valhalla.
I'm just kind of scratching the back of my neck right now, because of course they'd run this comp, right? What else would they run on Ascent? Maybe we'll have an Astra instead of an Omen, but I think the mobility plus the paranoia value has just been so much. Plus, again, it's less execution. It does get as much value as a strong Astra, just a little bit less. It did say that there is going to be one less KO on the field, replaced by Georgie's Vintage Reyna, which can do a lot of damage. So I think Fluff, they're probably not going to go for a system versus system. Instead of just like, hey, let's just get really, really hot and go on fire and just try and bully our way through this map.
Exactly. They really need to just use their strengths, and the Reyna really telling of what this team is really made of. The other side of things, the more tactical approach, it's a good way to represent both teams and the all agent differences that we do have. KO though, there's a reason why he's really strong in Ascent. That knife proving so much value, and not just on the suppressive delay, but also the info in tandem with that Sova Dart.
Plus, it's like the only map where you can reliably get 0-point spots where you can't really shoot out in time. It's almost unreactable at this point. Plus, the pop flashes and whatever value he can find off the molly is something that just kind of glues this composition really, really nicely. You have a nice entry, you have a nice denial, plus good info, really well-rounded. It's going to be lacking on the side of Valhalla, but they will make up for it with a lot, and I mean a lot of firepower.
That's very true. Hopefully, they get the opportunity to really take the fights that they want. The big problem, composition aside, that they had on Lotus was because of the size of the map, they just got out-rotated, caught off guard. A lot of times they weren't able to take the fair fights that they want to take, and I feel like that does not fit well with Valhalla's playstyle. Might not even sure if these deaths were battle-worthy, and it means that moving on to Ascent, where it's a bit smaller, a bit more familiar, they can take a lot of those more comfortable engagements.
Well, is it Valhalla or to hell with one L? As Valhalla already actually has one L to their name. Again, 2 L's, not very good. 1 L, the coach. Good, congrats, by the way, for winning your match today. Any case, going back to this, I don't think there's a lot to be said about Ascent. I think we've almost seen it all on this map. You know, the flash and dash popularized by a lot of, I guess, players from the Korean region. And then we have a lot of those, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not sure if it's patched out, you can still molly the Killjoy ult with the, what do you call it? The KO molly.
I'm not sure if he has to, if he can do it alone. I think because of the radius, it has to be with a nanoswarm as well. But regardless, it's going to be bullets that really seal the deal right now. Will they check wine is the question. One player lingering. A late check. He's going to drop the spike in front of him. And now they have to scramble back to get it. Might be able to get the second frag, but Omen QT takes out the opposing Omen. The rest of the site, though, still open. The retake yet to happen.
They're setting up for it. And Folax understands that he has to be the one that's aggressive on the spots. He will clear it out. The door is going to be in the way, so that's going to be a lot more delaying power. Notice how there is a person playing towards CT. So statistically, this is very, very safe. However, those shock darts are falling. The duels are not going their way, and Folax still gets one, despite getting traded out, albeit too late. the side of Valhalla. And yet another clean pistol round by OSC.
OSC, the momentum from the previous map, not gonna stop anytime soon. Already showing bike, but the fact that they recovered so quickly is a telling sign of how fast this team really thinks. And this time around, on the defense side, gonna put that turret up onto B main, making sure that no one can cross this safely, at least without giving contact, and just playing to their strengths.
Is quite a lot of strength, in all honesty, on the side of MEOW. How do you break a team like this? Because I feel like that's a legitimate part of your strategy, right? Is to mentally rattle a team and try to make them break formation. But MEOW, they have been almost indestructible.
Rock solid for sure. I mean, a wise man once told me that if they have more util than you, just shoot them. That way they can't use their util. That would be Chelsea when he was teaching me how to coach. But then, I don't think that MEOW is going to give them any opportunity to at least to do that safely. Always too quick on the trade. And they're so quiet on this round. They are. The funny thing is they're on their better buy. So they're already expecting the rush to come out of Val. This vigilance is what's really keeping them safe from a lot of these rounds that could go awry.
It could potentially happen. But once again, formation still remains the same. No hesitation on that recon call. The shock is going to do a bit of damage, but that's a clumsy and rare mistake by Fall X there. His jet completely shut down. They have no choice but to commit to this, but suddenly Ash gets his own from downtown, and Jay will replace his fallen teammate. We'll trade out lots of reply kills. 2v2 now. Decent weapon lead. Actually, no, completely equal, but EJ, where are the shots?
He had to land those. Omen Flash, gonna connect, but not gonna prove any worth. Will they expect him to swing close by? Brought low, body shot left. Dignified, peeks at the wrong angle. And the anti-eco just works out for them, or the eco rather.
And it's because of the weapons that they got from that early exchange. And right now, that's the first sign of weakness towards Valhalla. I think this map allows a lot of rhythm plays too, where rotations are not going to be as unforgiving in comparison to Lotus. There's a lot of maneuverability available to everyone on the map. Granted, a little dangerous, a little bit of traffic there. And I think it's really interesting that they put Ash back in, or rather Ash and Dizzy out, because I thought Dizzy was doing so well on Lotus.
Yeah, maybe it is a sub in due to the player agent pool. Maybe it's something to do with the map itself. But with that swap out, there is a bit of a difference in their play. Less of that initiating power that we saw in the previous game showing so far. But still a lot more rounds for them to say a lot of more things.
They could be yapping. You know what I mean? Blood could be yapping. But no replies as of yet. Ooh. That's one straight to the dome. Dignified has also been so wonderful. You know what I mean? He's been really sharp despite being a newcomer.
I mean, he has been playing in the scene for a very long time. Just as long as some of these veterans. Maybe not in this exact FPS genre, but as I say that, defenders falling fairly quickly. A different story from the first one. He's gonna take out one, but Owen QT's already there to mark the out.
I like that. That was a position where usually when the defending team has more players, they get spammed out. So knowing that there is a gigantic deficit, no way somebody spams that, right? That's really smart. I appreciate that. That small play there, I think that's cool.
I like where even Dignified standing, because you can actually, this is the angle you can't pre-fire from heaven.
Exactly.
Some game knowledge here, and the discipline not to peek. They have nothing to contact. They know they can hear the drop. They have someone marking the stairs. Now the double swing comes in, and together they swing, and together they take down hot sauce.
That is killer robots. Again, this is exposing us as big nerds of the game. That is really cool. You know, like just these small adjustments to make the most out of any given situation. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot.
My brain.
You better get that checked.
Hopefully,
those might be those brain parasites.
Maybe something's gonna control me soon, but something's gotta take over the spirit of Valhalla right now, because slowly this gap is growing, and they know what this team can do. We're going to a pause for a second. Not sure if tech or tech.
I think it's a tactical pause.
They do have enough to buy one Vandal, but will that be enough to really save them from this round?
Very good question. I think the hero Vandal is always valid on Arena, but
It's true.
this is a rough start.
I mean,
Georgie would normally
Georgie-
have like,
Yeah.
uh-huh.
You know, I was gonna say your point too, which is Georgie is not starting out so hot right now, but maybe this is his comeback round, you know?
The return of the comeback.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps. At the same time, you know the way MEOW have been entering these sites, it's always super target rich. It's never one person flooding in. Granted, they got caught off on a timing in B main. But other than that, the way that they've been entering, their routing. I feel like this is such an underrated skill for teams. Their pathing and their routing towards a site that even like in the very tippy top of the world has so many errors. MEOW is so clean with it. Once again, more nerd stuff I appreciate.
Same. Perfect game for us to watch here. Slowly but surely, this team is skating their way up, actually, spotting a gap. The attacker is not sure if Ionic's going to expect this. The gun does come out, but a bit too late there. Georgie with a hero Vandal gives his team another, and then a second gets taken out. No time to dismiss, and the firing squad retaliates, forcing this back into a 3v2. The advantage thrown, and now MEOW has the upper hand, except for the positioning part.
Well, looking like one of the greatest baseball players of all time is Valhalla. I wouldn't even think that was a throw, honestly. I think that was a decent play. But again, MEOW, their heads up. So good. They're even trying to just kind of clear out the site. And look at that again. They go for a proper post-plant position despite the chaos that happened. Because usually, sometimes players will scramble, right? And now Valhalla, I don't think they know that this is going to be a full two-man. They have a double help position. So in any case, it is going to be a crossfire. He is so low. All X will recover.
Or just a clean way. They recognize that there are how many players on that flank, at least the Sova. Gonna expect that maybe Jet's there playing that double held position just to make sure they can get a quick trade if anything happens. But look how quick Dignified is on the one taps. Clearing out. That was one reaction as well, because they expected that to be clear. The moment the Onyx died, he just turned 180 and decided, you know what, we're just gonna take them out. And here comes the tech boss. Everyone's gotta cool down a bit here.
Hey, hello, Tech Pause. First of the day, thankfully. You know what? These first 2 days have been decently smooth. Bless everybody. Thank you, Prod. Thank you, everybody. And it is apparently that time of day already. Here we are, guys. I think this has been a really clean game from Old Stinky Cat. If they don't have a coach, that's actually really scary. If they get a good coach, that's gonna be even scarier.
I think
how are they so clean?
I think their coach, Jay or JA, is the ex-Bren Victus, and also worked with them during that Abaddon/MVP roster.
Yeah.
He's a young coach, but they are leading a young team, and at least they have that kind of mentality where a lot of young players I think are lacking, which is they're always willing to improve, and it's really shown because we've always known that they had strong aim when they first came up on the scene. Back when they were playing as Glab, when they had that double duelist composition, they'd run down all those Pearl games. And you know they had the firepower, but that was basically their only strategy. But as time has passed by, they moved on to Abaddon, to MVP, and now independently as MEOW, they've really shown their veterancy in their own right of how they've really evolved as players in a very short amount of time.
I know the sample size is tiny, especially with just the games that we've seen so far, but for a team to have this much composure and refinement, I'm a big fan.
I like teams who are like ready, you know what I mean? Like for their games.
Yeah. It's like, you know, I think this is super obvious. And I know we're in a technical pause, so we're going to be a little less formal around this time. So it's like, well, duh, it's a formal. You have to be ready. But then, you know, you can really tell when teams prepare, when teams drill, and when teams actually go through, you know, the real motions of it all.
Yeah,
it's such a joy to watch.
To be honest, I know that a lot of the veteran players have been doing this for so long that it's kind of just another day at work. But it's one of those things that when you're new to the job, you try to do extra well just so that you know that you can do it. And they've really proven their mettle over the years.
Bird.
And we are still tracking this bird.
We're looking at the government drones. Birds aren't real.
But the drones were owls.
Yes. It's just Sova doesn't have the, the camouflage skin. But yeah, I think the hunger for old Stinky Cat is very, very apparent. And then you add a proper training schedule. It just meshes so well. And now they're gonna pop this KO ult. They're gonna flood into the site with the utmost confidence. And I don't know how Georgie lands that, but it is going to help them ascend and try to close this gap out.
And that's an important pick-off as well. Only controller down already. A very easy retake for them. Now that there's no way for them to block line of sights. They have no more cages. They only have a Killjoy. Not much for them they can do. Gonna pop the Sobo early. And they take out Hot Sauce.
Oh! Oh! One more. Oh my goodness. A little messy there, but does get the job done. We haven't seen the protocol just yet in a 2vx situation, but so far they're doing it well. One is stinging it, and my goodness, Jet could steal it away, and he goes for the fight instead, and he barely has enough to finish it off. Still too close for comfort. Well done by Valhalla here, and that was off the back of that initial pick. My goodness.
What an interesting decision there to go for that Sova ulti, eliminate the Killjoy before they get any impact. I thought they were going to save that for maybe a post plan, but instead trying to remove that player almost instantly to start things off, but the swing almost immediately. This is the problem when you lose your Omen too early. Not much room for you to work with afterwards, and just as amazing 1v2 by G, dodging in and darting in and out of that smoke just to make sure that he can get that half. I feel like if he didn't have that, it's over, But just knowing that means he's able to secure another round for them.
Once upon a time, Jet was one of the newcomers of the scene, and now he's been super, super stable for the games we've seen him play for Valhalla. And it's been paying dividends. I'm interested what MEOW is going to do now. Now that the march towards A has been halted just a little bit, then once again, Georgie getting an initial pick, bouncing out, and really showcasing the strength, the potential of his agent pick. Different story for EJ though, unfortunately. Ben Simmons.
True.
Brick City, but it's okay. It happens, honestly.
It does. Unlucky shots here, but that's the knives. Gonna be expended out. Maybe a couple more in his pocket, but not as much health as he'd like. On the upside, the enemy jet is just gone.
Doesn't really have any other weapon to fall back to either. So without the knives, they know that the fighting capability of Valhalla is not going to be as high. So that does kind of equalize the fact that they did lose their initial duelist. Granted, they are lurking. They have taken quite a bit of space on the map. Time pressure, as you mentioned, is now going to be a key factor. If Aeonix doesn't get flushed out here, if they get this Killjoy in time, and Valhalla's gonna have major problems. They don't even check. 14 seconds. One has to plant. The Hunter's Fury does come in. Owen Cutie does retaliate. Aeonix trying to line up the shot. Is that enough time? They will barely get the plant. And no, they don't! Georgie gets the start and will end the round himself. Equal footing is Valhalla and MEOW right now.
Seems like MEOW, they have their coordinated assault lined up, but when the stars don't align in the chaos, that's where Val really thrives, and they're able to win out with the aim that they have. Georgie landing insane shots to secure the round, G as well to hold down the sides. And even though MEOW makes good map movements, time was not against that, was against them rather in that situation, not giving them any chance to really make bigger plays that they want to. If maybe they waited or not waited, but if they move faster, like 10 or 15 seconds beforehand, they would have. Just a bit of some decisiveness that they have to work out here.
That was also under the pretense that they lost their jet really, really early. So that spearhead is gone. Right now, occupying quite a bit of space towards A main is Valhalla. That's unlucky. I didn't even think that scan would get Fall X. They now have an inkling that somebody's walking up tree. I like the setup. They're still waiting for Valhalla to just kind of explode out of really the outer extremities of the map.
EJ spots two on contact though and falls to the double swing. Omen Paranoia still in the pocket. Folex already primes his dash. Dash is too close. Won't get flashed though. Has to go off a bit. The TP's gonna come in. He won't get removed though. flash for even more space. Here comes the scan. Another TP, but that's not going to save him this time. As the rest of MEOW flood in.
Spike planted.
Blood looking to take many a people, but Hot Sauce still swimming in everything, keeping himself afloat and the rest of Valhalla. However, Aeonix and Owen Cutie drag them to the depths. Now MEOW try to resuscitate that lead, albeit only one round, but a convincing win still.
Yeah, they get a lot of things out of that. They force them onto the eco. They still keep the rifles. They farm a bunch of ultimates as well. And the small creep and crawl all the way on that cat side is showing some of the weaknesses of this defense coming in from Val. They're able to hold them off on the gunfights, but when they get that positional advantage, it's very difficult to beat them on the retake.
The degree of difficulty too varies, but MEOW, they've been doing a great job of making it as difficult as possible. And why does Georgie have no skin? What's going on? This is not some cruel joke, is it not? And with that, there is no more initiator on the side, or at least one of the initiators gone on MEOW. How many rounds have Valhalla converted off a Georgie pick? This could be another one. I think so far they've done it 2 out of 2 times.
Yeah, I think it's around 2 as well. Whenever he gets these frags, just getting that confidence up as well on that hero Vandal gives those glimmers of hope where they can convert even more rounds. 3 to 4, a minute remains. Even with the better guns, they're being extra careful of where they have to go. Still 2 flashes in the hands of Dignified as well. As that knife to get even more info. Smoke's finally to come down. Maybe signal that A hit. But already 2 players ready on site. They're actually going to give it and go for the retake instead, knowing they're on that lesser buy. They don't want to go for any 1v1 challenges. But this ulti from Aeonix cannot be broken. It will push them in an uncomfortable position. But the willingness to even use this ult on this eco round really shows how much they really want it.
They have something brewing here, and I think they might catch EJ on this really far lurk. Je already getting caught out, and like I said, they're just so sharp. The hero Vandal still, you know, flashing and brandishing its cape here. I don't know how long it will last as MEOW preparing themselves to become the antagonist of this situation, but Georgie gets a third, and he can stick this very well. Dignified has to pick a target and he has to swing fast. He can't even get Bry, and that little 2-man game Valhalla has will once again equalize the footing for both these teams.
Costly round here for MEOW. Not only was it their buy against an eco, but they invest the Killjoy ulti as well. The lockdown now gone for them in future rounds, at least for the meantime. The hero Vandal doing work, but also the weakness of getting that much space is they were a little greedy this time around, trying to take a lot of it. I mean, I agree where if you use an ult like that, you should try to get some fights and fall back, but they hard commit on some of those angles to get punished, because that's where the close range weaponry of Valhalla really shine on the eco.
Get out of my way. Bomb grenade out.
They have to throw something at Valhalla. They have to throw a bunch of, again, curveballs just to keep this rhythm going for them and just disjoint this team. But oh no, indeed. So no first pick. I don't know how this is gonna pan out, but Paul X finding 2 targets there and chopping them up, dicing them up, serving them on a platter for his teammates. And well fed is the old stinky cat. Valhalla still trying to get their way going on this retake.
Dignified already ready for the flash though. Not the best weapon to retake on EJ, but a great shot by a half flash Georgie. Is able to take one, dismiss out to the scan, revealing their exact location. Has another lead to work with. One tries to go, gets the overheal. A good chance for him to swing, good damage on this, but still a 2v3 situation, and Aeonix gonna close this out. Only EJ left alive, swaps to the Vandal. Has to clear both the backside player and the player wrapping around. Doesn't find the timing. Owen QT playing so perfectly, mirroring his teammate as they dance around Georgie and take the round away.
It's just been a great back and forth, but as we mentioned, it's just a duel between Georgie and Fall X at the moment. Whoever gets the first pick seems to really set the team up for success. Granted, they did kind of put themselves in this position, right? That's the responsibility of the Reyna pick.
That's very true. I mean, they were able to kind of fight their way out of that stairs, but it just wasn't enough to fully get out of it. And partly maybe it's because they had an operator in hand. Maybe when he got if he got the Vandal earlier, that would have been great. But this time around, the change of pace here by both teams to spam. Not going to confirm a kill, but good damage done. Bryce going to fall immediately as Fall X gets the entry frag, though.
Oh, they do have a chance to pick him up. Hot Sauce does have that lockdown if he really wants to secure this round. And now we got our Terminator friend back on the field. However, Owen Cutie is going to suffer a brunt of the retaliation of Valhalla. So no more smokes. Everything is going to be that much more unsafe. I don't think they check Aeonics.
Oh, what a flash.
They're completely blind, but can't actually follow up. Vollex, they have to play his numbers, and Georgie, ring him up. He will answer. Just being the hero that his team needs, but the villain that is called Dignified is here. 1v1 again, Fluff. Ash 999 versus EJ. No way EJ sticks this style, though, right? No way. Oh!
I guess it wasn't needed.
Oh my gosh.
I thought he was going to stick it as well when it went slightly past the half. But I guess EJ with nerves of steel was so confident in that, but he heard that step, got off quick enough to land that frag. Dignified did so much there to try to stop this, landing the quick 1-2 on Georgie and G. But it was really EJ who finished the job off, and Val is keeping this one competitive.
Incredibly competitive as we see MEOW fall back on a weaker economy. No blades, no knives, no Hunter's Spear available for them just yet. Going for that same spread on attack. I'm wondering if their defense is going to be a lot better considering they will have or they can choose when to silence this Reyna, as Georgie again gets that first pick. Conversion. I think this round is pretty much in the bag for MEOW, as Dignified is going to try and hold it down for Ash. Ash just one away. Still no weapons to pick up for him, unfortunately. If he wins this clutch, then they're going to win another round. I'm not going to bet on it.
No, sounded like you were, but if I were a betting man,
about to.
This was not be the bet I'd place because the overwhelming firepower here coming in from Val is just a death sentence for anyone staring down the barrel rather.
How do they stop Georgie, though, is the question. He's been picking his spots and his timings
Well,
really well.
Any Reyna, you just win the first duel, and it's all good.
E! Just spam E. Yeah, but you know how Reyna players are. I should know. I'm a Reyna player.
See? Gotta bring some of that gameplay into this, but this time around, big weapons coming in for the defense, the Odin and the Operator. Surely their presence will be felt as Fall X scales up on this. They're really not fighting for this mid-link side, and no one gets scanned
Really
off
not.
the knife as well. Relying on the trap for contact here, even though they get smoked, maybe the spams will go through. But a quick flick onto the Nano Swarm does give them a bit more space than the defense would like.
What's crazy to me is that despite Georgie just kind of going on a bit of a rampage, it really has not dissuaded MEOW from going on their style of play. They have that much confidence, but it could be misplaced as two of their members fall, 3 even, without any retaliation whatsoever. Ash and Aeonics, the last members alive. Aeonics has to clutch this out. 6 bullets and a dream is all he has left. He reloads, but the space he has to operate is only getting narrower and narrower.
Still though, maybe a chance for him, but time not on his side. Spike not even in the place where he can safely get it. Might go for the long rotate here, but surely this is going to be expected. I think the turret is still in range though, that if he wraps around, it won't get deactivated. Won't give up any additional info. But the opposing KJ is already ready, waiting in the wings for the swing.
I like the anticipation. Not entirely sure what that was, but there's really no time realistically to win this. And Valhalla actually make this really competitive, buff.
Different story from game number 1 for sure. They've done more than triple their rounds so far on this game, on this map. And MEOW now starting on the back foot. The last time that they swapped sides, there was almost an assurance for MEOW. This time around, it's them who really need to start clawing back. Because if not, this lead could run away and push this onto a map number 3. Because on the offensive side, we know how strong that combo of EJ as well as Georgia could be.
I think really right now is Dignified's placement. I think this KO knife is just gonna do so much. Yes, let's say Georgie does get a kill, but he does get scanned, right? So no more E out, no more free dismiss. But then again, they could just go for a super retake heavy plan here. It doesn't look like they're doing that. In fact, incredibly aggressive on this defense and well anticipated on the side of G there. Does get tagged up, but he will land a dink towards Owen, who's ultimately lower on the health pool.
Oh, and quickly in the tree comes they swing, but EJ is too quick on the trigger. Manages to find two in hot sauce, using him as a distraction. Is able to get one for himself as well.
One enemy remaining.
Only one player remaining as Ash does fall. Ionix finds one, but it's not the one they need to get this round. And that lead from Val is pushing them onto the best spot that they can have. Possible 9-5 to push them into double digits.
That's looking so good for Valhalla. Meanwhile, on the side of MEOW, slow down just a little bit. It's not insurmountable. 3 rounds is a lot, but definitely in the realm of possibility.
Anything can happen at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything special about their eco buy anyway. I mean, Digny has a shotgun. I'm not really sure what they plan on doing with this.
Where's the Outlaws? After that Outlaw hype video, wouldn't you buy one?
True.
Oh, but no need. No ID, no entry here. Denied by Dignified. Gets a second as well. He falters. But that's a lot of damage already with just one player.
And that's just off the Bucky. I mean,
True.
at that range, it'll shred anything. Unfortunately, his teammates are going to be quite helpless. They do have 2 shorties, which again is just designed to catch off the careless player. But Valhalla, it seems that they're so ready to commit towards A. There is a minute left, but they don't really have to, right? I mean, better if they avoid Fall X as Sheriff. It's really one of the biggest things that's in their way. Granted, it's not a lot, but it's still something they have to consider.
They're just playing because they know they want to get the rifles here. Owen QT going out for the greed, gets punished for it. It's a good thing that Dignified took out the 2 players who are going to go on entry and wasted the smokes. But with this recharging utility, they're going to go try to get more. Folex manages to find one for himself. Only one person known on site. Killjoy trying to float back in. He has to stay alive here.
One enemy remaining.
Not going to be able to land the
Last
shots, but his
player
teammate does. Brought low. Just a body shot. For sure, this is called out. He knows. And there it is.
What?
An eco round. It started with the Bucky. And a quick explosion is this round. The turns maybe tabling here.
Many turns on this table.
Facts.
Well, I'll tell you that Valhalla kind of stumbled on that one. As we mentioned, the only real threat was Fall X's Sheriff there. And if they could have just avoided that, then maybe it would have been such an easy round. Now, we are relying on Georgie to be mobilized in such desperate times again. He does have 1 layer, so he could make one fight cleaner. But once again, defense is going to be dug in a little bit more. I don't think this is going to find as much success, at least in comparison to the previous half.
I mean, on that previous round, there's still a lot to say about that one. To be honest, I feel like if you watch the VOD, if you're the attacking team, you're like, what the hell? Why is the 2 people with shorties on heaven? I thought they were 3. It's only 1 guy on site that had a gun. But this time around, a bunch more weapons on the table available for MEOW. And just the 1 hero Vandal on Georgie. He is chipped with a bit of damage here. Polex with a good crossfire. Spots out Georgie. That's the hero Vandal. Gone from the equation. They even find another. 3 players already. Left with the 2 sheriffs. And the nade's going to be able to find EJ as well.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker. They really cannot replicate the success of MEOW, at least from the previous round. And I love the discipline again. Dignified swinging off the immediate contact onto Fall X, netting himself a free kill. Jet, again, absolutely lethal, but blunted once more. His own QT is going to finish him off. This lead is... I'm scared. I think that's a valid reason to be scared, right? MEOW, again, they just look so good. They're reading the rhythm, and now Valhalla, I'm not sure how complex their set play is for a set.
Your feelings are valid. At least that's what they say. But what they really need to verify right now is the strength of this team, because Valhalla, they got the aim, but they don't have the opportunity to get those shots lined up. This time though, a quick push in from the defense side on the FallX. He gets spotted out and tagged up a bit. But look how much his teammates are covering for this push. It's not like he's left alone, but that does signal that there might be a gap.
What?
FallX actually gets traded out. Or taken out, rather.
Not entirely sure what the thought process was there, but his back was completely exposed. Dignified does not have that KO ult to somewhat equalize this. And like I said, I thought it would be MEOW to be a bit more aggressive or more assertive with the KO knife, because they have so many agents. If not every agent just gets destroyed once they get silenced.
Yeah, they gotta really disrupt and nullify a lot of the utility that's possible. Try to get the numbers down that way. But Georgie gonna take out Dignified. There comes a quick trade from Eonix. 3v2 at the moment, dancing around the shots, but she lands them at the end of this song. Ash trying to find more value. The shock dart might be it, and it's enough to zap him out of this round. And the momentum swinging back slowly to the side of Val.
Storms are coming, apparently, as Valhalla. The gates, they're slowly opening, at least for one more map. We do have that KO ult. FallX on that operator on defense, so I'm pretty sure they're going to be a lot more aggressive towards the middle position. That's, again, uncharacteristic of OSC, at least in comparison to how they were playing on the first map. It felt like there were no holes in the rotation or the way they were moving. Now Valhalla has had the adjustments and maybe a little bit of a read.
A small read for them. A bit of reprieve as well. Turret gonna be gone. It's gonna signal that shock dart, not gonna be able to land on anything valuable though. Still, at least they pull some rotations. The operator moving back and forth between the boxes, making sure that he gets that prime positioning for this attack. And good thing for him, the attacker is repositioning on the same side as well. Might give him an opportunity here as they do walk into his line of sight.
Georgie, man of the hour, has to be wary. FallX actually in a strange position for an operator, at least not the most common one, knowing that it is quite prone to this. I love that patience. He sees one, he's gonna back away, and he's just gonna tuck tail and run.
Down A.
Safety indeed. Owen Cutie still alive and breathing, but the trades just not allowing that to happen. Operator on the retake,
wow.
Really not the greatest, but
Enemy remaining.
why'd they isolate the spike? Oh no!
Dignified is so quick. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Pushed by both sides. Is able to identify where one is, land the shot, and off the back of this operator, just does enough damage to fight his way out of this position. Pull so much attention and give his team so much more space to shoot from.
But now look, we have Empress up again. On the side of Valhalla, we have Hunter's Fury as well. If they choose to do that, Aeonix is not too far from lockdown, so he might just keep that in the back pocket for now.
Oh no.
Default upon default. Okay, how many times have MEOW lost a round because of whiffed op shot though? I think that's also another interesting statistic.
Possibly, but somehow FallX, for the past 2 rounds, he does get away. Will he scope in time for this? Not too quick. Hot Sauce gets it, but will he be able to get out? He does. Operator now in their hands and Vandal. A very more winnable round for them.
That's a gigantic pickup. Now, MEOW can't realistically challenge a lot of these longer angles, and Strone is gonna provide so much. Owen Cutie has the backpedal. Once again, the operator is there, but what on earth is that, EJ? It's an impossible shot, and MEOW
Out of charges.
kinda scurrying away.
They're getting dismantled here. Walked over. Just donating their weapons here for Val. They spot out Owen QT, manages to find EJ. Maybe he'll choose to save the operator
30
instead.
seconds left.
But what important picks they had.
Spike
Hot Sauce
planted.
starting that off, getting that operator kill, giving it onto the Jet, landing the beautiful shot. and out-positioning, out-gunning, and reclaiming a lot of that lead that we were kind of scared that they were going to lose.
Oh, that's a lot to take in. I mean, X, it's hard to fault the way he's been playing because he's really been winning rounds or just kind of outright dropping them, at least in the last two. But, oh man, Owen Cutie might not have the timing on his side, and the long barrel of the operator's not going to do him any favors. He still gets an exit, and I don't think he anticipates a second one here, right? He does. The double up, wow, he still gets Georgie. What's the takeaway here, Fluff? Do they get more orbs for Owen? I think that's about it, but how does that really help the team, though?
At the moment, I'm pretty sure they would much rather have the extra rifle, because now they're forced on the Spectres. But a couple of mistakes here and there really show that if they do give them space, this team will take as much as they can get. And Georgie not going to stop. Fancy footwork a bit there, just to make sure he gets that frag. I mean, even though they do lose a couple players here hunting for this operator, it's still
really
more weapons, because they only had a Vandal that they bought, and now they have a Vandal plus another Vandal. So it's still a positive swing here for Valhalla.
I mean, they can buy another up for Fall X if Aeonix chooses to have armor. But then he has knives. So I'm glad they're taking this time out, because I feel like just the difference between the discipline on Lotus, and even if they're not overextending like crazy, it's still very, very obvious, right? Especially with Fall X kind of double dipping, pushing out B main with an operator. I don't think that's something you want to do as an opera anyway.
Very true. Such an awkward buy. You already mentioned he has the knife, so if you buy for him, like, what is it realistically going to do? But it seems like that's going to be the plan. We managed to get enough credits, actually, to get them on mostly rifles. Saving that knives instead for another rainier day. But they need to get this round up after the attack. I wonder what their readjustment is. This time around, KJ Utility still stuck on that B side. A very early one away, and knife to clear out A main as well. Relieve some of the pressure there. But look how far back Val's playing, just to make sure that they don't give any info, no clues of where they're gonna go for this hit.
Not at all, no tell. And MEOW. I wonder if they could have ran a Dizzy comp here, or not a Dizzy comp, sorry, a Gecko comp. I don't think it's the best, but hey, who knows? Because at this point in time,
I don't think it's the worst, honestly.
It's okay, honestly. The problem with Ascent is like this is legitimately the best thing you can run. Everything else isn't even bad. It's just okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, if it fits your playstyle well, why not?
Why not?
But I do feel like this info gathering thing, especially because you have a more reliable source with that KO compared to just a Gecko Flash, really does give them a big advantage. Look how they instantly just made that, expecting a flash to go, but the wrong timing just give him an opportunity to fire some shots back. Fall X gonna be a little scared of how many players there are in Dignified. A position he's been playing for a while, but we might not expect the second player. Owen Cutie finds one. Still a 3v3 for them on site.
This is definitely possible for both sides. Aeonix, if he can find a straight kill, but Georgie gets a huge collateral. And now Ash is left in the doldrums. There is no plant, but I don't know if he's expecting the second player, but it's actually Georgie forced to plant. Hot Sauce saves the day. 11-8. And my, MEOW slowly suffering here. Fall X does have a Vandal. He can drop it to someone if they can't afford extra. But I think this was where they kind of have to make the choice. Do we play for overtime or do we try to come back now?
That is a big question. And tried and tested this team has been with how stable they can be. Val even setting up for that long range, expecting them to do something very cheeky with this eco. Already holding the off angles for any pushes that are possible on this attacking half. They don't want to throw this. They're so close to match point, pushing this to a game number 3. And they want to be very weary of how this is going to go. Will they expect a double bucky, though, is the question.
It's proven effective in the past, and they have had a round stolen away from them. So Valhalla just might want to be that much more careful, as you said. I think we're just at the point where Ascent and why we dislike it so much is that it just becomes a default fest, you know? Oh my goodness, though. What is that? Volx trying to repay for, I guess, the shortcomings of some of the other rounds. Will eventually get his 3v3. I think this is still a pretty decent outcome. The Sheriffs, once again, Valhalla have to respect them. Otherwise, yet another steal might happen.
I mean, they get a couple upgrades from that, but it's too far for them to get safely. Plant does come down. Good damage coming in for this Hunter's Fury if it connects to even more. One more chance to hit a shot. Not gonna land though. Gotta be very careful with this one. 2 close range weapons, 1 Sheriff on Ionics. How will they flood out with this since they don't have any controller left? And on the flank is a Bucky.
You would kind of hope your Bucky would be in the heaven position instead, right? Just kind of jump. Oh, but this could provide a small window here. They could actually just track this. And like I mentioned, that could have been a window of opportunity. It is a 2v2. One body shot is all it takes for Brian to fall. And Ionics lands a crazy shot. Just one body shot. I don't think he knows. He's trying to knife him. And he gets it. Does he have time? Oh, no, he doesn't. But, oh, man. What?
I thought there was enough time there. I was so hyped for that. Realizing a bit quicker that he was so low and just had to go for the knife there. Unfortunately, though, they don't have enough time to win the round. But what a great eco yet again from MEOW.
I wish knifing people had more of a reward in this game. Maybe give me an extra ult or for a knife kill, you know? Or more credits, perhaps. But like we said, right? You gotta respect these ecos. If only the body shot landed, maybe it could have been a different story. If there was a half, it could have been a different story. Now MEOW and their inherent just cleanliness and just diligence to their method, slowing them down. But EJ should not survive this, right? No. Alright, well predicted there as Georgie will hold this down. They have to vacate the site. I don't think they can contest this.
Looks like Georgie's gonna push through that play. He's gonna burn through the fire and flames. Ionic scores a double off the Nano Swarm. A wrong decision, trying to force the issue there.
One enemy remaining.
And with that, they get mowed down. We don't understand. We have yet to process. But Bry has to find a way to salvage the situation here. Staring down the barrel of so many players. They have the info and the triple swing. It's gonna take out Bry. And what looked like to be the match point is quickly going down the drain for Val.
I don't understand. I feel like that's just bloodlust. You know, there was no real reason to push the double molly here. I don't get it.
Maybe he was praying for like a kill into an overheal, some kind of god play.
I was thinking of that. Like, if I'm gonna flick, I'm gonna hit somebody in the E out, and I'm gonna be invincible, right?
Classic Reina brain.
I can't fault it though, you know. Reina is all confidence.
True.
So why not?
I mean, you might as well play to the strengths.
Here.
Exactly. At the same time, maybe slow down a little bit. But if Georgie can convert yet again, then we are on pace for a third map. Owen Cutie is very, very dangerous in this position. He can't TP out. I really like that MEOW never double dips. That's really, really nice of them. At the same time, they've had their mishaps. I don't think Fall should commit to this either. I think that's a fake out. Well played. And they will just run the numbers game here, Flat.
Burning the dash still an important factor though, and Georgie off the table means that they can probably salvage some more. A quick trade for his teammate does eventually get EJ down, and they don't get to save any rifles off of it. Still stuck with the 3 sheriffs against these 4 rifles.
Time is ticking for our attacking team, and there's 6 shooters are really helping the case here. Owen Cutie pulls back. I'm surprised they haven't retrieved the fallen vandal on the body of any of these players, really. That's peculiar. They have enough time to do it, but now moving forward, they're not gonna have that much punch. And Ash nearly takes 1, but look, he has a double shock dart. Oh, 1 shock dart.
Oh, almost hits as well. Scan gonna confirm the locations. Ionics takes 1 out. G left 35 HP. We've seen him do a couple of impossible things so far, but a quick shot is all that he needs at that range to push them both to double digits and save them from going to map 3. Still though, tensions very high for both of these teams, as any slip up could cost them this entire series.
They have to be so careful, and I feel like like you mentioned, right? Just one slip up. I think it's true for both these teams. Valhalla obviously not having the greatest economy. They have to reset if they lose this round. Fallex with the operator has just been a bit of a head scratcher. It's either it's gonna win the round or just not hit anything at all. But then again, despite that, he's still performing like crazy. Owen Cutie's not too far behind. Valhalla will obviously reassess their situation and how they want to take this. There's already a few pings towards Catwalk. At the same time, MEOW have just locked down that position many times.
This time around, though, they've adjusted their killjoy on the defensive side to be towards that B hit. Normally, when they do have him on A, he has tree well defended, be it by a swarm or just the alarm bot. If they go for this play right now that they're thinking of, it might be something worth cooking because it seems like it can pay off given the situation. Maybe a good read from their team, but also some defender pings, making sure they're pinging the exact same spot for both teams. So maybe they're just all gonna go there already predicting the red dots say we're going to tree and the blue dots say we're going to tree. So my analysis says they're gonna go to tree.
They might
That's
go to
just
hot
me.
dog. I can't believe people forget that's called hot dog. That tiny little cubby where dignified is, that's called hot dog.
Really?
Yes, because there's a hot dog on the wall. Look, you see that?
Well, hot diggity dog. We're gonna start this really strong.
Spike down.
Late to delay. A good read from both teams, but they're pushing through the fragment. Oh, the spam not gonna connect, but the damage is done. 3v2. Hot Sauce has to go for the rotate, but Fall X already on site. Oh, this is not gonna get a gap. Oh, but he missed both.
Oh my goodness! It doesn't matter! What? Ash, the Ash of War, destroys all the competition towards Tree. And the question right now, is Hot Dog a sandwich? We don't know, but that was indeed a player sandwich, at least early on that round. 11 to 12.
Facts.
Getting late at night, we're all getting hungry. Yes,
Thankfully, we can always use that grab delivery code so we flash
that is true.
every day. In case you want that quick delivery meal. I think it's only 15 pesos. Some are even 99.
Of course, and of course, if you have somewhere to go, you have the grab savers for, I believe, for grab card, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, but no time to save for these ones. Georgie with an opening frag here. They also dropped the operator on the site if they manage to pick that up. Maybe get one for themselves here, but they're going to stick for the rifles. Popping that null command just to make sure that no further util can spill by. G almost gets taken out there through the spam from Fall X. The rest of the team setting up as the plant does come down. Recon drone. Really fast, actually. Spot up that guy, but here comes another Hunter's Fury. I feel like we've seen so many of this. Spotted the health player.
Beautiful.
A good flight from above. And now it's all up to Dignified.
Oh, but the rookie just does not have it in him to close the series out. A lot, and I mean a tough ask for somebody who's been performing so well the entire series, but it's still not over. Valhalla has a map to equalize and keep them afloat. For now, I think it's 1-1. Lotus was quick. Ascent incredibly competitive. I think Split is really up in the air here.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the strengths and weaknesses of both teams already, and we see that when we're playing on these bigger maps, that discipline that old Stinky Cat does bring has paid off. But in these more close-quartered type of affairs, it's Valhalla that really takes the cake on this, and they've really struggled at certain times to convert the rounds. A lot of ecos, honestly, from both teams, but I'm sure as we get into the map statistics in a few, we will be able to find the details of how this turned awry, because it felt like one of those maps that I think old Stinky Cat really could have just eked out if they just got a little bit more.
I feel like the operator was more cursed than it was a blessing for MEOW here. Again, there's just so many crucial shots that just would not find its target. And with a rifle in hand, I think it would have helped them brawl a little bit better. I think my only criticism for MEOW was they didn't have enough impact with the silence of Dignified, or they didn't play off of it as often as they could have. Despite that, it's still very, very close and very competitive. I think everybody on the board, once again, has had their shining moment. But Ascent is Ascent. It is truly anybody's game when we play that map.
Very true, but even looking at stats, MVP for Val is going to be Georgie, 26 kills on the board. The only positive member here for this team. It really shows that when that raid boss arena is going on online, a lot of things can happen. 13 to 11 on first kills as well. It seems like whoever wins that first kill generally does win the round. But a lot of thrifties as well from Val, and the post plans even show how their post plan has gotten better. I think previously it was like 2, but now they only lost 1, so a lot of clutches from their team as well.
Highlights as we go to the floating islands, apparently, of Scent. And I honestly feel like the first half was as competitive as it could be, although Valhalla did start pulling away in the second half because of Georgie's shenanigans. I love the readiness of MEOW. Now it's a stamina question. We talked about this yesterday too. Younger teams just tend to not have the stamina, which is strange, right? You would think the younger players would be more ready to play for an extended period of time.
Yeah, but it's more like the mental fatigue, not really the physical that a lot of players aren't used to. The pressure that comes to being at this level, which I'm sure the team with Georgie and names like EJ have really gone through a lot. Even Hot Sauce at its time, even on Bren, has really proven that they are one of the more valuable players, and even Sentinels here. But it also shows how throughout this series, there is a lot of potential for these newer teams, and players like Dignified for me have really stood out in this competition, these 2 maps so far, because he might not have gotten the most with his util, but a lot still with his aim.
I think that's a great way to put it. You know, sometimes it's the opposite of what Sova says. There's other ways to be useful. Well, I have a gun. I'm gonna be useful with a gun, and I think that's, you know, still really cool. What else have we talked about on Ascent, honestly? Because it is a default heavy map. I think that Valhalla, if they can continue to disjoint the set play, then they have a very good chance of taking this away from OSC despite that dominant map 1. However, I think we can finally confirm that for the next map, we are going to have Ash sub out again. I thought Ash did pretty well. I think he won a few rounds by himself too. But against names that, as you mentioned, are established in our circuit, it's still really difficult.
Yeah, extremely. I'm sure that, you know, it's also first game jitters for him. He wasn't in that first game technically, so this was his first time to show on map. But we'll have a lot to see from him and Dizzy more as we move on to game number 3. We'll be right back after this small break.
We are going on the third map as we are entering into Split, as the points are actually equally tied up 1-1. Valhalla narrowly escaping death on Ascent. Now finally they are here to and steal the series away. My name is Raph. That handsome gentleman with the chains and the coat that was not there previously is Fluffy.
I don't even have a coat. What do you mean?
Oh, you don't? Okay.
I
Well,
don't
you have
know.
a gold. Okay, it's a gold chain day. I
Okay,
guess.
it's matchy today because just like those teams, we are 1-4-1. Moving on to what's essentially a best of 1, a complete reset for this best of 3 to end this day number 2. It's going to be an exciting match put on Split. And we talked about it a bit earlier, so if you just came back from the break, a little recap. First game, it went on the side of Meows, and on the second game, we took Val all the way to get that comeback and push this to a map number 3. One thing we did learn though is when the map is wide, it seems like the upper hand comes for all the discipline from Meow, but in a small and narrow chokes where it can be held down by pure gunfire, that's where Valhalla really shines. And when their duelist gets that momentum, especially people like Georgie and EJ, there you can really get that ball rolling really deep.
That is true. We are going all the way in. We are going to go as deep as possible. I mean, thinking about EJ, I feel like we're expecting a little bit more from him considering, franchise history and whatnot. But it's been relatively quiet. I feel like it's been everybody else kind of stepping up to the plate. Yes, EJ's been doing great, but I feel like he could still be doing better. You know what I mean?
That's true. We've seen him at his highest highs, and we haven't seen that version of EJ yet, only glimpses of it, but that consistency in general I feel like is lacking on the side of Valhalla, while on the other hand, a bit of aggressiveness is just a tad underwhelming here for Old Sticky Cat. So their style of play, whichever one can lend themselves better to the map of Split, we will see and find out. But looking at the agent select, a very mirrored and exact composition, so this is going to be a complete team diff, if anything. No difference in utility whatsoever.
I like that it's two very different philosophies and approaches to the game, where one is quite run and gun in the form of Valhalla, and then you have Old Stinky Cat, which is hyper disciplined, or at least in maps that allow them to be as disciplined. I actually think Split might be leaning towards them more than anything in this point.
Quite possibly. I mean, the only downside that they have is they're going to be forced into a lot of those chokes that Split is known for, and a lot of the util can rain down upon them. Capitalizing on that still is the firepower that Valhalla can bring upon, and that could be the thing that turns the tide, especially when it needs to matter the most here on Split. That being said though, consistency, percentage plays, and playing slow, the strengths that really brought Meow their very decisive win on map 1 could return here, depending on how the opening pistol does go.
I wonder if we're gonna see the version of Georgie where he just swings and he wins, or we're gonna see the more, I guess, reserved Georgie with, though granted he is on the Sky if I'm not mistaken, but I still think Sky has the capability to make solo plays, not as potent as she used to be, but it's definitely on the table.
And here we go, opening this final map of our last match of the day, number 2 here on VCT PH, and we have a 3-stack on mid from both sides and a complete anchor on the extremities.
I have a feeling we've seen this before.
Oh,
And it just did not pan out, but wait a minute, it
Spike
looks
down
like
mid.
Valhalla
Last player
answered the call, and I was mistaken. It's actually Brian the initiator, and we have the classic Boracay Jet. Just kind of giving everybody a quick exit, hopefully pushing everybody to an early vacation. I think at this point, Old Stinky Cat, you have to really reconsolidate their options here.
I think that's a small lapse in communication there coming for the opening round here for Old Stinky Cat.
charges left.
Not communicating that flash.
That goes there.
It went a bit too
This goes
wide
here.
and was a bit too long, that delayed pop, giving them the opportunity to peek without safety. And that got punished really quickly from Val.
Length and width, you heard it here, folks. Size and placement does matter for your flashes.
Facts.
As a Meow, I'm trying to crawl up. I like that Georgie is not really dipping in too hard here. He might get a stray kill here. And it's actually on the hip of Busy, and I can't believe he still lands that second shot so quick. You have to be reminded of how mechanically insane this player is. And Fall X gets baited by the fake flash. And this is essentially looking like a full convert already by Valhalla.
One
You
enemy
have to be wary of where the last player is, but already marked a very clean round. Basically nothing wasted. Georgie surprisingly doesn't even get ticked by any damage. Still keeping his full armor alive. It's actually Brai who takes a bit of a hit, but not enough to dent. And as quick 2-0 to start off this last map.
Defense, usually the stronger side of this map, and obviously it's no different in this first 2 rounds. We do have a cheeky camera here by Aeonix. I appreciate it. No frags whatsoever on the side of MEOW. This is not looking too good. Georgie might actually be a little more aggressive here, considering that Jet is here to support. Might bait that out, but they know that the rifles are abound. Be a little more conservative. MEOW, they are pushed back. They just don't want this heat.
Dizzy actually going to be playing the Jet for this one. I just noticed. I know that he was subbed out, but I thought he'd be playing that second initiator role. But I guess Duelist is the way to go for him. Trying to bring back some of that magic that a Fall X and Boogie combination did have in the previous time. But Georgie's going to hold down this angle, wait for contact. But playing that crouch peek, Fall X lands the frag instead. Here comes the response, but he manages to find another, even though EJ does find a trade.
Trades are coming in hot, as you mentioned, and Own Cutie does get a stray kill towards Jet. Could not teleport away, and EJ, he's running away. Oh man, and it still found him too. The question is, are they gonna follow up on this? Yes, he's distracted, but the guns, they're here, they ring back. MEOW, the old stinky cat.
No other option.
Tally, it's a little bit more. I'm a little worried that they're too loose with their mid control here, MEOW. And you know how Valhalla is as a team? They might just actually run it down one of these rounds and catch yet another timing.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, there's no real like Sage Wall or any piece of util that they have here. This time, I think maybe realizing that they're gonna try to fight again for that mid push, similar to this pistol round. But in contrast, we do have an operator out now for Georgie. So this could mean a lot if this Cypher does get caught. But the early flash, gonna spot out some info here. Actually not gonna be able to flash anyone, I think. So maybe they're gonna bait out a rotation this way.
We haven't seen the double cage default just yet, and maybe that's why we need to see the double cage default, just to alleviate the pressure from the operator. I mean, come on, man. The double cage is like just standard play for a Cypher lurk at this point. It's really confusing to me why they chose not to do that this time around. Maybe it was just the lack of funds. EJ, he just walks away. I'd rather not deal with that.
Rather not deal with that at all. I mean, the operator was spotted already, but they have to expect this reposition. Georgie had enough time to make his way all the way to the B site, and they might still think that the op is holding down that A. They should know that it's only Aeonix who fell. It's only the lurker. Will this flash pop in time, though? A bit too early, but the shot doesn't connect.
Oh, man, and I can't believe he still gets one more in the knives! The knives, where do they fall? It's into the body. Owen, so low.
Oh, didn't flash.
Hot sauce.
30 seconds left.
He does have a moment here. They could line up. If he gets it! Why did Dignified swing?
Oh,
man.
No. Disaster strikes on the side of MEOW's. And it's Val that goes to 3. Georgie stayed alive for so long. Not only did he get the out after missing that first op shot, he gets the second. So they got this opening kill. They reposition. Takes out one player, but this funnel in is not enough to stop Georgie. Even right click with the knives just to take another player. And the flash right before this Trailblazer didn't go deep enough into the smoke to ping him out. So it just forced him into 2 awkward 1v1s.
That's unfortunate, honestly. And despite everything, Georgie with a quick response, knowing that speed is the heart of battle fluff. Unfortunately for them, they just couldn't kill him quick enough. MEOW. Reconsolidating. They do have the double cage set up here. However, that operator is not peering down directly towards ramps. Still, they have to be wary of that. I mean, at any given moment, Georgie could potentially swing out.
Gotta be very wary. Because it looks like in the past 2 maps, Georgie's been heating up after that Lotus game. This cage not gonna fully cover it, but the double cage play can come in. But this isn't the double cage we were expecting.
Careful.
Now there's another gap on the other side, and they spot out both players, but the shot doesn't land. He knows at least that Cypher is still on ramps, and he's stuck in that position, though.
I mean, there's no way they kind of commit to this, right? They've already expended one of the flashes.
I feel like there's a lot of things that they can do here. Still a lot of options. The operator gonna hold down A, but the lurk play to re-rotate to maybe get this A heaven control is what they need to pull pressure off. They're using the info that was already gathered
30
earlier,
seconds left.
knowing that Cypher's be there to basically bait out more. This flash, they're gonna signal out desperation as Georgie is able to find one, drop down, but still somehow alive. Hot Sauce quick on the trade, eventually falls though, but the Cypher chip has to be wary to peek this, knowing that there's a person on heaven, but 14 seconds, they can't get the spike down in time, but it forces at least into a 2v2, very expensive for them. But Hot Sauce still on it, a shaky TP, back onto heaven, a smart play, heads up by G to get a refrag, he kind of baited his own out to go back in.
Hit him with a step back. Broke his ankles. As old Stinky Cat look a little lost.
Yes, this should do.
I mean, I feel like they're trying to go for the best play possible all the time, or, you know, chasing optimization. But sometimes it's like you kind of have to go with what you're given. And I feel like this is looking real shaky. They just have not gotten past the point of contention in some of these maps. Georgie being red hot, not helping their case. And the flashes too, they've been a little short, if you've noticed. That one will hit, obviously. But the other one's just not getting enough info and space. And wow! Bry bails out the rest of his team. Truly a saving grace for Valhalla. And the gods are with them. Meow, they're reeling. They're hurt really bad. They don't have a lot of weapons. They can't even retrieve any weapons. They have to check. And they have to be careful on where they can go again. Neonix. Oh no! He gets a silent
the
jump.
step. No!
Oh!
Last player standing.
Ah, so sad to see. He had the timing there, but Hot Sauce, very aware of the situation there, even with no cues at all. The veterancy coming in on his part, knowing that there could be a player close to him, and Owen QT left alone. Circling for good luck, but he circles back onto the next round to the respawn. Now, 5th round for Val. And Meow still stuck pondering how they can break this defense after that early momentum and Georgie heating up so hard.
Get on your thinking chair.
That goes there.
And perhaps get something done.
Oh, this is a
I
nice
think that's
spot.
also
Yes,
another
this should do.
one of the problems, right? For teams that are super execute heavy but young. They kind of rely on it a lot. And the depth of the playbook or the number of maps that they can execute well on is very limited. Which is, again, a big ask for a sophomore team. Granted, they're still good, but man, Valhalla's doing really, really well.
I mean, it really shows as well the experience coming to their part. They flood on the site, but Common collectively, they retreat out to go for that retake instead as 5. Making sure that they get out with all their lives. A showstopper available for Fall X. Aeonix has their rule to have to work with in case someone does fall into any gaps. But Hot Sauce has one of his own. If he can get that early, it might be great. But Meow starting off with 2 easy frags here. Georgie and Bry already off the table.
Fallen yet again. Beautiful flash, but no more confirms. These flashes just feel so empty. They do have the post plan. Jet trying to go for a really aggressive player, but the punish by Aeonix is too sharp. AJ gets looped a little bit by his own satchel. And Meow, they storm back. They still have their ults intact too, barring the Seekers and the teleport. That's good enough. At least they have
Work with, and a lot of explosive firepower that can get infoed by the neural theft afterwards. A good start for them to mount this comeback, but they still have to make this one count. Val, they have ultimates of their own and full rifles and full buys still, and I think the biggest difference between the first, second, and even this game is just the confidence that Val has to make a lot of these peaks, because when you see Hot Sauce heat up like that, Georgie, Bry, they really can be that full force multiplier for each other and hold down sites you think that couldn't be held.
Camera taken out.
absolutely, and that just speaks volumes about the experience of this core, despite not being together as long. And Aeonix gets shredded to bits. Owen has to bounce out. That's the lurk threat already being dealt with. Valhalla, they look to buy a little bit more real estate for themselves. However, market looks to be in a tough spot. they chill out and once again regroup towards all their strong points.
Still though, gonna be pushed back a little here. Fall X trying to get some space on the opposite side. 2 players on the defense ready for this though. And a smoke can come out really quickly because she's already in position. A cheeky slight one-way here. Spots out how many players are going by. TP's back into safety with the Seekers trying to cover. But the Showstopper is still going to connect. Disney finds another frag into fire. And now, it's a 2v4. But we see what they can do.
I don't think they might actually go for this. They might save. Economy's not running too great for them. Georgie just fires a warning shot and just bounces out hot sauce. We'll do the same. Discipline this time around on Valhalla side. They've really warmed up from that previous map. Still doing a little bit of damage towards Aeonix on that early fight. However, MEOW convincingly taking that B site is not a good sign for Valhalla.
Gotta be able to do what they can here. Keep that lead alive. Might be slowed down after this round.
Careful.
But still, it's enough pressure to keep that at least 2-round deficit still on their favor if they can save these rifles. But Owen QT on the hunt. Looking at the wrong side though. Might not be what he's looking for, but it will be all the rifle save for the side of Valhalla.
Would it be enough though at this point to kind of bolster their economy? I'm trying to do the math again. I think they're gonna have to suffer with 1 Guardian, maybe even more. Oh no, okay, they're enough.
There's a
Barely
taxi
enough.
car here?
Where are we even? I have no idea. Like,
Outside spawn, I think.
I would never look here, honestly. I would have never looked in that direction under normal circumstances. It looks like a mid-execute is going to happen. And Fall X gets EJ a trade. Oh my goodness, did you see that? That was a man fight if you've ever seen one. They just stood their ground and, well, clicked away,
I know
basically.
exactly where you are.
Oh, he ults, but then there comes the Nerf have to follow. They know it's a 1v3 if they just rush a site right now. Surprisingly, they're going for this site, even though they know this is the Cypher. Maybe they know he's gonna bounce.
My eyes are down.
There's still Aeonix there with the trip. Hot Sauce could get information on the mid side if he goes for the rotate, but his teammate so far away, he's left alone in an island in a 1v3. But at least he's playing a non-committal angle, just playing for info at this moment. Here's the drop. Maybe pop one into Aeonix if he can land a shot, but just dance between the boxes 1 and 4. It's not
On
gonna be
an
enough.
island.
Spike planted.
As you mentioned, he is left on an island. The sharks are circling him. Jet, I think he's aware of the health player here. He does have one more smoke to really commit.
Last player standing.
Fortunately for him, gets a little tunnel vision, and now Hot Sauce seems to have a reversal of fates. Can he clutch this out? There's more players, a little more health to deal with. And a sharp eye on Aeonix to eliminate him from the round.
He's doing it the right place, but just so many angles to have to check there. Good on him for knowing the heads-up play.
Down mid.
But too many players, and the shot's not connecting in time for Val. He scores another round here on the side of Meows.
Slowly but surely, they are climbing back onto this ladder. That's been pushed away by Valhalla. Hero Vandal on Georgie yet again. And if things go swimmingly, as they usually do on this default Vandal, then they might convert this round. But if it doesn't, then he has the blades to fall back upon.
Not sure if he's spotted out by that, but they're surely gonna check him still. Georgie gets timing here by Dizzy. Quick enough to land the frag instead. EJ gets taken out though. But more fights still come out. The Satchels going back and forth, and between the Razors satcheling each other. Oh no, slightly himself. Walex scared to peek here. Not wanting to give up his Vandal. But the spike still in the open. I think it's an easy way for them to reclaim this though. EJ has to hold this line.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, well, I think that's done. I think that's done. EJ might be alone. They do have the spike. He has 25 health. He's literally a breeze away from death.
Spike planted.
And with that, I bid you adieu. As EJ just exits.
Just gonna take the safer route and get out of here. Play safe, keep that rifle, because they're on an equal round now after this one.
Economy still... I think this is okay, honestly. Again, -2 on an eco. Great. Georgie has blades. Great I think he might use blades to save for an op. What else do we have here? We're just really waiting for the time to wind down because there's probably no way they're gonna find him, right? With that being said, I see a lot of proactivity on the side of Valhalla, but MEOW, as you mentioned, a team that's very, very ready and that's prepared well, has been punishing it in the last few rounds. And it seems that the strong side, at least time on the strong side, is running out. Oh, they narrowly miss each other.
Well, it is 5-5, and to their credit, they are slowing down MEOW's pushes, but they have enough rounds to make a good attempt after this half. A quick pause here, maybe reevaluate the situation coming from one of these teams. Looks like Valhalla's going to take a breather here, make sure that they convert more of these rounds, because what started out as a hot streak has slowly diminished as MEOW started gaining ground.
I mean, heat retention is also a skill that we have to take into account, and maybe, just maybe, they've overheated. Georgie not going for that op route. He is gonna buy a Vandal, so I guess he values the flexibility of these weapons, or rather just the assault rifles in general over the one-shot ability of the op. Valhalla mulling over their options, Fluff.
Feel like Georgie opened up with a great shots on that Marshall, converted that as well into more shots with the early operator, but slowly they realized that this pace is not working out for them in the long run. Rifle might be a good idea. He has the blades in case he does need that for an emergency. From the shadows available as well, but Hot Sauce has been holding on to that neural theft for a while now, not really getting an opportunity where he can get a good scan when he has enough teammates to really back him up. Always forced to be the last man in a lot of situations. This time around though, the fight for A main could be the deciding factor because the B stack is so split up and this is such a hard hit coming in from A.
It is going to be a very, very hard commit, but that paranoia misses. That could have been it too. Fortunately for them, it's dignified to clean it up. Now MEOW, operating on what could have been better, is still getting the site. They have almost zero heaven control. We do have a neural theft on Hot Sauce. If they can get a body available, then they can perhaps sniff out this double main situation. No. Looks like there's going to be a lot of utility being expended and a lot less angles to benefit MEOW. They're completely blind, and can they finally capitalize on the flash? That they do, but EJ from the heavens strikes down his Fury against the Onyx. And MEOW, they just kind of crumble in that post plant.
Oh man, that started out so well, but the satchel not being supported by that paranoia just gave Val the opportunity they need to do the damage with a clean 3v3, the plant going down, and that neural theft to seal the deal. It was just almost too easy for them to really retake the site. Yes, the flash was good, and yes, there were signs of hope, but it wasn't enough to convert the round, and at this point, that's all that matters for them.
Oh man. Still a very competitive half. It feels like it's been going on for quite some time now, and it has. Now, frag distribution wise, I think Fall X is having a little bit of trouble here.
This goes here.
Georgie, on the other hand, is having a great game. That's 2 in a row. They are gonna... Paranoia just a little too high up by Owen Cutie. That could have been such a different story had they had extra bodies.
Hot Sauce and EJ though, holding down the line here. As the duelist from MEOW, again, eliminated so early. The small gaps in these smokes, not sure if they're intentional or not, because I think this is he's trying to put this on the top of the box to create that one-way. Still giving them enough info to shoot through, yet giving enough breathing room where they can stall out.
Breathing room is definitely something they need, but Owen still survives that ordeal. I think they do have the heal up available, so that's going to give him a second chance. Give them additional space.
Oh.
But man, despite everything, they still make quick work of this duo. Dignified in an almost impossible situation. Will get one, but will get bum rushed. Now Valhalla has a decent lead coming into the weak side of the map.
7-5 right now. If they get enough rounds, this could be it. But MEOW, we've seen rather, how good their defense can be at times. And with the exact same comp, a few adjustments here and there can be all the difference as we move on to this last half and last half of the last map of the last game. Wow.
Of the second day, just to, you know,
of VCT. PH 2024.
Beautiful. pistol rounds have been, I think, pretty even on both these teams. I
Very
think
50-50.
they've legitimately had 2 apiece on the last previous, or rather on the previous maps and on the previous halves. Now Valhalla, I wonder how they are going to try and muscle their way towards any of these sites. It looks like they have their eyes set on B, but MEOW has a pretty sturdy defense here with the Cypher traps. However, it will get avoided. They will get nice and personal, or rather close and personal. Onyx dips out. They're trying to still go for this flop. Not sure if this is the best idea.
Trying to force the situation here. They know there's still a trip there. Surely Georgie heard that on the dash, but not much support that can really follow up with him. It's gonna cause a bit more panic here, but Hot Sauce gets a timing where he can maybe crawl up to the mid side. None of the defense really watching this angle as well. Rotate possible for them to go to the A side, but still, being without that main duelist can prove to be a problem, as EJ doesn't even have satchels as well.
Not gonna have a lot of explosiveness coming into the sites here, so they'll just have to walk on through and rely and do it in the old-fashioned way. Valhalla.
30 seconds left.
Oh, they already spot 1. Wow,
Strike
Dizzy
down
FPS
A.
gets Bry from behind, so no more flash later on. Dizzy FPS gets another from wherever he was.
Last player
And Hot Sauce
standing.
will get 1 kill for
down
himself.
A.
That's a second. The pistol round, once again, so unpredictable. However, the spike, where is it?
10 seconds left.
Stuck up on this outside ramp side, but just getting surrounded. Too many angles, too little time for Hot Sauce to deal with. Maybe too hot to handle as well.
Too much on the Scoville scale, as Scalding start slowly kind of slipping away from Valhalla here. I think this round is where MEOW is going to equalize. I don't think there's going to be a force coming out of Valhalla. It's going to be incredibly conservative, just classics. And on the other hand, they're going to be playing with a little bit of range. Choice of Dignified to not upgrade from the pistol. Just go with the Sheriff is an interesting one. He does have a decent amount of tools. They actually use the dog to scout out a main.
Camera taken out.
They gamble actually so much on this A side. So much utility burnt, knowing that they're against an eco. The trip gonna spot out Georgie, get him out of the equation. Hasn't been able to get that much damage done on this attacking half yet. DJ pushes the smoke, a good angle for him with the right click. But will that be enough?
Spike planted.
Gets close, and Ashley gets a frag.
Doing a lot of work here are these free guns, but
Enemy
again, the
remaining.
magazine size just not well enough. It's not. Yes, watch it. It's okay. Now my dog is barking. I don't know why. Anyway, she can feel the meow. She can feel the old stinky cat comeback. Now she's worried about the pesky cats.
Of course, who wouldn't be when you're on high alert? Just like your dog, if the cat's out of the bag, anything can happen. That's where the magic starts. And it seems like that old kind of magic that they had on map number 1 is coming back on that bonus buy. But we know how deadly Valhalla can be on these Vandals. And with these rifles in hand, Georgie and EJ can surely get the frags that they need. It's what helped them on the first half of this map, and it could really push them to win this game if they start the ball rolling early. I'm afraid that if they lose this round, MEOW can just take total dominance on this map.
That they can, especially when Valhalla, their attacking
Careful.
sets have been very pick reliant.
Careful.
It hasn't necessarily been like, let's control space. They've been a little more incessant with trying to find the frags. Now Georgie making his presence known towards mid. An extra shot will also alert the defenders of MEOW that
Careful.
there's more than one body here.
Ooh. Dizzy FPS though. The flash doesn't connect. Able to get that Omen out of the equation. Quick trade on Georgie, but that's controller down. In some ways, a bigger pick, honestly.
That's true. I feel like these paranoias and the flashes just have not been as kind toward MEOW, and Paul X tried to be cheeky again, but I think he could have waited a little bit more and perhaps set up the swing for his teammates. That was the last Phantom, by the way. Dignified does
Spike
have a
planted.
weapon here, but
he
if
gets
only
tackled
he
down.
would have waited too. Oh no,
Enemy
but Dizzy
remaining.
again.
Last player
And now
standing.
Aeonix with their lesser buys reduced to 1v1. He does have a paranoia and a smoke, and the HP bar of Aeonix is slowly getting chipped away. Does he know? He gets the Phantom. Oh no, he thinks he's on the long
Oh, he
angle.
saw him.
Stealing sight.
So impatient though. Almost not planted for him.
Oh, he knows he's not planted for him. He's gonna try to wrap around here, playing the mind game, waiting for the tap instead. 17 HP. Anything that hits him will be enough. Gets the swing. That's info gone. Fake TP as well. Just gonna try to spray him down. Oh, what looked like a heroic attempt coming from Dizzy to salvage that round. That effort just gone. Unfortunate there that he was spotted out on that close left corner. Started out so well for them as well.
Feel like they're being a little too hyperreactive here. That's 2 spots in a row where they were in prime position to punish the would-be player to push. But no, just getting too overeager to get that extra round back in Valhalla. Defend the lead once more. Economy looking great. Still a really, really shaky buy on the side of MEOW. Just one proper, actually a pair of proper rifles here. The Bulldogs, yes, they're serviceable, but it just really is not the same.
Gonna attack the trap here as they enter, try to take more control of this B heaven side. With so many players funnel out of B main, they're pushed into the hands of G, who's not ready for it. Paranoia has to be used in an awkward angle, and Owen QT finds Georgie in reply. Dizzy stuck in a corner too. And after all the commotion, a 4v1 all up to Hot Sauce. Uses the neural theft. Here comes the time for his heroic play. Has all the info he needs. Gets the first. Tries to spray to the second. But Fall X doesn't fall down. And it's Hot Sauce who hits the ground. 8-8. Equalizing the score here for Val and MEOW.
It's a lot of bars, Fluff. And once again, a tie was abound. And just trying to get whatever they can here. A little ambitious there on Hot Sauce. A heat check, perhaps. If he did land that second shot, then we'd be a little worried on the side of Valhalla, or rather on old Stinky Cat. Economy slowly balancing out on OSC. Dizzy might just use the knives here. We do have a neural theft again, so a stray fine on Valhalla would prove to be disastrous. Again, the sheriffs a little bit kinder towards the MEOW side of things. Doesn't make him any less effective on Valhalla's end.
True, and honestly, knives against a no armor comp with everyone just being at 100 HP is so efficient. Just 2 knives to the body is all that he needs. But the rest of his team bolstered with those rifles are also equally as fatal. Owen QT preparing that flash, but not like he's in position to get any of this though.
Who is here to actually punish this? I think he's just waiting for the trip to just back everybody out, and maybe a quick rotator is gonna come into play. But I really don't like this position being unsupported. Like, I feel like B Heaven is so important that I think I'd rather have 1 or 2 players there and just kind of have Vent as an open space and leave A Heaven to fend for itself too.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, because it's like a flash for what, you know, no one to capitalize on it. You might as well just molly or trip it. It just reroutes them to a different position. That's going to be A Heaven for this one, but they might double back here on to B. The knives not going to connect. Sheriff in hand, but still no elimination coming here for Dizzy.
Aeonix does get a pair for himself, and these pistols, despite everything, despite the range finding, not allowed to do such preposterous damage. Hot Sauce has 50 health, now reduced to nothing but ashes. OSC, convert on these ecos, and slowly but surely building a good lead for them too.
This time around, they got the rifles. Even the operator on Dizzy for the defense. Full armor as well, just to make sure he has some extra protection. But against all these Vandals, might prove not to be worth it. If Georgie gets a bunch of these opening picks, allowing him to go in, I feel like their only problem, honestly, is just they're not able to support him, which is weird because you do have a raise with your jet, but they're just not flying in together.
Right? I mean, it's like there's just so much allowance to cause air traffic, right? And it's not like Valhalla have anything to stop it, because if anything, if you're gonna have an anti-jet dash, there's a very small, like, it's unlikely for it to catch the raise too. Hot Sauce going in for some full contact instead. Will get tagged out. Not get a kill here. I don't think Aeonix has exposed himself too.
I've got your
They have to route a few people here. Otherwise, Aeonix is gonna be a sitting duck. He decides to go for the more brazen play, but still not flushed out. Control over heaven, non-existent for Valhalla.
Surprised though he doesn't shoot that Seeker to give more info, but doesn't really matter. Flying too high, but still it falls and lands on its proper target. Georgie taken out very early.
That's not a good sign for Valhalla. He's usually the one to punch through all this defense. Now, in a great spot, they have neural theft. And a little too close for comfort. Aeonix could pop that ult. They managed to dodge yet another one. And EJ obliterates one player in OSC. And it had to be Bry. Aeonix coming out of that one. Incredibly lucky.
It's the power, you know? You got that flak jacket on. Make sure that you're protected from any explosions, showstopper or not. And slowly, MEOW's lead growing ever so slightly. The operator in hand. I'm surprised, honestly, that they started out with this showstopper, yet still managed to kind of convert the round, even though only got one. That operator at the end just even provides so much pressure. Like, he doesn't land the shot, but it forces them in such an awkward position.
Like, I can't fight an open space. I feel like it was what Valhalla was thinking, and sometimes just the idea of having something is enough to, I guess, influence the movement of the opposing team.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like that showstopper should have killed both of them, though. I'm not entirely sure how that did not land.
Well, maybe it's by God's good graces that allows them to stay in this game, and Valhalla has to pray to their own gods as they call for this tactical timeout, hoping to figure out a new plan here because they're running out of resources. This is one of their last buys. No ultimates in hand that might be that impactful, though, too. Hot Sauce maybe get the neural theft, but the rest very far from completion.
Very far indeed. They don't really have enough time to get this going unless they somehow manage to feed all the kills into one player and funnel all the resources towards him. That's what Valhalla is gonna go for. Yet another heavy-handed A hit. Like you said, this is their last buy. They have to make a lot out of this. They have to get some sort of value, get some conditioning, and to add insult to injury, I think they spot out that high Cypher cam again. Valhalla don't really have too much here.
Oh,
Georgie
wow.
gets snagged. Where's the support?
Why not the Raze first?
When Raze can jump over the way, I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, you think that the Raze would go first. Maybe break a few trips on the way. I mean, yeah, it'll rearm, but not if it's destroyed like that. Aeonix now trying to salvage a bit of that heaven control as they do fight for side. EJ brought low, but he does take out an important kill there as Fallex is off the board. Good flash, maybe buy more space, but no one can really go out of the smoke as the counter paranoid does come in and MEOW flood in. It's only G left alone, not even on site, hiding inside his own smoke. Has to back away here when the defuse does come in. One player spotted. Will he get the transfer? He does. Ooh. A winnable situation if he can get the third rifle on hand, but it's not enough time with that defuse.
And by God's good graces again, MEOW eke out yet another win. Although MEOW not being as dominant as they were in that first map, definitely a lot more in form in comparison to Ascent, with all the frags coming their way now despite that messy post plant. I'm not entirely sure why they just didn't swing Jet all at once. But resources. We still have the Blade Storm here. This could be the make or break. EJ does have that Vandal for additional fire support. Once again, everybody is just so ill-equipped on the side of Valhalla.
I mean, they pulled that pause just to make sure that they had a better plan. That didn't work out as well. The heroics coming in from MEOW, really saving them from that one on the retake, but they managed to sneak their way up onto the side, and honestly, there's no one really holding that vent side. No chip, no nothing. They don't know that, of course, but Georgie trying to still sneak his way there. Sauce, if he can stay alive, might be able to use the neural theft, but he doesn't connect.
Oh my goodness, once again, paranoia just enough to escape, but and Cutie painting the walls with the guts of Georgie. And MEOW one step closer to the tipping point. Despite that early pick by Hot Sauce, there's just not enough flavoring here, or just to, settle their palates. MEOW, one more.
Get that taste for victory here on the side of Val for Hot Sauce. But so far, they don't have the right ingredients to make this recipe come through. Tastes maybe like defeat, unless they can come up with something heroic right now. but at least, you know, their saving grace is they do have rifles. It's more of if they can support their entries really has been the biggest question, because the counter paranoias coming in from MEOW have been one of the biggest reasons why they've been able to retake so many of these rounds.
That's true, and honestly, even early on, when the paranoias were whiffing, it was just disastrous for MEOW. I just feel like they have to be glued at the hip for whoever is going to entry for Valhalla, right? Because once again, it was just a trap that started off the snowball, and it just does not feel good on Georgie's end, considering Georgie has been doing really, really well.
Oh, the flash. We were talking about how important that was. It does flash the Trailblazer, but that's not going to matter as much. Utility down already, and one less piece for them to work around here on the attacking side.
That is a funky looking smoke. It's going to leave a small gap. It's not going to allow anybody to cross. I love how far back ONQD is playing. Sentinel still has not moved, but the time is winding down for Valhalla. 40 seconds. They can't hesitate too long. The boost does not get any value, but it's not even the big problem here. Suddenly, Owen does get one through the smoke.
30 seconds
It's
left.
going to be very, very difficult. What do they even have?
Spike planted.
Not much. I mean, MEOW could realistically just save this.
They could, but it looks like they're not going to go down without a fight. There comes the first crack with Owen QD from above. Whiffs slightly, giving them the chance to get the 3K for Owen. Aeonix finds one as well. It's a very winnable situation now with the trip. Gonna turn this to a 1v1. Aeonix v Hot Sauce. Goes for the swing. They know where exactly. Oh, but there's no weapon bullets. Still enough time to pick it up. And there comes the frag from Aeonix. He picks up his teammate's weapon. Dropped for him from above. And that's just enough to push them across the line. And that's our final series now on Split. Gonna be ended. And Old Stinky Cat gonna get their victory today.
Goodness, they had to shuffle through so many weapons there. I mean, I thought the Hot Sauce had the advantage in, you know, having the weapon and not having to reload. But sometimes you just gotta close your eyes and believe and open it once the animation is done. Beautiful stuff here by Aeonix. Really, really pulled through. I feel like it was such a problem on the side of Valhalla, right? Where they're really relying on their firepower. And yes, that will work for the most parts, but I think they needed complex sets to shift the defense to more favorable positions. As you mentioned, where was the support on a lot of those trips? Where was the support on, you know, an anti-flash perhaps? But man, that's just unfortunate. That's the first team to go 0-2.
That's not the way to go the Warriors' death, you know. But it is a good victory for the side of Old Stinky Cat. The MEOWs have shown that they have the claws to really scratch back in times of need, and it seems like this team has still had that fire that brought them as much success as they did in their previous iterations.
I feel like it's so unfortunate because Ascent was a wonderful map for them. You know, we had Georgie really gorging down the competition. Like you mentioned, though, death by 1,000 cuts on the side of OSC. Valhalla just could not stop the bleeding here. I wouldn't really consider anybody to be underperforming on Valhalla's side. I just think it was more of a macro thing, if any.
Yeah, I feel like they had their moments as well. EJ doing well this game, and Georgie, I felt like he could do a bit better, but just the lack of support coming in from Val's, and that, I guess, anything to help create a flash or another way to clear left him alone in a lot of situations. And maybe that's props to MEOW as well. You can see how ONQT has really brought to bear the weight of that paranoia, able to secure so much of the area here on Split for his teammates. Dignified, again, for me, has been a shining standout this entire series. His aim has been almost pinpoint accurate, and Folex has gotten them a lot around as well. And it's nice to see Dizzy on this main tool list, because the first map I think we saw him on Gecko.
Crazy too how effective he has been on both these wildly different roles. I mean, Gecko, you tend to lean back a little bit more often. This map, though, is just, I feel like, a good introduction to how flexible he is too. Going back on towards the stats here, pulse plants, man. Valhalla just could not catch a break there no matter what.
Yeah, they just got retake so much. Part of it, yes, is what I keep saying. It's the Omen Flash getting so much value, but also it's just that their positioning isn't necessarily ready for all these trades. I mean, if you take a look back at our game on these match highlights, the opening picks were pretty good. You saw Georgie heating up like this on the first couple rounds. That momentum, the heat retention just slowly dwindling, and they just went cold towards the latter half of the game.
And it is a bit of a chilling touch for them to just be dead in the water, honestly. After that big rally for quite a few rounds, it just seemed like their gas tank emptied. And again, you do kind of need those more advanced plays. You do have the individual talent, but it's just to utilize them as a group and run these plays when you're out of ideas.
Out of ideas, out of luck. But so far, unfortunately for Val, they will be the first team going 0-2 here on our regular season for VCT. Not the only 0-2 on VCTs apparently, but still, first one at least on the brackets. And it's a good showing from them to show their potential, but it also exposes a lot of their weaknesses even from these more veteran of players.
That is true. I mean, like, it's good to be systematic, and it's good to have the focus on being refined as a team. But at the same time, you need to be a bit more fluid. You need to adapt on the fly and be aware of all these, I guess, unorthodox plays, right? Because these will eventually happen. Not all teams have the same blueprint. Not everything has the same game plan. But if that does get addressed by OSC and the crew, they're going to be really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, once these things get refined, I mean, we might see this as their second game for at least Val. But again, it is still the second day, and it's a very long season, a lot of improvements. But with the format that we have currently and the amount of teams, they have to be prepared to work on their own game rather than just focus on the opponents. Something that they can do maybe later on when it's more like in the playoff season. But right now, they got to focus on their weaknesses, which has been kind of exposed in these first 2 days.
That is true. And that really does also kind of put a lot of highlights towards our coaches and our support staff. They really do help all throughout the league. You know, they patch up everything. They kind of go through the motions for some of the players, especially with the VODing and whatnot. So big thank you to, you know, all the coaches out there and all the analysts for being big sweaty nerds, because it's tiring. It's tiring doing that.
Yeah, it's a big support when you have a good coaching staff behind your back, not just in game, but also in the morale with your team. And I'm sure that with a coach like JJJ, they have a lot of experience playing together as a team. But for more info about that and for everything else Valorant for this series, of course, we have the panel to give you a bunch of their thoughts.
Oh, game na! Eto na! Eto na! What's up? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. 10:33. Kanina 7:30 lang yung sinabi ko pero well, masayang Valorant yung nangyari sa atin. Thursday, saktong salubong sa end of the week. Nga pala, ko si Juicy Brucey, kasama ko pa rin si BNB and si Honey Glaze with the double E na gustong kumain din ng donut kanina pa. Kumusta naman yung game number 3 natin? Umabot ng game 3, ano yung feelings natin dyan? BNB, dito ako gusto magsimula sa'yo.
Unang-una, gusto ko lang sabihin na may donut kami dito, so sana mainggit ka ng todo, HG. Pangalawa, itatagal pa nila no, kung aabot din naman sa map 3, tapos in the end, masisecure pa rin naman ng, hindi ko naman tatawagin ko sa nila old stinky cats ba o meow ba talaga? Alamin natin.
Sige. Alamin natin mamaya. Iba yung gusto kong sabihin pero okay rin naman. Ikaw, HG, kumusta naman yung feelings mo dyan sa ating last series?
I don't wanna predict 3 games anymore. I predicted all sticking ka, tapos umabot ka talaga tayo ng 3 games. Oh my God.
Sumabay pa ako sa 2-1-2-1 mo Yan tuloy ba? Nagbalhala ako. Pero at least, isa pa naman sila. So ayun, tingnan natin kung sino ba yung MVP. Eto na, bago matulog yung mga nanunood sa atin. Eto na, MVP nyo. Paakyat na ang old stinky cat na tinatawag nating Meow X na si Fall X. Ayan, a total of 64 kills sa lahat-lahat na. So ganyan siya kalupit. Bakit ang lupit niya, HG?
Well, to the point na lagi siyang ina-amplify dito ng kanyang mga tropa. Dagdagan mo yung mga utilities na laging nagbibigay ng opening para sa kanya na makakuha ng kill. There's always Owen QT as a backup para maging ready din sa mga trade-outs. And kita mo naman kung paano siya nagiging confident dahil din maganda rin yung pagka-stabilize ng back-end support sila dito para kay Folex na dire-diretso lang sa site.
Totoo yan. Ikaw, bakit naman BNB? Bakit ang lupit ni Folex?
Kasi malakas siya, pakay nyo ba? Hindi, pero
At
sa
nanalo
tutuusin,
siya.
I mean, pagtingin mo yung mga numbers dito na nilabas ni Folex, plus minus niya, plus 27. Lamang ang kills niya kaysa sa deaths, plus 27. Sa buong series na yun, grabe, napaka-lakas naman ni Idol.
Oo, lamang na lamang nga rin sila sa points na Valhalla. Babawi pa yan. So huwag kayong mag-alala. Pero eto na, kausapin natin si Folex mismo at marinig ang kaniyang sariling pulong. Bisaya word yon. So magigets nyo rin, research nyo lang. Pero eto na, Folex in the dark. O eto,
To be
parang
unlocked si Paul.
to be unlocked pa si
Sorry po,
Folex.
madali po sa kwarto.
Folex, okay, eto na yung unang tanong ko. Anong level ka ba namin ma-unlock?
Second fix pa daw ng regular season, no?
Next week, bro.
Ano nito sa sarili niya eh. Okay, Folex. Uy, kumusta? Uy, may pumasok pa. What's up, Folex? O, eto, kumusta
Hello
naman?
po.
Umabot tayo ng game 3 pero ano yung feelings ng buong team?
Actually, sa buong team po, wala po kasi kaming pressure sa isa't isa. And talagang we just, playing for fun. Wala po talaga kaming iniisip o pressure or anything. Kahit sino po yung kalaban namin, wala po kaming mararamdaman pressure. Playing for fun lang po talaga.
sino. Yan. Ayun, kakaiba. John Lloyd Cruz na linyahan yan ha. Okay, sige, BNB. Tanungin mo na ang ating tropa.
Unang-una, ba't ang lakas mo pare? Pangalawa, galing kayo dito, syempre sa VCT last season din, di ba? Galing sa Game Lab,
Apo.
kayo nila Owen, doon kayo nila Ionix. Madami namang LFT na team, madami gumagawa at nagbubuo ng bagong team. Ba't kayo nag-stick together pa rin? Anong parang kinalaman ng parang makakampi mo na you really wanted to stick together as a team papasok sa VCT season na to?
Kasi po, sa loob po kasi ng 2 taon na pagkasama po namin, iba na rin po kasi yung nabuo namin chemistry. Tsaka kilala na po namin yung isa't isa, kaya nag-stick together po talaga kami.
So in short,
Yeah.
loyal ka ba, Folex?
Sobrang loyal po.
Yun!
Shoutout sa girlfriend ko.
Namin next week,
Kay Tiffany
ha?
Soria,
Okay,
shoutout sa
tanungin mo na.
Yun, oh! May
Kaya
ano
THT.
pa, may pa-shoutout pa siya. Hey, Folex, nakakatuwa na
Hello.
nakita natin yung first day niya for OSC. Pero ito yung question ko medyo spicy siya. Yes, galing kayo sa X Game Lab, pero how was it na dalawa yung kailangan or dalawa yung bagong players nyo nga bukod nga kina Dritch, bukod nga kina Boogie. How was it na kayo naman ngayon ang naging solidify as a team?
Yun naman po sabi dalawa namin ka-team dati. Ang story po kasi nun is nagkaroon po kasi sila ng opportunity sa ibang team. And hinayaan na lang din po namin sila na makapasok sa ibang opportunities. And ngayon po, yung sa dalawa naman po namin, well, ngayon naman po nag-a-adjust pa po talaga kami. And sa isang buwan po na pagpa-practice namin, nabuo naman po namin yung chemistry namin. And
Isang buwan?
isang buwan lang po talaga.
Yung game 1 ay parang
Actually,
tinapos
3 weeks lang, 3 weeks pa lang po talaga. Kasi nito lang din po kami nagkabobo. Yes.
Alright, congratulations sa'yo. But before we let you go, pabagalan muna natin. 10:38 na paabutin natin to ng alas 11. Ano pa yung final statements mo para sa mga kalaban mo na makakalaban nyo dito sa VCTPH?
Yan, good luck po sa inyo. Magsaya lang po tayong lahat. No pressure po. Mag-enjoy lang po tayo. This is Valorant.
Sige, isang tanong pa. Joke lang. Okay na. Thank you. Maraming salamat, Folex. Sana ma-unlock ka na namin next week.
Yes po, mag-iilaw na po ako next week.
Congratulations sa inyo, pare. Alright, see you. Thank you so much. And ayun na nga, looking forward na makita na natin yung buong mukha ni Folex next week. Para makita natin kung yung mukha ng lakas. Okay. Sige. Nagsasalita na si Derek. Tapusin nyo na daw. Eto na.
Isara mo na daw.
Sara na natin to. Okay. Wag bago man lang ang lahat. Pinapple is the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country. Bimbi, grab.
Ako ba? Hindi ako aware.
Ito na, babasahin ko na. And also thanks in behalf of BNB PNB also thanks to our official super app Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver, delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals. Oh, ikaw na.
And last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusements Board. Boom!
Wala ka bang gustong pasalamatan
dyan? Kung paano ko sasabihin yung last and final line. Inagaw ni BNB. Ito yung
O sige, HG, sino bang gusto mong pasalamatan para di ka naman ma-left out?
Siyempre, papasalamatan
Damihan
natin
mo.
yung mga masisipag nating obs mula na nga sa back-end natin, diba? Dahil sila yung nagbigay ng highlights ng ating games eh. Yun,
Oo,
diba?
thank you. Pinasweet-sweet mo, pinatagal mo lang yung duty nila. Maraming salamat sa inyo lahat. Kita-kits bukas. Meron pa rin tayong day number 3 sa week 1 ng VCTPH. We'll be right back. Pero bukas na, okay?
Valorian's fighting back. There's the showstopper. And it's fighting down. No, they don't overwhelm. They don't overwhelm at all. This is going to be pandemonium. Whoa. He spots out two. He spots out two. And Nico gets it. Risky as can be. Oh my god.